hotter, but it wasn't. So I wore something else. Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, let's do it.
Howdy to folks on Twitter.
Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Some of them still haven't been told about the tinfoil hat they're wearing on their nose and mouth. Autonomy and economy, they close it down. Notice how they let us know what they won't allow. Only sometimes ignore the lies and the double think. Pay no mind to the puppet strings, cause once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Just speaking for us heathens that love freedom. One reason my gun's clean and I read books. Take a deep look into history, they don't teach us. The evidence is being purged from libraries, so lies carry more weight. They try to hide the core strength. People living without the trivium, unaware of the gift their ancestors have given them. It's been hidden, but to get the facts, you know you gotta get your whip, hat and coat and dig like Indiana Jones. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. MK Ultra, something maybe we might should know about. Building 7, something maybe we might should know about. John O'Neill, something maybe we might should know about. The dancing Israelis, something maybe we might should know about. USS Liberty, something maybe we might should know about. For agreement, something maybe we might should know about. Bohemian Grove, something maybe we might should know about. British East India Company, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Mockingbird, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Paperclip, something maybe we might should know about. Ruby Ridge, something maybe we might should know about. The Opium Wars, something maybe we might should know about. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Tierra Griffin, rock on. Anthony Sutton, rock on. Frederick Bastiat, rock on. Richard Grove, rock on. James Corbett, rock on. Gary Webb, rock on. John Taylor Gatto, rock on. Gary Bezmenov, rock on. Eustace Mullins, rock on. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, rock on. General Smedley Butler, rock on. Carol Quigley, rock on. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope.
Welcome, Truth Seeker. It's not easy to discern truth from fiction on holodeck Earth. Grand Theft World is a fire hose of illumination and inspires the hearts and minds of truthers seeking freedom in a world environment of manipulation and control. Richard Grove and special guests take a deep dive into the people, places, and events that have shaped our world. Through a lens of critical thinking, to polish the gems and sort the chaff, to reveal the true machinations behind world events. Piece by piece, podcast by podcast, a portrait of reality emerges that we can use to take educated action in the fight for consciousness, truth, and freedom. Grand Theft World episodes include clips from the brightest and best podcasters and articles every week. A weekly special guest brings their expertise and knowledge. Join the vibrant GTW community of researchers and like-minded peers to collaborate on solutions and how we can truly create change. Take your first step on this adventure. Join now.
Good evening and welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast. If you haven't been here before and it's your first time, we are over here at Grand Theft World. Oh no, it did the thing. I got to click on the thing. Watch, I fixed it. Look, no, I still didn't do it. I got to fix it. I had my notes up, so why don't I just go to the top of the show notes? This past week, we had a vote on maybe merging our country with another country and maybe cutting off some of their funding. There's a lot of things going on, and usually when you see Rand Paul, Kentucky, on a vote, it would be against such things. And he made everyone scratch their heads this week because he voted in a way that kind of brought everyone to say, like his dad brought about end the Fed, and then he's voting for the thing. So when he sent out a tweet earlier today saying, are you ready to vote for the SAFE Act? It's like usually I'd be like, yeah, I'm ready to vote. But the way he voted the past week, I might have to read that thing first before I figure out how to vote because it seems like a trick question. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of that going on around the world. We are back at war with Iran. So I don't know, it's like the sixth time, but they got a new 60-day war. They're going to give it a new name, I'm sure. And we keep supplying weapons into a situation and keep bombing into a situation that I don't know strategically. I mean, I've read a lot of history, a lot of military history, a lot of things that you shouldn't do in war. They're doing all of them at the same time. They're sacrificing U.S. troops the past week. Pete Hegseth said the soldiers who died sacrificed themselves. It's like, what is the sacrifice going on? Is it still like the human sacrifice thing, or is this like sacrificing for an ally? I'm not sure, but I don't know what the American interest in it. But we will get into the American history in 1953 Operation Ajax. We'll get into that later tonight because I think if we're going to be at war in these countries, we should learn a little bit about the history of what's going on so we don't get gaslit. There's a lot of other things going on. The Tate brothers, at least one of them, was picked up yesterday, being extradited to the United Kingdom, sex trafficking charges. They're not unredacting the Epstein list, so I'm not sure what the situation is. I do know that we've covered things on the show before about the brothers that you probably wouldn't agree with. And if you have women in your family, daughters, nieces, you probably wouldn't agree with. But does that mean that they could be framed up because of what they said? There's a lot to it. We won't have time to do more than touch on it, but like I'll put it in the time capsule because it happened. Trump had this landmark speech the past week. Like he canceled all his plans and everyone had to go and watch the TV. And what did you find out? Well, I mean, when the Democrats are in, it's Russia, Russia, Russia. When the Republicans are in, that's right, China, China, China. So there was a lot of memes going around this past week about how China has this overwhelming influence in our elections and how China, funded Massey's candidate and all these other fun things that went around this week. I think people were able to speak more freely when they are just allowed to use the word Chinese in certain situations. So there's a lot of that. If you are a historian in the future trying to disambiguate this week's Twitter feed from people, that's the Rosetta Stone key. There was an accusation that might fit another country. And we will get into who started China, who funded China, what type of banking class type people might have just created all these situations in order to get a squeeze on the world for world domination. We also have special guests coming in tonight. Drew Treglia. You might know him from the Jones Plantation. You might know him from Barnum World. I don't know if we played the whole Jones Plantation. We played segments of it in the past years, but we did play the whole Barnum World film probably about this time last year. So it's gonna be a pleasure to have him as a first-time guest on Grand Theft World tonight. And I'd like to welcome co-host Scott Armstrong. Scotty, how you doing?
What's up, Richard? What's up, everybody? Excited to get into it, as always.
Excited to get into it, as am I. Now I'm gonna fix my browser because I do want to tell you guys, if you are over here on Grand Theft World, boom, see? You just got to try again in life. That's how it works. Up here, join community. You click that button. You see options. Then you get to come to town hall on Tuesday nights, and it's a small group, many hour long form conversation that goes on. It's a lot of fun. And that's where we all get to talk to each other about the things that we can't just do in this one-way communication called a podcast. So come out, support the team, meet the others. It's a lot of fun. And, last week we featured Danny Andrews' project, localmarket.cc. He's a Grand Theft World member. You would have known about that for the past year had you been going to these little extracurricular meetings that we do for members. There's also a virtual online copy of my history blueprint. If you see that being used during the show and you want to search it on your own, that type of thing is over there. And we have other accoutrements, but I don't need to go into that right now. We got to get a show started. So before we kick off, we have James Lee He's coming to us talking about Polymarket. Now, a lot of people have picked up on what is it? Polymarket and Kalshi. Are those the two places, Scott, that practice the gambling? Yeah,
Yes,
right. It's
those
like
are the two. Those are the two. Yeah, but you know it's interesting because well, we'll probably get into it. Maybe I'll save this. But like, I think a lot of it is not even legal in the United States. They have like a loophole site that's like a Polymarket Lite that's legal in the United States. But I think that I know Teal is an investor in Polymarket, so I'm sure that they're gonna figure out a way to make it legal. And
When I think, yeah, that's the interesting angle because I'd always just looked at it as like people gambling on stuff, right? But when you see it as they designed it to shape public opinion,
yeah, oh
you
yeah,
gotta,
exactly.
you got
Well, they're
the smart
involving, yeah.
people that are devious, like they're good at what they do. Like that's a good edge. So anyway, I think James Lee did an excellent report on that. Then we have not the whole thing, but we're gonna get a segment of the new Truth Stream message. It's like remember in Red Dawn, like the chair is against the wall. Uncle Tom grew a long mustache. Remember the code? Like it's like tuning into an early version of that because you still have to interpret certain things that are. But anyway, I'm a sucker for anything Truth Stream that comes out because they have such good footage that goes with. It's like an excellent script and excellent B-roll, and that means satisfying entertainment and education at the same time. Because if we don't learn to have a sense of humor about these things, it gets tough out there. All right. We have James Lee, Truth Stream, and then I want to dig into Yuri Bezmenov. Now, he's in the theme song for this podcast. It's one of the things that Joe Double just rapped about. I want to bring it back because I think some of the other things that are going to be covered are a function of there were some people, they had a plan, they did some things. He talked about it in the 80s, but you live in a year, 40 years after the speech you're going to hear. And I think that it's much more readily apparent to people these days, whereas back in the 80s or 90s, you can't imagine such things changing the attitudes, values, behaviors, and beliefs of Americans to be more in line with a worldwide collectivist, communist, international communist type of system. The international communists, by the way, they didn't stay in the Soviet Union after the Bolshevik Revolution. They went to New York City. Interesting history. We might get into Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. We might have to get into some of that because some of the news this week is very provocative and makes you want to take a look at history at a finer detail, if it will. So let's get the show started. Let's go to James Lee. Colby, thank you for pressing play, bro.
Welcome back to the Grammys. Potato. If you had me saying potato on Polymarket, you just made a ton of money.
When you think of Polymarket or its competitor Kalshi, what do you think of? My guess? Probably making money.
Prediction markets.
Easiest way to make money in 2026.
Prediction platforms allow you to basically bet on anything and everything with the lure of striking gold. But what if betting and making money was only the byproduct? What if the entire prediction market ecosystem, Polymarket, Kalshi, many others, is not actually about predicting anything, but rather a massive psychological operation to influence public opinion?
So what are the prediction markets saying over on the prediction market Kalshi?
Look at the Kalshi prediction market.
And if so, it might be ever so important for us to figure out who exactly is behind this control.
A little bit about the genesis of Polymarket. The tale, at least, is that you were kind of sitting in your apartment during COVID and you had an interest in prediction markets and you kind of developed it. Is that accurate? How does this start?
That's the story, yeah. I had dropped out, I was 21. I dropped out when I was 18. I didn't have shit to show for it. I was running out of money, I was on the Lower East Side. And I was like, man, if we had information markets on when the pandemic, how the pandemic would play out, or when the vaccine would be ready, or when shelter in place in New York would be over, it would be the perfect use case of these market mechanisms.
The official story goes like this. Polymarket was founded in 2020 by a then 21-year-old NYU dropout named Shane Copeland. Broke and running out of money, Copeland supposedly set up a makeshift office inside the bathroom of his Lower East Side apartment in New York City. The platform then exploded into the mainstream during the US presidential races, correctly predicting the outcome of both the 2020 and 2024 presidential elections. And Copeland becomes the world's youngest self-made billionaire. But just how much of that story is true? Because we've all seen this playbook before.
This is the first office of Amazon.com Inc.
In 1994, we were told that billionaire Jeff Bezos started Amazon in his garage, only to learn that his grandpa, Lawrence Guys, literally co-founded the Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency, known today as DARPA. In 2003, two Stanford dropouts named Larry Page and Sergey Brin founded Google, also in their garage, except for the fact that the startup was directly incubated and funded by a joint NSA and CIA initiative called the Massive Digital Data Systems Project. On February 4th, 2004, the Pentagon was forced to publicly cancel a highly controversial DARPA mass surveillance program called LifeLog, which was explicitly designed to log an individual's entire existence, relationships, and daily transactions. But coincidentally, on that exact same day, Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook from his Harvard dorm room, ostensibly achieving the Pentagon's exact objectives under a private corporate banner. You guys see what I'm getting at? These rags to riches tech unicorns are somehow all connected to highly secretive, oftentimes dystopian government surveillance projects. So I think it's fair to ask, is there more to Polymarket than meets the eye? Let's go back to July of 2003. Admiral John Poindexter's Information Awareness Office at DARPA unveils a highly secretive project called the Policy Analysis Market, or PAM. Developed by a Caltech researcher named Robin Hanson, PAM was supposed to be, quote, a market in the future of the Middle East and would have allowed trading of futures contracts based on possible political developments in Middle East countries, including terror attacks. Okay, the theory was that if you allow speculators to place bets on the probability of events like coups, assassinations, and bombings, that information could then help the government better track and monitor terrorist activities, quote unquote. But amid public backlash against this idea of betting on death, the Pentagon agreed to cancel the program a few months before its planned launch. So again, this is the recurring pattern. You could see it, right? The military intelligence complex tries to run some kind of insane, psychopathic, highly immoral, and deeply dystopian project like a LifeLog or a PAM, and then when the public finds out about it, they cancel it, then hand it off to someone in the private sector. Because take a look at this. Will Reza Pahlavi lead Iran in 2026? I don't know about you, but to me, that looks like a market where people can bet on a potential coup, does it not? The truth, we just learned in Whitney Webb and Mark Goodwin's The Secret History of Polymarket, is that Shane Copeland, the founder, didn't just build a multi-billion-dollar empire out of a bathroom with no industry connection. No, in fact, Copeland was actually in direct communication with Robin Hanson, the principal system architect, if you remember, who designed DARPA's failed terrorism futures market. And if you dig even further into Copeland's past, you find out that his first project was a company called Token Union, a platform rewarding users for holding certain tokens, a kind of a crypto loyalty program. But interestingly, Goodwin and Webb note that Token Union is absent from nearly every media profile of Copeland that has been written since Polymarket's meteoric rise, and also never mentioned by Copeland himself. They say that one of the reasons why Token Union has seemingly been erased from current narratives about both Copeland and Polymarket may lie in Token Union's close partnership and integration with Bancor, a decentralized finance protocol enabling on-chain trading and liquidity. Now, Bancor was created by Guy and Galia Bernarzi, the nephew and niece of none other than longtime and current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. You knew that this is where the story was eventually going to end up. Don't be mad at me, I'm just the messenger. Additionally, Galia Bernarzi, immediately prior to creating Bancor, had been a partner at Peter Thiel's Founders Club, where she helped lead the firm's investments in Israel. And get this next part. Sitting right next to Netanyahu's nephew and niece on Copeland's advisory board was a man named Lou Kerner, a prominent venture capitalist heavily embedded in the Israeli tech ecosystem, a startup scene that former Mossad directors have openly stated is heavily populated by intelligence veterans running front companies for state operations.
Me working for an international investment fund called the SoftBank, or Vision Fund in SoftBank, we are investing in Israel during that time. And we've done beautiful investments because the high tech is still flourishing. I sit here from my window and I'm astonished by that.
Kerner also boasts close ties to APAC and is a partner in an incubator alongside Gillett Capital, a venture fund created by 2 Israeli military intelligence veterans who invest specifically in, quote, entrepreneurs who emerge from the elite unit 8200 Signals Intelligence Unit, often likened to Israel's equivalent of the NSA. And that's where we are, just a string of coincidences, I'm sure, that an NYU dropout in his early 20s gets in touch with the direct architect of the canceled DARPA terrorism market. He then founds a company with the nephew and niece of Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with an advisor on the company tied to a venture fund for Israel's 8,200 intelligence veterans, and receives tens of millions of dollars in funding from the Peter Thiel network. Yeah, I'm going to go on a limb and say I'm not so sure that this cast of characters really care about sports betting, let alone market transparency. So if Polymarket is a tool of influence and control, like we're positing here today, how does it actually work in practice? Well, over the past couple years, the platform has established extensive high-profile media parts with major mainstream outlets like the Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones, and Yahoo Finance.
Google announcing it will integrate Kalshi's data.
MLB naming Polymarket its official prediction market partner.
We have New York Stock Exchange owner taking a stake into Polymarket.
So what we're being told is that these partnerships are the next logical step for enhancing data-driven analysis. But what I think it actually does is A, it legitimizes these platforms as something more than just gambling, but B, more importantly, it creates this kind of perpetual feedback loop in that the mainstream news reports these Polymarket numbers as objective data, which then shifts public opinion, which then changes how people bet, which further shifts public opinion. At the same time, these prediction platforms are quietly paying independent creators, commentators, and influencers to broadcast these market odds directly into your feeds, often with much controversy once exposed. But can these odds ever be manipulated?
Well, isn't this interesting? Polymarket is saying that Thomas Massey's opponent is up in the polls 57% to 43%. Maybe these numbers have to do with the fact that Donald Trump does not want Thomas Massey to get reelected. Ever since, of course, Thomas Massey got the Epstein files released. And that's when Trump's donors started pouring money into Thomas Massey's opponent's campaign. And many of those donors, coincidentally enough, are in the Epstein files in the emails. But then what's with these numbers? Well, I think Daddy made a call to his favorite son, Don Jr., who sits on the advisory board of Polymarket, donated to Polymarket, invested into Polymarket, and also sits on the data advisory board. They want you to think these numbers are real so you don't go out and vote.
You see, what Polymarket does is that it provides yet another lever for the mainstream to manipulate or manufacture or legitimize or reinforce any geopolitical narrative to their liking. For example, Polymarket routinely maintains low probabilities on outcomes like sudden military withdrawals, adversarial victories, or high-profile international legal condemnations like genocide rulings by certain dates. And when corporate media cites these low percentages, it frames a permanent military footprint as a geopolitical reality, thus anchoring public expectations. But perhaps even more chilling is how the incentive structure can actually induce real-world consequences and reactions. During a recent active military escalation, a wave of aggressive, well-funded gamblers began heavily pressuring and harassing an Israeli journalist over his Iran strike reporting to protect no bets on whether Iran will hit Israeli soil, attempting to manipulate facts against accurate accounts of attacks on Israel. Think about how crazy that is, that bets on a prediction market incentivize a mob to aggressively target a journalist to try and suppress accurate wartime reporting. I'm telling you, this isn't about gambling on sports or making a quick buck on elections. That's Goodwin and Webb right. The ultimate goal is to create an entirely new governance model called feudarchy, a world where traditional representative democracy is replaced by prediction markets. You see, for decades, the military intelligence complex has been desperate to find a way to manufacture public consent without dealing with public pushback. In Polymarket, they found it because supposedly these are our collective ideas, right? I believe what we're seeing right now, what we're witnessing, is based on all the evidence, a highly sophisticated joint U.S.-Israeli intelligence operation designed to turn public opinion into a commodity, thereby ensuring that they, the global elites, the powers that be, whatever you want to call these people, control both the narrative and policy outcomes. That is it for me this week. What do you think is the...
I really wish this video that I'm making right now, what I'm about to say in it, would fully sink in for everyone. The truth of what I'm about to tell you would spread to the world. Because I think if people could fully acknowledge and accept what I'm about to say, things could actually start to change around here for the better. And this is just one example among thousands, but the point needs to be made again, and it probably needs to be made again and again and again until people start to really realize how this works, how our reality is informed and constructed, and what that is based on, which ultimately is little more than trust and belief. And that's it. So recently, you may have heard that 84-year-old Senator Mitch McConnell fell and was unconscious and was hospitalized.
Growing concern about the health of Senator Mitch McConnell, the Kentucky Republican and former majority leader, is 84 years old, and he's been hospitalized for 3 weeks now.
And no one had heard from him for weeks. And there was speculation all over social media that he actually died, and they just weren't telling anyone because they don't want to have a special election where Thomas Massie might get in or something. So they're trying to keep Mitch McConnell out of the spotlight and just pretend he's not gone.
But apparently, people don't like a majority senator disappearing with no explanation for 3 weeks. So the governor of Kentucky contacted him in a way that old people love, mail.
Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has sent a letter to Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell requesting an update on his health.
Dear Senator McConnell, over the last several weeks, Kentuckians have grown increasingly concerned about the current state of your health and well-being and ability to hold office in the United States Senate.
The fact that this letter exists is not a great sign, okay?
And the only word that we were getting coming out were things like this social media post from CNN's Scott Jennings claiming, I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning.
Even stranger, yesterday, 2 Republican senators, John Thune, John Barrasso, both claimed they had 20-minute phone calls with Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, who's been in the hospital for almost a month. Scott Jennings, CNN, made the exact same claim. And I think I just assumed, like most normal people, that today we'd get like a video from the senator from the hospital.
Which then got lampooned by everyone saying, well, I spoke to Mitch McConnell for 20 minutes today about aliens and UFOs and the fact that we should end the Fed and how corrupt everything is. And it got to the point where so many people were posting, I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell in the hospital this morning posts, that somebody asked AI to add it up, and they said if you added up all the posts claiming to have spoken to Mitch McConnell for 20 minutes in the hospital, it would have meant that he had been talking on the phone for over 48 straight hours. Because that's the only word we got in that time. It was coming from the mouth of people that you either trust their word on it, that they spoke to him and he's fine, or you don't. And that's it. It's ultimately based on trust and belief.
But who's going to believe that story?
I mean, never mind that we live in a world now where people are getting their voices cloned. And even if you did speak to Mitch McConnell on the phone, it doesn't mean you spoke to Mitch McConnell on the phone. I've been told right now that they've cloned my voice off of this channel, and they're using it to sell Ethiopian Bibles on YouTube. I've not seen the commercial myself, but I'm not selling Ethiopian Bibles. But supposedly they took my voice, they've raised it half an octave or something, and they're using it to sell something. Doesn't mean I'm doing that. I'm not doing that. So even if somebody did speak to Mitch McConnell on the phone, we live in a time of generative AI. Is that really him? How do they know? Once you hear that story third hand, it's like a game of telephone. How do you know? How does anybody know? And the speculation over Mitch McConnell being alive or not got to the point that even the mainstream media outlets were asking, is Mitch McConnell secretly deceased? I mean, they were posting this in headlines. So fast forward to today, when Mitch McConnell's camp releases this photograph of him holding a newspaper, claiming that he's just fine now. He has no broken bones, no concussion, no heart attack, no stroke. He had a mild case of pneumonia, but that's about it. And he's fine in there, and he's holding the current paper. So this is supposedly proof of life. And that's what's being sent out everywhere on all the mainstream outlets, that this is proof of Mitch McConnell is fine. But the truth is, you either believe this is a real picture of him holding a current newspaper and he's fine because the media said so, or you don't. It's ultimately based on trust. Do you believe it? Do you believe this is a real picture? A lot of people are saying this is an AI-generated picture.
This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real?
So currently we're living in a world where you have AI and you could generate anything. Video, realistic photos, pretty much anything you want. Doesn't mean it's real, obviously. But even before that, we had Photoshop. And even before Photoshop existed, there were ways to physically cut pictures, enhance parts of pictures, add things to the background, take things out. I mean, that's been going on ever since photography existed. And that's the real point. I mean, never mind that an 84-year-old man should probably retire, right? By the time you're getting to a point where you're falling down and you're gone for weeks from your job and you're getting sick and all this stuff is good, you probably shouldn't be a senator who's sitting up in a position of power that affects other people's lives in this country. Like, that probably should not be a thing at all anyway. And it's not ageist to say that. It's just the truth.
To finishing the NDA this week has been good bipartisan cooperation. And a string of
Are you good?
Mitch? Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press?
I mean, it's very sad, but it's a fact of life that people age. And by the time you're freezing in the middle of press conferences.
What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Then the 81-year-old Senate minority leader stood silent. An aide steps in.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Still just a blank expression.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator Benny.
A member of his security detail comes forward.
Head outside, son. Come with us. Okay.
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
Probably you should step down. By the time we have senators like Dianne Feinstein just being told, just say aye, they're telling her, just vote yes on something.
Submit it. Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just aye. Thank you.
Senator Durbin. How is that a person of sound mind doing the job they were elected to do? It's not. It's clearly not. We shouldn't be having people who are 84 and 90 years old still being senators and congresspeople. It's not the way anything should be done. But let's just set that aside for a minute. Is Mitch McConnell okay or not? The ultimate truth to answer that question is really just whether or not you believe this is a real picture. This photograph that's being shared by Fox News and C-SPAN and CNN, is this real? And a lot of people do not believe this is a real picture. I mean, this is the level that we are now at. You have WHS 11 out of Louisville, ABC News having to come out with their reporters and officially say things like, people still don't believe this, and they think it's AI, but really we think it's real. Like, they're trying to convince you that this photograph is real.
Mitch McConnell announced he is alive and well, but the internet is still not convinced. Many people say that this photo, which was attached to the press release Mitch McConnell sent out today, is fake or AI. While we haven't verified any sort of AI usage within the photo, we can see that Mitch McConnell is holding a newspaper from today. If you zoom in, you can see that he is holding the sports page from today's Washington Post. And although AI image detection services are not that reliable, when I ran them through detection software, it came back as most likely real. Other indicators of AI-generated images, like fuzzy background, fuzzy people, or fuzzy objects, are also not seen in the image. And we do know that AI has trouble with fine details like the letters that would have been on that newspaper. But even if these details were added in post, we know that this picture, or at least this newspaper, is from today. Oh, as of right now, Mitch McConnell is alive and well, despite rumors circulating.
Just in the clip I showed you, look at how much she has to hedge. First, she's talking about we put it in AI detection software, which is known to be unreliable, but it said there's a low probability. So first of all, it didn't say zero. Secondly, AI detection software is notoriously unreliable. I have put real photos I took in there, and it says they're AI. You can also put 100% AI photos in there, and it will say they are 100% real. So those things are worthless, first of all. Secondly, she's like, even if details are added later, we know it's today's paper that he's holding, so we know it's real. Like,
even if these details were added in post, we know that this picture, or at least this newspaper, is from today. Oh, as of right now, Mitch McConnell is alive and well.
but that's not how that works. I can Photoshop today's paper into any photo right now. That does not make it real. I can do that. So that is really easy to do, especially in the era of Photoshop. But now that AI is a thing, you can do that in a few clicks. That is nothing. Okay. So that doesn't mean anything at all. It means less than nothing that he's holding today's paper. Like maybe once upon a time that worked on people. Although again, I will say, even back in 100 years ago, you could have done something like that. It would have taken physically cutting a picture up, but it's something that could have been done. So
All right,
it
good.
doesn't
Pause it
mean
there.
anything. Having to say all that.
All right, so that's the gist. We're at the point where the uncanny valley is narrow enough that they're producing photos and people don't know heads or tails. But then she's also pointing out that it's worked like that the whole time. You might find that Henry Luce over at Life Magazine, Time Life Magazine, they might have had the ability to cut out photos and like put a guy like Oswald with a rifle in his hands in a backyard where the shadows don't match up because people weren't that educated back then. But these types of things have gone on. There's the guy who got airbrushed out of history standing next to Stalin, and then they just kept airbrushing the dudes out. So I think there's always been a critical nature to observing photos and videos to make sure that they represent something that actually happened in reality, as opposed to like that guillotine scene, which was clearly a theatrical stage thing that was going on at the beginning with her B-roll. But before I get into the other comments, Scotty, what do you think?
Hold
you
on,
muted.
here we go.
Oh, there you go.
Like,
There you
yeah,
go.
believe what is it? Half of what you see and like none of what you hear. Basically, it's like we're in a place where it's like don't believe it. You can't believe anything you see. Can't believe anything you hear. So it's basically just like we're at a point of just and it's been this way for a long time that you just can't trust anything. Like so, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of like okay, so like this Andrew Tate stuff. There's some weird stuff going on with that. Like, do you see the video of him the other day with like there was like a person with no head in the background? Did you see that? Okay. And then like
Yeah,
the video
okay, so
footage of him.
I saw that, and what it looked like, it was casino security type footage, and there's a high value player in the background, and to
Oh, yeah,
be able
man.
to do anything, they have to blur
But
the
the-
guy's head out.
But then like the footage of him getting arrested, like his foot is like half missing. It's like what
Yeah, I didn't see that. I just
everything?
saw that Valhalla had done the who wore it better and found like the outfit that it was women's clothing.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, my wife told me about that. I wasn't
That's so
watching that
funny.
video, but she was amused.
So yeah, so it's like, you know, I don't even know what to think. Like we've covered it before how like a lot of the footage from 10/7 was fabricated and AI generated. There's evidence to suggest that. It's just like
10/7. Oh, I was thinking 7/7, which was the London subway bombing, where they were running a simultaneous drill. Peter Power from Visor Consultants said that they had to go from like slow time thinking to quick time reacting. He's like, we just happened to be doing a bombing drill at the same place they did a bombing, and it was all very convenient back then. That's what a famous clip from back then. But you're talking about 10/7, which is the day that comes after 10/6, which was 1973, the Yom Kippur War. So 10/7 was like 50 years later, strike back. Well, actually, both sides were striking at that time. The 73 war, the Yom Kippur War, is where the Arabs struck back, and 10/7 is where occupied people that were held in a concentration camp that was artificially created, because it was Egypt in 1967 one day, and then the next day it's a concentration camp, open air concentration camp type situation for the past my lifetime. So yeah, those things go on, still go on. I think there's might be some news later tonight to such effect.
cool.
Did you catch
mean,
the part where James Lee was talking about how the tech companies were all funded by those Intel companies?
Yeah, it's really weird how that works, right? And then they have to make Hollywood movies to kind of create or kind of prop up the narrative about how they all started in like their dorm rooms or their garages and stuff like that. So, it doesn't, there's no surprise there. And same thing with every single thing we're seeing now, all the emerging technology, it's all been, I would say probably a lot of this like LLM technology has been in play for a long time. At least like COVID era. It's like, for me, it's like, when 20 to me, I just feel like ever since 2020, there was a very noticeable, like, they flipped the switch and everything just went absolutely bananas insane, and it has not slowed down at all ever since then. It's only increased in insanity. I don't remember, like, I was tuned in, I was looking at all this stuff prior to 2020, like, I really started tapping in around 2016, well, after I got sober, right? So like 2016, 2017, 2018, when I first started really tapping into this stuff. And it just didn't feel like it had the same cadence of just absolute insane psyops every single freaking day. And it's almost like the AI came online in 2020. Like that's when they first like the mass released it and flicked the light switch and it came on, and it's just been ever since. Just to me, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like that. But then they publicly make it available to us, like the very primitive versions, and like what was it, like 21, 22? I feel like it was like 2022, like I first started hearing about Chat GPT, maybe 2023. So
well, I think as they had a decrease in our freedom, you had more people kind of rising with interest of like, hey, what's going on here? And is there something to all these conspiracy theories, right? Someone might tell you that mRNA is a DARPA project. Does that mean that Jeff Bezos is related into that? Yes, it does. You heard it earlier. That was so I wanted to bring up the one connection that preceded the timeline of companies that James Lee presented, and that would be to add Larry Ellison's Oracle, which started the Oracle at Delphi. Okay. It's divinatory arts. The Oracle at Delphi, see the future, know the future. If you don't have a method to figure out knowledge, you got to trust like some chick that smells vapors with these priests that interpret. That's the Oracle at Delphi. It's divinatory arts, just like Palantir, right? So Oracle Corporation is named after James Jesus Angleton, the Oracle, and they needed an electronic way to keep data for prying eyes not to go through filing cabinets. And then the interesting thing, so Ellison becomes the figurehead of this, but this is a Pentagon DARPA type project. You're not seeing my mouse. That's what I'm realizing. But my point is, check this out. P-Tech. You know anything about P-Tech, Scott?
I feel like maybe I've heard of it, but not a whole lot.
There's a whistleblower called Indira Singh. Okay. And she blew the whistle on P-Tech, and it was like JP Morgan Chase and Oracle supported. There's a whole bunch of like these tech companies behind there, right? So P-Tech, people are always like, it's stupid to believe in conspiracy theories about 9/11. I think it's dangerous to be ignorant of things that go on in the world that are real. So P-Tech, right here on screen, P-Tech is a company that had command and control of the IRS, the Secret Service, the NORAD, like everything, FBI, like all the things. I tweeted it earlier today, all the agencies like it had control over. When you have software that's in command and control of those structures, you could certainly mess with structures beyond what box cutter guys could do. So it could account for some of the actual evidence that we see precipitate on 9/11. Also, the type of artificial intelligence learning algorithm infrastructure that they were building out back then, very similar to Palantir. So I just found it interesting. I think I caught it earlier today in the 9/11 Trillions documentary with Corbett, and maybe I'll have Colby scrub forward so we can see a piece of the Indira Singh P-Tech, because understanding now, like Robert Maxwell sold Promise software to the Justice Department. It had a backdoor in it so that who is selling a backdoor software into the market and for what purpose? And when you see a bunch of these different instances through history and it doesn't go back to the box cutter guys, you might want to start asking questions and get, I don't know, smarter than the Schoolhouse Rock version of life. That's my point. All right. So we're going to go very quickly to, I think this interview that we're going to see is just a newer rendition of the G. Edward Griffin, Yuri Bezmenov interview from like 1983. We're not going to have time for the whole thing because we have a guest coming up, but I do want to put it on the record because I think some of the things that you're noticing in clips that we've already played and clips that we're going to play later kind of tie in with his predictions of how they're going to change the attitudes, values, behaviors of beliefs of Americans to be more in line with an international collectivist effort. And 50 years on from when he said that, I think now we could judge whether or not he's telling us the truth or if he was gaslighting us. So let's go to that, and then we'll be back with our special guest, Drew Treglia.
The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy.
You ever see Yuri Bezmenov talk about it? He's a defector from the KGB. He talked about it in a famous interview from 1984. We talk about it way too much, so I'm sorry if you're hearing this again, folks. But he basically laid out exactly what was going to happen to America in 1964. And he was saying
64?
Yep. Or excuse me, 1984. He was saying that Marxism and Leninist ideas they've infiltrated all the universities with these ideas. They're teaching them to children, and you have like 2 generations from now, you're going to be fucked.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It started long before.
That sentence sounds impossible until you understand exactly who said it, where he came from, and what he did for a living before he vanished into the West. We are conditioned by history books and action films to think of warfare as a loud, explosive event, a sudden disruption of normal life that is impossible to ignore. But the man who spoke those words described something entirely different. His name was Yuri Bezmenov. Before he defected and adopted a new identity in North America, he was not a frontline soldier or a spy stealing military secrets in the dead of night. He worked for the Novosti press agency. He sat at the intersection of journalism, international intelligence, and state propaganda. His job, in the simplest, most brutal terms, was to shape reality. He had unparalleled access to the mechanisms of deception, the very tools used to project an engineered illusion to the rest of the world. Watch carefully, because what he describes in this testimony is not just one historical event locked away in the archives of the Cold War. It is a mechanism. By the end, the question will not be whether he was right about everything. The question will be why so much of it was ignored, and why the pattern he outlined feels so uncomfortably familiar today. To understand why his testimony matters, you have to understand what he walked away from. He did not escape because he was a failure. He escaped because he was highly successful inside a system designed to destroy the minds of free people. Born into the Soviet elite as the son of a military officer, he had a direct pipeline into the state apparatus. He was stationed in India, working as a journalist for the Novosti press agency. But Novosti was not a news organization in any traditional sense.
Back in Moscow, I was immediately recruited by Novosti Press Agency, which is a propaganda and ideological subversion front for the KGB. 75% of the members of the Novosti are commissioned officers of the KGB. The other 25 are, like myself, co-opted agents who are assigned to specific operations.
It was an ideological weapon disguised as a media outlet. His daily reality involved identifying sympathetic foreign journalists, influential academics, and powerful cultural figures, and carefully feeding them tailored information.
This picture was printed in a Canadian government publication by mistake. In the middle, you can see children playing on a small courtyard, and the caption goes, "This is a typical kindergarten in Siberia." What these idiots didn't understand, that it is not kindergarten at all. It is a prison for children of political prisoners. And the job of people like myself to help them to not to notice that they are actually talking to prisoners.
He watched educated, independent thinkers get co-opted, flattered, and manipulated into repeating narratives they believed they had discovered themselves. He saw the exact mechanisms of how a lie is manufactured in a government office and planted into the mind of a foreign population until it blossoms into belief. He had unfiltered access to the blueprint, but the longer he worked within the machinery, the more he despised the machine. In 1970, stationed in New Delhi, he made a decision that permanently erased his old life. He disguised himself, slipped away from his handlers, and defected to the West, eventually moving to Canada. He knew the enormous risks. He knew precisely what happened to defectors who spoke too loudly. But when he finally sat down in front of the cameras under the name Thomas Schumann, he did not offer stories of stolen microfilm or midnight assassinations. Instead, he tried to warn the West about something far more dangerous. He warned them about the silent psychological surrender of their own institutions. He warned that the real invasion had already begun, and that the ultimate target was not their territory, but their fundamental perception of reality itself.
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
What he's describing is actually simple. Strip away the political language of the Cold War, and the mechanism looks like this. We tend to believe that psychological warfare is a secret operation, a conspiracy conducted in hidden bunkers with classified documents. But Bezmenov insisted on the exact opposite. He said the most devastating part of the system is that it operates in broad daylight. He explained propaganda not merely as the manipulation of daily news headlines, but as a deeply entrenched system of long-term psychological conditioning. It is not one massive lie repeated loudly by a dictator. It is thousands of small, almost imperceptible adjustments to culture and language made over decades. The goal is to sever the connection between a person and objective truth. The system does not need to hide the facts. In fact, it can allow an absolute abundance of information to flood the society. But if you have fundamentally damaged the public's ability to process that information, the truth no longer matters. A person could have a mountain of documented, verifiable evidence placed directly in front of them, and they would still be paralyzed, unable to draw a logical conclusion or take any defensive action. That is the part most people miss. Subversion is not about convincing you to believe a specific lie. It is about destroying your capacity to trust your own mind. It is about creating a state of permanent cognitive exhaustion. He was not describing a theory. He was describing a process. And it is a process that relies entirely on ordinary human vulnerability. Who are we to judge too quickly? None of us knows what we would do if the door opened in front of us. The system does not usually begin with a gun. It begins with an offer. It targets the ambitious, the comfortable, and the obedient. The people who facilitate this conditioning are rarely evil masterminds. They are journalists who want access. They are professors who want tenure. They are citizens who simply want to avoid conflict. This is the mechanism. This is how it works. This is the pattern. First, the process begins with what Bezmenov explicitly identified as demoralization.
It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy.
The goal during this stage is not to debate ideas, it is to completely sever the younger generation from the historical memory, religious foundations, and moral frameworks of their ancestors. You find educational systems, the media, and the cultural institutions with narratives that relentlessly highlight the flaws of the society while entirely erasing its virtues. By the time the public notices, the new generation has already graduated, assuming their positions in government, business, and media, fully programmed to operate within a reality that was engineered for them. Then, the second stage begins: destabilization.
The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems.
Once a society is demoralized, it no longer has the shared values necessary to resolve disputes peacefully. The goal here is to introduce radical friction into everyday life. You encourage economic instability, you promote unresolvable social conflicts, and you ensure that political discourse breaks down into tribal hatred. The strange thing is how natural it all feels to the people living through it. They believe their anger is entirely organic. If that succeeds, the society enters the third stage, crisis.
It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis.
This is the flashpoint. The destabilization reaches a fever pitch, leading to a violent change of power, a collapse of the economy, or a fundamental breakdown of law and order. People become desperate. They beg for someone to step in and restore order, even if it means sacrificing their freedoms. And finally, the mechanism reaches its grim conclusion: normalization.
And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely.
This was Bezmenov's model. The crisis is resolved by a new authoritarian power structure taking permanent control. The dissidents are eliminated. They call it a return to normal, but it is the peace of a prison. Not chaos. Design. Not one scandal, a method. Here are the facts. We do not have to prove every part of his interpretation to notice the pattern. Whether one accepts every detail of Bezmenov's worldview or not, the broader subject he outlined was real enough that the United States government created a specific interagency group to study and counter Soviet active measures. This part is documented. During the Reagan era, the Interagency Active Measures Working Group was established, pulling together officials from the State Department, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Defense, and the Justice Department. Their official 1986 and 1987 reports on influence activities confirm that the psychological warfare Bezmenov described was a heavily funded, highly organized strategic priority. The record shows that this was not a fringe theory. It was a central pillar of international strategy. Consider Operation Infection, which was also known as Operation Denver. This is one of the best documented examples of Soviet disinformation in modern
All right, good.
history.
Pull that, Colby.
It was a coordinated global.
All right, if you'd like to see that entire clip, you can go to grandtheftworld.com. You can go to the replay for this episode, and you can see every source clip that we see in its entirety with references to the creators. And there's a lot more to learn, but we have more show coming up later. First, I want to welcome our guest for tonight. You might know him. You should know him from the Jones Plantation. And if you don't know about the Jones Plantation, you can go over to jonesplantationfilm.com and you can see it for the first time. Now, I follow him over here on the Twitter. You can see him at Drew TV at Tregsman. And then we've also got him over here on the YouTube, and he's got a Substack. He's got all the social media playing for him. The creator of Barnum World is here. Drew Treglia, welcome to your first time here on Grand Theft World. How you doing? Oh, you're muted, bro.
Oh, okay. Let me.
He's
yeah, it looks
close.
like. Yeah, he might have been. Yeah, the clip was.
He's in the
running,
meeting, but he might be away from keyboard, as the kids say. AFK? No, he's in. He's coming in hot now.
I don't know if that was my fault. I guess it was my fault. It's always my fault. How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
What's up?
Outstanding to meet you, Drew. Great lighting, bro.
Thank you.
And
I got my Jones Plantation shirt on just for you guys. I don't pull this out much because I feel like a self-promoting loser. But you know what? I figured I'll bring
you got to know how to make your offer to the market. We could even talk about that. I also like the poster behind you.
Thank you. That's called Psychotronics of the Monarch Mind. That's not actually even the official poster. That's a special piece that was made by a guy named Sean D'Anconia. He's a really, really amazing artist.
And is
I
that printed
found-
on canvas and it has depth to it? Because it looks like it sets away
Yeah,
from the
that's,
wall.
you
It's
can
not
get them
just
on
yeah.
canvas. You can get the regular like poster, but these are printed on canvas. So
That's a good conversation
hey,
piece.
here,
I
I'll
might
show you,
want
hold on.
something like that for my dining room. You know, people come over to dinner.
I'll send you one for free.
Oh, look at that.
official
Oh,
poster,
wow.
see?
There you go.
Oh, that's fantastic too. Yeah.
Psychotronics, that is an art piece. That guy is, people can just look up Sean D apostrophe Anconia, Anconia. And he kind of got red pilled and then started screwing around a little bit with, what's Gavin McGinnis's group? What was that?
Oh, yeah.
The
Boys that are proud.
Yeah. He just kind of went to one of their parties or something, and then he got kind of slapped down, you know. But
For
he
sure.
did. You remember Vin Armani?
Oh, yeah.
I think he's.
Yeah,
something else.
I met him through Ernie Hancock once upon a time, long time ago.
Yeah. Well,
I'm pretty sure he had an argument against the Rothschild family, and I was like, bro, you know.
I don't know. He became an Orthodox Christian and kind of just disappeared off the internet. But he did. Deshaun had done Vince's cover for one of his books when he was doing like the Manosphere stuff, and I just liked the way it looked, and then I just reached out, and then. But that thing you can stare at for like 30. I mean, there's so much going on in there, you can't really see it from here. But it's.
And it was
really-
created before AI, correct?
That's not
Like a
AI.
hum-
There's no AI on that. This guy's like he wouldn't.
Okay.
But it is a multi. He's a multi artist platform. You know, he uses paints and pencils and pens and prints and all kinds of different stuff.
Oh, I hear what's going on. All right, so I'm getting kind feedback from our friends at Rumble that your mic's a little low, and what it is I thought maybe you were only in my left ear, but it's really low in my right ear, and it seems fine in my left. So people listening on mono might not be getting a full. So just pull your gain up a little bit.
Can you hear me
And then
now?
we're all good. Sounds like Verizon. I think Colby will get the verification from the Rumble. That's how that works. I can't watch all these things at once, so I have Colby in the producer seat.
Hold on. It's fun. What's going on?
Oh yeah, I'm just getting
Check.
right ear only. I'm just getting one channel as well. So I didn't even have
Really?
my headphones. My gal was sitting next to me, so we were listening together. And,
Yeah, but sometimes like my OBS recording over here only does one channel, so I know it can be a setting sometimes, like depending.
Where would
on
I?
what's going
I don't
on.
do Zoom much. Where would it be?
Check.
Check.
Well, that's a
I've
good
got.
question.
I've got a good setup over here. I don't know.
No, you got a good setup. If you
Check.
have Zoom open right beside the microphone, there's a caret pointing up, and then you click on that for all your microphone and sound settings. And if it's fine, it's fine. And if not,
Yeah.
we fix it for the replay. Because
Sorry about this.
Also,
Can't do much.
while he's working on this for a second, I'd like to request anyone here with a Twitter account, just go like click the live stream for this on Twitter. We've been doing it for like 3 weeks, and usually it's like 4,000 or 5,000 people.
Check.
Throughout the week. Tonight there was like 5 people. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting like, I said a lot of things on Twitter this week that would get me throttled even further than I was throttled. But yeah, if you want the show to exist on the X, share it with people who are on the X, and that helps the show as well. What do you think now, Drew? What do you got?
That's all. I mean, I don't know. That's it. I did audio settings. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you're clear and loud in my left ear, and in my right ear, it's still low.
I've never had this issue before. It's weird.
We haven't either, but we're willing to fix it right now because if we're going to talk for a while, it's good to fix it. And people don't
Yeah.
mind doing it live sometimes, especially on this show since nothing's planned really anyway. It's like a made up hobby show that's gone on for almost 300 episodes for 7 hours at a time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Wait. How about now?
No. Still coming in mono.
I'll tell you what, Drew,
Right.
hop out of Zoom and just come back into the Zoom room because sometimes that fixes it.
All
I always like to think, what would be the easiest way to fix it? Hop out, hop back in. It's like
All right, we'll do. I'll be right back.
yeah.
Awesome.
You put it
Go.
left foot out. It's a
Put it
hokey
live,
pokey
put it live.
Zoom call. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys. What did I have up over here? Nothing good. Nothing good. I'm gonna show you guys these after the interview. Why should I go through all that? All right, so let's go over here. Here's Drew's Twitter. This is what you gotta do. You gotta vamp sometimes, make it happen. So let's just see. He's got some Barnum World posting here. The mockumentary feature film. We've played it here on Grand Theft World, but if you haven't shared it with your friends while you're on the Twitter over there, pimping out the Grand Theft World live stream on Twitter, you can give that a click. You can subscribe to Drew, and well, Look, he's doing interviews. That's good publication. Sharing his interviews. Funny stuff. Slow news day. See, I might even have to retweet that. Oh yeah, he needs someone with a blue check mark. Sean Strickland. He wants a connection. Who's got a connection for Steve? Boykinen wants connected. Do you have a connection, Scott?
To who? Sean Strickland? I know Jake. I'm connected with Jake Shields. I might be
Jake
able to get
Shields?
him. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yep, there you
Jake
go.
Shields' number, yeah. So
All right,
maybe.
Drew should be back here in a second. Yeah, all the other stuff I want to cover. I don't want to cover it early. So I have comments left over from the clips we just saw that we could get into, or we could just discuss the phrase cognitive exhaustion that's created by such Bezmenov methods. Because Yuri Bezmenov, we could just go to history blueprint for a minute. Because let's see. Do I have Yuri? Yuri Nasenko? Best I can do is Yuri Nasenko. It's like that Pawn Stars show. We're looking for Yuri Bezmenov, but the best we could do is Yuri Nasenko, who handled Lee Harvey Oswald. He's KGB guy. It's pretty interesting. But that would also probably tie in with George Schilt, and I don't see him in this model, so I probably have more work to do on that. That's all part of a double cross committee that comes back down to James Jesus Angleton, who's the mole for MI6 and later Israel, that's inside the CIA, from which they create the Oracle Corporation. And then that's like Larry Ellison's one of the richest people in the world. Still, 50 years later, he's been doing that for a long time. So keep an eye on the tech overlords as we learn to speak truth to power. And we're going to learn how to undo some of the Bezmenov propaganda with Drew when he gets back in. Maybe he rebooted.
Maybe
we can
might be a
wonder.
full
We can
reboot.
ask him when he gets
I
back
gave
here.
him Yep. Let me just make sure he's not trying to message me here. So
Cool.
anyway,
Cool.
this is how we do it live, folks.
Well, if we want, we can go back to Bezmenov, Colby, until we get that worked out in the back scene. Rumble confirms left audio only. Rumble is saying volume was good, but mono. So now we have a couple things we know at least how to fix. Thanks for the feedback, Rumble. And be polite to Colby, because everything he's typing to us is very polite. So I'm trusting you guys are being polite with him over there.
Yeah, I don't even mess with Rumble anymore. You guys ruin my week every week.
But we haven't had to Tim Pool them in quite a while.
Yeah,
right? Who also uses Tim Pool as a verb? Is it allowed? Will that be allowed?
I haven't bludgeoned them with Tim Pool in a while.
I did let me see if I can pull up Delingpole here. I did an interview this past week, James Delingpole. He's this dude over here. If you guys don't follow him, you probably find him over here on the Twitter as well. And so we talked about a whole bunch of, he's an interesting character, right? Because I've seen him on Corbett, I've seen him on other podcasts and stuff like that. And he went to Oxford. So I wasn't quite sure, he's a guy who lives in Britain and he went to Oxford. I wasn't quite sure, but we had so many things in common. The 90 minutes just flew by, and it looks like Drew's back.
How do I sound now?
Hey, you nailed it. Perfect.
Did I?
Yeah, dude. Back in business.
Good. I actually went on and did a little quick research. Apparently, I use an SSL2. Apparently, it's got some weird thing with Zoom. You got to change the settings. If you turn stereo on, it actually turns it off on the output. Apparently, I don't know.
Nice. That's great.
Now,
the globalists, man, they're trying to get us.
Yeah.
Not everything goes right the first time, but I think that's a really great example of how a man acts when things don't go right. Like, you dipped out, you did a little research, you came back in, it was fixed, lady split. I didn't hear any excuses. I didn't hear any blame throwing, like all these things that hold people back from productivity. I'm just saying, like, you naturally bring that to the table and probably didn't even think about it. But for people who like aren't being productive every day and they don't have that momentum, they might be saying, wow, that was kind of a smooth recovery. I expected this to take a whole lot longer. Other shows would take a lot longer, but they don't deal with such self-reliant, autonomous producer type mentalities. So, do you know Scott?
I like your attitude. I met Scott on a stream or two.
Yeah, it was great. We ran into each other on Union of the Unwanted, but of course, I'm good friends with Charlie, and he's spoken highly of you many times.
Yeah, likewise. And
yeah, I've known Larkin for a long time. So I was excited when I heard, Jones Plantation was going from like, the short to like the full thing, right? And I was really impressed with that. And then I interviewed Larkin about like how you guys made the movie and stuff like that. But yeah, Charlie Robinson, like he had nothing but glowing things to say about you. And then I started listening to your podcast and looking at other people, like, what's Drew watching? Who's he talking to, right? So that was a lot of fun along the way. And then by the time I saw Barnum World, dude, I mean, well done, well played, because I've been able. My brother's visiting right now, and last time not last time he was here, but last summer when we watched that together, he sat like, and usually these types of things aren't the things he wants to watch, but he was like, once you get people past the part where they understand what a Barnum phrase is, and then they get their learning and growing turned on, man, I just want to congratulate you on both those endeavors, because it's not easy to make independent films or to get funding or distribution or any of the things that you've managed to do. So kudos for doing what you do well. Let's talk about, where did you pick up this craft? Did you learn to make films when you were a kid? Like, did you have a little 8mm or a VHS camcorder? What'd you do?
No, it's kind of the exact opposite of that. I never even picked up a camera until I actually when I went to grad school, which I don't recommend, but this was back towards the tail end when college was still seemed like something that you might actually do,
Yeah.
I actually had a parking company in Atlanta. It's called Eagle Parking. It was called Eastwood, and then now it's called Eagle, but I did a little bit of acting, let's say, when I was younger, and I was working on a script, and I would talk to one of the valets was a filmmaker. And so I would talk to him about, how I wanted the thing to look and everything. I didn't even know what I was talking about. And he's like, yeah, man, you're a director. And I was dumb enough to listen to him. So then I ended up getting into grad school, and then going back and then selling the business and going into this in my mid-30s. And here we are. Been doing it for damn near 20 years now. But I worked for years and years. I lived in LA for a while, and I worked in Atlanta for a long time. And then I moved to LA and worked in LA. And it's funny, we were talking about earlier, when my career got to where I was doing what I want to do was kind of that point in my life where I made this film in LA, and it screened at the Egyptian. So I've been doing this at that time. It was like 10 years, and I had never even picked up a camera. I didn't even know what aperture was when I got into grad school. I really did not know. Somebody had to explain it to me. That's how insane I was. I look back and I can't believe how I had it was a hustle business, but I was making good money. You know what I mean? I was pulling in like 10 grand a month or something like that. And then when I got into school, and then I went and worked and worked, and that film screened, and I thought, man, I've made it. But it was a great night, and I was very appreciative, but something didn't feel quite right. And they didn't distribute it properly, yada, yada, yada. Next thing you know, I'm in Arizona, because it was a long story. My daughter moved here with her mother, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I did nothing going on. I basically just failed, like everything just fell apart. And I was literally working at a warehouse, running a forklift. And I mean, I'm a savage forklift operator, just as a side note, but I'm sitting there, I'm working, and for like 6 months, I mean, I was in, like, I've never experienced like, okay, I've always thought, like, I got into this, I just was, you're driven by that which you cannot see, but that, nothing would exist. And I'm just driven to do this. I'm thinking, this is what I'm supposed to do. And I get to this point, and I'm just like, I failed, it was a horrible feeling. But at some point, I just started listening to audiobooks at work, and making myself invaluable there. So I got to the point where I got this, I won't go into the details, this is boring, but I was able to make my own hours. And I started, because I did this job that nobody wanted to do, right? Nobody would touch. So I took that, and I just could make my own hours, and then started working, and I was reading books and like, I got to figure this out. And then just hit me one day. I was like, well, hold on a second. Because I told myself when I started this in my 30s, I said, because in your career, your 10-year mark is going to be you guys know at some point you always have to take a leap, off the edge of a cliff, and then hopefully grab onto the next ledge and climb up. And I said, in 10 years, you're going to be in a situation and you're not going to be 35 like most filmmakers. You're going to be 45, right? So, and it just hit me. And then I was like, wait, I don't want to retire. I'm going to be doing this for as long as God willing, I'm alive, 30, 40 years. I'm like, this is just going to be 3 years. It's going to be like a zit on the ass of my career. Is that time, you know what I mean? And once I did that, I said, okay. And I also figured out that I had a little tiny, I've told this story, but I had a little tiny apartment in Phoenix, like 400 or 500 square feet. It was nice, but it was tiny. But my daughter was really little, and we would spend all weekend together. And I had the side of the place set up with computers because I have my editing suite and everything. And we would just play Roblox all weekend. I had this crappy king size bed that I let her jump on. So it was like her trampoline. We had so much fun, is my point. And I was like, I could pay the bills and run a forklift. I'm not going to die, you know? So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, I'm going to do the kind of work I want to do. This is and moving forward because I've been my whole career because I was trying to figure out, like, not just becoming a filmmaker. I had to become a filmmaker as a person. Like, I was a completely different human being, you know? My consciousness had to change. And so I had a lot of ego. I used to worry about my credits, and I would, all the credit arguing and stuff that still goes on all the time. But I said, I'm letting all that go. I don't care anymore. You know, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do the work I want to do. And I'm burning the bridges, as they say. I'm going to burn the boats, as I say. I mean, this is it. I'm doing it. I'm not taking no for an answer. And literally, like, within a month, I'm not exaggerating, I got a call from a client I hadn't talked to in like 3 years to do a gig, just like a corporate gig. These guys I love. But it was like a $10,000 gig. I got that, bought a bunch of equipment. Then we just, hook and crook, went down to Anarchapulco because I was going to do a documentary called Democracy Down. And it was just going to go, I was going to interview people from all the political spectrums, and because the democracy's collapsing, and that was kind of the general idea. So I'd go down to Anarchapulco, interview some people from the anarchist side of things, and then, move from there and maybe get some funding from there. And then that's when I interviewed Larkin, and he was like, you guys should check out this little short I did called Jones Plantation. It's on my channel. It's in the interview. I'm hot in my house. Sorry, I'm in Arizona. And we went home, we did. And then we and my the guy who ended up being the assistant director of the film, my good friend, Doug Mize. And I was like, man, we should turn this into like just a short narrative. And then we were flying home, and Doug's like, why don't we just make it a feature film? So I got back and I wrote Larkin. I was like, hey, you want to just do an Indiegogo and turn Jones Plantation into a feature? And he's like, let's go. And so here we are.
All right, so let's go back. First, Scott,
Okay.
did you have any questions from this first part? Because I found it to be really juicy. I got a couple questions.
I love it, man. Well, I want to hear more about Indiegogo and that process, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, he mentioned indispensable, and that's going to come up right after his interview. You noticed at one point that hard work was hard work, so you might as well do something you like, respect, and find rewarding.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
it's hard work driving a forklift, just like placing ads for your movie that's going to be at a theater near somebody, and you got to tell them.
everything you do is going to suck a lot. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I do this. It's just embrace the suck, as they say in the military. Just everything you do is going to suck. So you just got to just do it. I mean, try to do what you want to do. I mean, you got to listen to whatever, you can call it God, whatever you believe, a little voice in your head. I think it's God, but who cares what I think on that, but you just follow that. It's never wrong. You know what I mean? It's never wrong. And when you cheat that, you suffer. That's what I like, because in a sense, though, it's almost your path, because early in my career, I was so afraid of being broke or like paying the bills that all I was doing was these editing jobs. I was moving from one editing job that barely paid the bills to another. I mean, it did make me I'm a very, very high end editor. I mean, very high end. I'm a pro. But
do you make three figures an hour? Like, give me a range of like what a freelancer like that with those types of skills earns in the marketplace.
There's variables. What's the budget of the project? How starving are you? How desperate are you? You know what I mean? It's always, and especially in LA, you cannot let anybody know you're desperate. You know what I mean? It's like going to pick up a girl in a bar.
Creepy. That's what the marketing phrase is. Needy is creepy. So if you go someplace like I'm in need, people want to stay. They think it's catchy. It kind of is in some ways, that whole mentality, right? So you have to come with a good idea, and you have to know how to frame it into a story which
Just
I
like
wanna
sales, you
talk
don't want
to
to look like you got to look like you're okay if they don't want it, you know. But I mean, so the editing, it can go from
It's easier if you're truly okay if they don't want it and then go into the
Right.
situation than to have them
Yeah.
act like that, right?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
that's
much
yeah, that's
easier.
a good indicator too of your success. Because when I first started doing this whole video marketing thing, that's how I was taking anything and everything too. And now,
Yeah.
like the same client that I accepted a gig from that wanted to lowball me, now they're coming back around asking for me to go do another gig. And I'm like, okay, well, it's this much, and they're like, well, what about? I'm like, nope. And like the internal shift that I've experienced from back then when I was needy to now, I'm just like, get out of here.
Well, I
Hey,
think
I'm
this is
neat.
go ahead.
No, I was going to
Well,
say
I was
I'm
gonna-
needy now, and I still do that. I now because I've worked on so many projects that they go nowhere. That's the other thing you learn is the beginning, and this is not anything I invented, but you kind of do everything, and then at a certain point, you got to be really careful what you do. I'm real good at like how much input do I want to put into this thing? You know what I mean? At the very beginning, because I'm not going to waste time. I wasted I wasted months and months of my time all week talking to the guy, and then I did this one thing, this film we were going to make with this guy. He had the money. We were 6 months of just on and on the phone, and literally the last minute, he found out he had to get production insurance. I'm not making this up. And he's like, it's too much. I don't want to do it. I'm like, so it's just your input, how much time you want to put in. I don't know. I don't even remember what I was going with that, but go ahead.
Well, I think a lot of filmmakers don't understand that we who have learned to make films, like we didn't start out just making a film. We started out like, oh, I need to get paid to buy some equipment. So let me go film some weddings. Let me go film some concerts. Let me learn how to edit 6 cameras with no slate or nothing. And it's a jazz like funk band. And like, you got to cut your teeth. And during that process, like you earn a little money, you invest in equipment, you learn how to use it better. At one point you learn what aperture is, you learn what storytelling is, these story things. And then you have the components and you're like, oh, I can make a film now.
Yeah.
Right. Where was the point where you're like, someone convinced you to be a director? That was very clever of them. But like, where was the point where you're like, oh, if I did this and this, I could actually make a whole film. Do you remember that like breakthrough moment?
I made several shorts.
In grad
that was
school?
the other and that was the
You
other
have a
thing.
total support network there to help you do that. So did you find that gave you strong roots to go out into the market and be like, okay, I know I can do this on my own? Okay. See.
2 things happened in grad school. For the first time in my life, I had a really good teacher that I never had. And when I went to grad school, for some reason, they just absolutely hated me. I thought it was going to be this artistic love fest. They hated me. And probably I deserved a lot of it because I was like an egomaniac at the time, I had the business and I was like Mr. Money. I had like a caddy and I was just with 2 girlfriends. I was just ridiculous at the time. So that was a lot of it was probably my fault, but it was a scene over there. It was like the woke thing was really hot and heavy in the universities, but hadn't really hit the culture yet. You know what I mean? And I didn't know that. So they really, really didn't like me. But there was a professor there that saw my work. And the very first thing I did was this little 2-minute video in this prison. And and he came over and he just grabbed me. He's like, you got a voice. And that was the other thing. It was the only thing I ever really did where I was, and I'm not just saying, it's like I was by and far better than anybody in the room. Like it wasn't even close. Like everybody else was doing like these goofy, I don't even know what, like videos. I made like this serious prison, like rape 2-minute videos. Like what the hell did I just watch? But it was pretty good for a little too. Like everybody says you have to make a bad film. You don't have to make a bad film. You don't have to make a bad film. If it's bad, you go and shoot what you need to shoot and make sure it's good. You have to have taste. I'm not going to release a bad film. I mean, I've done some okay stuff, but yeah, I made some shorts and then I would never shoot a feature film with the equipment I have. Well, I mean, some of the equipment I have, but like with the cameras I have, because I just rent cameras for that stuff, like kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I'm going to rent.
Especially when it's other people's money, not meaning you use their money. It's mean you respect their money. They're putting in an X amount. So we get the Red Dragon rental for the week instead of the Canon 5D that's been through a whole bunch of shit over the past 10 years. Right. Like
that's right.
Both can shoot the same 1080, 1920 by 1080. Right. But the quality and the lenses and all the other things that go with a professional setup and the batteries and all the other things that you need just to do the thing. When you look at how Hollywood makes a movie, It's very expensive and very extreme, but they have a systematized way to get a consistent result, and you need gaffers and all the other things that go into one of those setups. How did you overcome those struggles? So, like, you as an independent filmmaker, you want to make a feature film, right? Is Jones Plantation the first feature length film, or had you had practice making other films like that before then?
Yeah, that was my third one. I did
Okay.
a thing called The Atlantan I made for 13 grand. And it's good quality film, but I mean it's not something you'd want to sit and watch 'cause it's really, really dark and personal.
Now,
and,
out of that 13 grand, did you have to pay actors or location, or what was the kind of budget? Because you
I
do a
don't
lot of
remember.
stuff yourself. I was just
Yeah,
asking, like, if you remember
I
big
paid the crew
expenses.
guys. We had 30 locations in that film.
Well,
So
there you
that's-
go. That'll, yeah.
That's
that
the
takes
that's the
care of the whole
budget.
thing.
Yeah,
That's
that
the whole
cost-
thing right there. Yeah, even if
And
you
then
just
I did
bought
the-
Burger King.
Yeah, then I did a documentary called Lord of the Freaks, the one that screened at the Egyptian. That had a little bit of budget and a lot of like well-known, a lot of like celebrity type people in there. Just and that one, the budget, I worked at the studio and they just kind of paid me and I made the film, and then they screened it at the red carpet at that theater. That's actually the Egyptian's the first theater to have red carpet. So for me as a film like aficionado, that was really cool. But and then with the Jones Plantation, we ground funded that whole thing. I mean,
Yeah, so
it
that's
has
the first one where you're like out of the training incubator system with the extra support.
That's the first
and
of
now
my
you-
film. That's the
Yeah.
first one. I was like, this is the kind of stuff I'm going to do. That, you know what I mean?
Okay.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And how far did you get before you had to go talk to people about money or choose set locations or any of the other things? Like, what was the order of operations from you guys flew back, you had this idea, you pitched Larkin, Larkin said, great, now it's back to you. What are you going to do? What was your next move?
Well, I was working at that warehouse at the time because I actually, when
You're getting paid to think, because driving around, like doing the thing, allows you like cognitive space that you're not using, and you can have some good ideas.
Well, Richard, the other thing was I didn't want to take any clients on. I'm not taking any clients on because I don't want to do this kind of work right now. Like, so I have this job, I could make my own hours, and I was like building my thing. And so brought Larkin in and we had a few meetings, and then we just laid out the script. And one of the biggest moments in the pre-production was when we decided to make Smith black. That was a big moment. I remember we were like jumping up and down. And then we decided to do, I said, well, we're not going to write the script until we get the money. See, that's what I was talking about earlier as far as your time. Although I'm doing the opposite of that right now with my next film. But anyways.
Okay, so let's break that open. So basically, you decide like a script for this type of thing is 70 to 90 pages, and that is a lot of work, and it might, like, scripts are never done, right? So it's going to go on. So before you engage in that, did you write a compelling one pager and say, if I can't get funding with this idea, then I'm not bothering with the rest of it? How did you work it out?
Right, yeah. The input is you write a good a short and a long synopsis. Exactly.
Yeah.
And kind of, and the other thing I did is I recorded a director's what is that called? It's on my channel. It's
director's commentary
show. Man, can I look at it right now? Can I
Yeah,
look it
you
up,
can
or is
do
it-
whatever you
yeah.
need. No,
So
you do whatever you
we
need to.
recorded like a pitch video, and
Sure,
then I also
yeah.
and then I
Yeah.
also recorded a director. I can't remember. There's always a name for it. I can't remember what it's called. Where you kind of show them how you want to make the film. It's called a director's. What is it called? Don't it? It's actually,
If you know,
you're-
put it in the Rumble chat.
Because if you're going to do a film, you should do one of these.
Director's
and
cut?
No.
It's called it lookbook.
There's a phrase
I did a
for it.
director's a film lookbook.
Yeah,
Do you want a
there you
link? Yeah. I don't
And
know
there's
if there
there's
is.
also there's the log. There's the log line, and there's other technicalities that once upon
There's
a
the
time I
there's the
used to navigate.
tagline. Well, there's a couple taglines. Our tagline is "We all live on Jones Plantation," and the other tagline is "Slavery never ended. Now we're all slaves." That's the tagline. That kind of came later. That's if you have a good one in the beginning. I mean, whenever those things kind of come. But I did a director's lookbook and talked about how I was going to shoot the film, the look of the film, the kind of actors I wanted to get, everything, the locations. Actually, in the lookbook, there was a short period of time I thought we'd shoot it in Puerto Rico. And then, so the lookbook is actually, it was going to be on a sugar plantation in Puerto Rico. And then that changed once I realized how difficult it was going to be to shoot in Puerto Rico. Like, forget this. But yeah, then we put together the Indiegogo campaign, and I picked that because at the time you could get the money without clearing your hurdle. So we thought, well, we don't clear the hurdle, we can shoot it for like So what I did is just kind of figured out what's the minimum I can get to actually shoot this thing, and that was kind of like in our head that was the amount, but the hurdle was much more. But the mistake was that I didn't know was that if you clear the hurdle, then you can leave the campaign open so people can continue to contribute. So as the project grows and you actually start shooting, you can get more money, which is exactly what happened when people start seeing it succeed and it's growing. So that was huge. So we did a second campaign for post-production. It made the hurdle much smaller, cleared that hurdle, and then we got a lot of funds along the way from that because we had cleared I think it was like 25 grand for post-production. And, somebody gave us a Bitcoin. We had a private, Jeff Berwick gave us some of his book. He was the one that came through and cleared the hurdle for the post-production, like last day. That was big. And then we had a private gentleman who gave me 2 pretty decent chunks of money. He came to set. He was like, "Wow, I didn't know this was like a real movie," and so he gave us some money. And then, but it was I don't. The thing is with that film, if you're going to do a $300,000 feature film, and that's what I was talking about earlier with the camera I would rent. I'm talking about a fiction feature film. I'm not talking about documentaries. I'll shoot a documentary with it, whatever, with decent cameras. But I don't need to have a cinema camera for a documentary necessarily. Although it'd be nice to have. But for the feature film, where was I? What was I talking about? I got lost.
Well, you're talking about the
post-production, yeah.
Yeah, the film quality that you need for a fictional narrative versus documentary. So you need cinema lenses, you need the cinema primes, you need someone who knows how to pull focus. You're going to need people who know about camera stabilizers and jib cranes and whatever other mechanics you need to move the camera around the set.
I know what I was talking about. Also, the location. So if you're going to shoot a fiction film, the thing that if you want to make a cheap fiction film, if you can do one location like Saw, remember the movie Saw? That's then you could just take the location over, close things down, and just create. But
I use My Dinner with Andre as the example of a one location film.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes those drive me crazy because you get claustrophobic, like I don't like being in one location, but we shot in the middle of nowhere and we shot in Louisiana and a place called Natchez, Mississippi. So the house is in Natchez and then we went over the border into Louisiana and shot. And so we were because the flights are cheaper out of New Orleans. So we were flying out of New Orleans, which was about 3 hours away. There was also Jackson, Mississippi, which is, I don't know, like an hour and a half or something like that. But that was a little more expensive. And we brought in all those people to put them up in a hotel. I mean, and then the shoot, I mean, we're going to do a documentary one of these days called Tortured Antebellum is the name of the documentary. That shoot, I mean, I've said like my grandfather was a coal miner when he was 12, so I don't whine about filmmaking. But as far as filmmaking production goes, it was pretty excruciating. I'll tell you the truth. It was when we got into Louisiana and on the farm for the exteriors, the weather dropped down to like 20 degrees, and it was an open field, and we had staged in this little church where the church is, where you see it in the film. I don't know if you remember. That church is from like the 1700s. It's like, I mean, it was so cold. The wind's going through the boards. We had this like heater in the corner I had to have pulled out in post. And it didn't work. And then you just turn that thing on. It was just running. It was cold rain. You get 5 a.m. There was stomping around in like 6 inches of water. Lights were blowing out. I mean, it was brutal, man. It was
you
really,
had every
really
opportunity
brutal.
to make an excuse and quit, but you didn't. So it got done.
That's right.
You guys also had like a super compressed shooting schedule, if I remember, from
17 days
Larkin.
for primary principal photography. And there were little things that would happen. Like the scene, there's a scene in the church where the guy's going to get whipped because he stole the fake money that we create. And they put a mask on him, which was put on the damn mask. There was this part in that film for that. And that scene had everybody in the movie. Okay. And by the way, the other thing about shooting in the winter there, it gets dark at like 5:30. So your days are very short. You got to hustle. And it was everybody in the film, and it was like, I don't know, 4:30. I'm like, and my DP made a break. He's like, let's just do handheld. I'm like, let's go. Cause we've been, planning all the shots. So I just worked through and we just ran it. And right before I called action, cause I'm actually not in that scene, but and I said, if this works on one take, it's a miracle. And we're supposed to be here making this film. And then it worked on one take. And you can hear me going, it's a miracle. No, everybody was jumping up and down and cheering. And I was like, okay, all right, we might have something here. Cause it's like, I don't know what your spiritual beliefs are, but I believe in God. And I do think that God loves filmmakers. And so, but if you want to do
editors, God loves editors.
God loves editors.
We fix all the every filmmaker shoots shit and the editor has to save the project. You know that.
Yeah. Well,
and if you do both, it balances out.
Yeah. Well, it's just, you're going to get what you want, but you're going to have to prove that you want it. Do you know what I mean? There were a million times we could have quit during that thing and it just, but if you keep going, you'll get little gifts and it'll be a message to you. Now keep going. And that scene, there was all kinds of actor issue because we didn't have any rehearsals. The only actor I met before set was Legal Man who played Mr. Smith. No, Mr. Jones. Sorry, Mr. Jones. He's the only actor I met before the shoot. Everybody just showed up. And mind you, this is during COVID. So I don't know. We sent out a letter saying, look, this is a film about human flourishing and freedom. I'm a filmmaker that's for human flourishing and freedom. I'm not directing in a mask. Your medical history is your business. So just so you understand, but you just don't know who's going to show up on set, You
try to close it down.
Some COVID weirdo. Yeah. So, but it all worked out.
But you were down south, not out west. So you have a better chance of staying open.
Why is that?
It's because the California
COVID didn't even happen in the South here, dude. COVID didn't.
It did in Atlanta.
Oh, well, yeah,
we had a lot of Atlanta actors.
Okay, yeah.
Because what happened was I was going to do a SAG.
Atlanta is one of the most California places on the East Coast.
That's right. And I lived there for 10 years. I know all about it. But I was going to do SAG ultra low budget, and I had basically a cast set up. But I actually had one of the pretty well-known actor. It was like a very successful. He's not like necessarily well-known, but he's in a lot of very big projects, and lined up. But the union guy called me and was like, oh, you got your COVID protocols together? And like, what are you talking about? I said, well, you're going to have to wear a mask, your cast, and you're going to have to hire this COVID apparatchik on set who's going to test everybody every day. So what happens if somebody pops a positive on this horseshit test? And the guy's like, well, you got to take a break. He's got to leave set for 14 days. And I said, oh, this is a scam to keep small productions from actually going to work. Because if you're, Warner Brothers or Disney and somebody pops a positive, a DP pops a positive, I would just go throw them up at the Beverly, bring in the second guy at, $10,000 a day or whatever they pay those guys.
Is this because you had one SAG or all SAG?
Well, it was going to be SAG ultra low budget. So all that was going to be a SAG ultra low budget contract. So it doesn't have to all be all SAG actors, but because it was SAG, it was going to be a SAG thing. They were going to have this apparatchik guy there. And first of all, I'm not directing in a mask. You can forget it. But then if a guy pops a positive and we're done. It's over. Just throw in the towel. We're done production. It's not an option. So I had to go back to the drawing board and recast the whole thing and get very creative. And we did have SAG actors in the film, but we just did it indie.
Nice. That's the way through. The other way wasn't going to get you through. There's a good chance you could have lost your whole nest egg with that.
It's all. We were in like I said, it was pouring rain. I mean, during the shoot, I was worried that somebody was going to go test on their own. Because this was during the time when they were like, they could be like, this director trying to kill his cast or what, who knows what would have gone out. Yeah. So anyways.
No publicity is bad publicity unless you're going against COVID rules.
Right.
Then it's bad publicity. Let's talk about storytelling, because in order to write the script for either of these bigger projects that you're known for now, you started with an idea, but you had to fill in a lot of the blanks. So where did you, what were your movie academic influences? Did you study Hitchcock, Truffaut? Do you have directors that you learned how they work their craft and then you applied it to yours? What was your process?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm a cinephile. I've seen tens of thousands of films. I used, you know, I'd say the all-time great, the king is Kubrick. Nobody can touch Kubrick.
Okay, so
I mean,
as a director, how much of the stuff on the set did you know how to do then?
Oh, as a director, well, here's two things. I know quite a
Kubrick's
bit.
famous for knowing how to do all the things on the set, so he could do like he knew how to set up the lights and the mics and the cameras and all the good
Well,
stuff.
he knew how to do any of that, but he wasn't touching any of that stuff. The directing is you're designing the film and you're directing the actors and you're also the boss. But
No, I get that, but he knew what done right looked like on every single layer that brings the whole frame together. So did you
Yeah.
learn that for yourself before you were a director, or did you learn that as you were a director? Like the light
before,
was
I
too
didn't just
hot.
show up knowing. Yeah, I knew what I was doing. I mean, but the thing is, it's the thing I love about it is that you're constantly growing and changing. That's the kind of thing that it is. You know what I mean? Like I've done nowhere near the work I'm going to do yet. You know, and with this thing, we were so. I mean, it was like me flying in a Cessna. You know, with the wheel fell off and one of the wings is. I mean, it was like, you know, bouncing off the ground. So I didn't necessarily get to do my thing per se. Some scenes I did, but a lot of it was just make sure I get it done, you know?
Right.
And I try to do it, my thing as much as humanly possible and kind of put my stamp on it. You know, my creative, influence on it as a director, but my authorial influence on the film, but I didn't get to necessarily do my thing completely. You know what I mean? But does that answer your question?
Well, like, okay, so you nailed down that project, and from that rise in popularity, when did you guys start working on Barnum World? Like, how did that all come together? Because Jones Plantation, and they have a, like in the Venn diagram of those two films, there's overlap, but there's also distinct differences. And it seemed like you are less bound by an idea in a script, and you can just like formulate and put your vision out there through the Barnum World window, whereas Jones Plantation can only include these things and only has this like budget. But having a success in that realm and being recognized, was it easier to take a second project and kind of let your vision come through?
I've done a bunch of films and I understand the craft. And when you started film school, one thing I didn't learn a whole lot in film school, but the one thing you learn is that everybody wants to direct when they start, but most people are not directors. But I always thought everybody could direct, but just you have to, I don't know. It's just a thing you see. It's a spatial thing. You know, I don't know what it is. It's just like so many things that we do. We don't know why we do them, where they come from. That's why I don't get attached to like credits, and I just don't want people stealing my stuff, but because I don't know where it comes from anyway. But Barnum World is a diptych. So it's two completely separate films, but they're related conceptually. So Jones Plantation shows you the construct of the system. Barnum World shows you how they carry the system on. And it kind of came from, because legal man who played Mr. Jones also played Natty Jones in Barnum World. And he does a podcast called The Quash, and he talks about Barnum statements, which is a statement that sounds like it means something profound, but in fact, it means absolutely nothing because it means something different to everybody that hears it. And the one that's, you know, perfect right now is Make America Great Again. That sounds, by the way, Clinton used that, Reagan used that, and it sounds profound. Yeah, make America great again. But okay, if you put 20 people in a room and say 2 to 3 sentences, what does Make America Great Again mean to you? You're going to have 20 different answers. And it's unfalsifiable. It's unverifiable. If you sat Trump down and put him under oath and said, okay, make America great again, start asking him questions. What does great mean? You know what I mean? When you get done with office, if you made America great again, how would you measure that success? Well, I'm going to keep us out of wars. Oh, well, you didn't do that. So, you know what I mean? Like it's just a juicy statement that's thrown out there that gets the public juiced up. You know, make America great again, safe and effective. Your vote is your voice.
Most important election of our lifetime.
Right.
When it went all the way back to FDR.
Yeah, FDR. You
guys really nailed that. Beat that dead horse.
What's AOC had the one today? She said, we're not going to leave Georgia behind when she was in the Southern. We're not going to leave California behind. That's what Barnum said. What does that mean? You're not going to leave them behind. That doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. But it sounds like, yeah, we're not going to leave us behind. And that's a trick and a tool they use. And I heard that and I was like, I bet we could build something on that, you know? And I knew it was going to be a little micro budget thing. That's just going to be kind of a follow-up film, kind of an in-between film. So I contacted him and we did a much less smaller, it was like $50,000, but I knew it was a mockumentary. Originally it was just going to be a documentary.
Yeah, what made you go with mockumentary format? Because I think that's brilliant. It's a brilliant communication device to transfer information that's not like pointed at people. It comes in like on the tangent.
Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of came up. He he thinks he came up with Natty Jones. I trust me, I came up with Natty Jones. So when we got the budget, I went down to his place in Texas and we hung out for the weekend and came up with like the foundation for the script, kind of like the show flow. And at some point, I blurted it out. What if we do this? What if that? And he's much more. I'm the crazy ideas guy, and he's much more like, whoa, hold on a second. We're not just gonna throw a wrench in the engine right now. But I don't know. We just came up with this idea. I mean, and it doesn't really matter to me who came up with it. I mean, it wouldn't have if we hadn't done the Indiegogo and then been together in his house at that place at that time. None of this would happen anyways. It doesn't really matter. But it's just something that we have back and forth between us. So I think it's funny. But and then we just decided we'll make this crazy. And the backstory is that his dad worked at Rand, and his mother had a weird. She was like an alcoholic. She had some weird death, and he had some crazy stepmom growing up, and they kind of groomed him into Hollywood to be a storyteller, to be a propagandist. And so he's going to tell the story of what's really going on with this system. And they're like, well, why would you give the game away? He's like, nobody's going to listen to me anyway. It doesn't matter. He's just like, I'm tell the truth. And, people want to believe it. He goes, there's a one point in the film where he says, hey, you want to keep on believing these fantasies? I'm going to keep on living the high life and you're going to keep on paying for it. Thank you for your service. So, and we decided to give it away for free, which I don't recommend, but it's whatever. It is what it is. I didn't, it was $50,000 film. I think we'll just throw it up and let the public have it, but I don't recommend that.
Well, I mean, if it's $500,000 of somebody else's money, that's one thing. But when it's 50 grand, that's your marketing to your wider audience for your next film. Because I've seen Barnum World not only play on this podcast, but it's played on my back porch on a projector. It's played in New Hampshire at the Porcupine Freedom Festival on the side of my trailer. It's played a lot of places. You'd be surprised. It's like a cult classic out there. There's a lot of people sharing it and sharing it with friends who can appreciate such cinematic adventures.
Hey, I appreciate that. And I just want to say you're kind of a legend in the game. So I appreciate you having me on and I appreciate what you do. You guys do these like savage live streams. And I mean, and you have one of the best podcast titles of any show. Grand Theft World. That's like a film title. That's a great title, man. So yeah, I really appreciate that and all you do. I really like your work, man. And just your steez in general.
Well, likewise. And there's so few people out there who are like moving and shaking and actually doing stuff. And, where did you like pick up on the theme of storytelling? I remember having to study it because like in trying to communicate complicated things about like how the world works, I'm like, how do people like form like it's why, what, how, or is it how, what, why? And then it's like, oh, there's storytelling. It's the oldest thing. Human beings have always transferred information back and forth, and you have to learn how to do it so that people have like a reason to invest attention to get the value through the words. Knowledge becomes wisdom only when shared. You have to learn to share through storytelling. Now, did you have some influence that was like you read this book and you're like, oh, storytelling? Or for me, there's a professor from North Carolina called Brian Sturm, and he has this storytelling video. And I remember seeing that. I was like, oh, there's like the format, and now you see it everywhere. It's like the hero's journey as a format for character, going through the unknown and leap of faith and those sort of things. What was your influence? How'd you break it open?
It's funny when like I said, I had one teacher who really was my guy, and we actually became really good friends. And then he got weird in COVID, so we kind of diverged paths. But I still love him. But he got weird in COVID. But anyways, he told me that they had this meeting about different students. It said somebody said Andrew Treglia didn't find filmmaking found him. I don't really know. I honestly don't have an answer for that question. I don't know. I was just driven. I was driven to do it. I was compelled. I don't know why. I believe me, there's many a time I'm like, God, why didn't I? Because it's hard to live this life. It's stressful, and I don't know what drove me to do it. I can't answer that question. Just I guess God.
All right, here's my next question.
Drives us all. Uh-huh.
Do you shoot linearly, or like do you have to worry about continuity in your shots because you're like we have to pick up everything at this location, whether it's chronologically? What's your okay? So explain that, because you kind of have to know a little bit about one to do the other.
So you're talking about like here's the script. We're going to shoot page 1 today, page 2 today, page 3 today. No, I mean I don't have that kind of luxury. That would be nice.
Right. You got 18 days, you said, at the various places to shoot, right? Your shooting schedule, your production schedule is short. So you have to film everything at the church. And then
by the way, I did this. What you're talking about is as a skill set unto its own. We're talking about putting the production together. I did all that myself as well, which is unusual. I had my studio. I have a picture of it. I don't have it here, but I use cue cards. So I break it down with days. I have all the scenes.
Index cards?
Yeah, but big ones for this though.
Big ones.
I tape them on my wall in my living room, and it's like I'm putting stuff together. It takes about a month for me. Well, it depends, and I've got locations, I've got actors, and I'm putting it together. And so it's a Rubik's Cube where you're going, okay, first of all, you want to have everybody there that if you want to get as many people in and out as quick as possible, right? So if I'm going to have all 30 people, they need to all be there in the same 3 days. And then you want to just get people out of there because the longer people are hanging out, the more you're spending. Now, this is for this budget. And it's all a giant Jenga board. And it's kind of fun, but it's like I even organized the hotels. Like I did so many jobs in this that I don't ever want to do again. Like I said, I'd rather be on a forklift. And when you're doing all that stuff, it does pull away from your creative juice too. It's, when you're doing all these different kind of management type of jobs that other people do, but yeah, you're not shooting linearly. That's for the rich and famous. You know what I mean?
So now, so my question comes back to how locked in is your script when you start doing all that poster board type stuff? Is it like 80% locked? Like, because in order to do, there's an order of operations and they're interdependent. So I'm just trying to figure out like which domino did you knock over and how did you chase it?
Well, here's the deal. Your script. So think of the script as like a high rise. So you want your script, your foundation has to be rock solid. Okay. That thing's done. Now, as you're moving forward, you can decide, well, I want the walls on floor 2 to be green. Let's put the couch over here. Let's move the TVs over here. Let's have the gym on the roof. Well, let's have the gym on the 11th floor. Like that stuff moves around. So there's different directors do it different ways. And this one particularly, we had no rehearsals, right? So once you get warm bodies in real life, everything goes out. It doesn't go out the window. So the foundation was there. But we had all kinds of, I don't want to, we had some issues with some actors and things like that. So we had to make some major adjustments. So we went in with the script, we had the foundation, then we got in there, and then it was, I'm writing as we're going. And it was then me and Legal Man become writing partners. That was where it was all me and Legal Man at that point. Because he's a lawyer.
That's what I want people to know. Like Mike Tyson says, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's right. That's right. That's a great analogy of this.
So you had a great plan, but as soon as you walk on set, you're going to have to start thinking on your feet. And I want to point out to people that in entrepreneurism, there's not a much more higher use of the aptitude than filmmaking, because a film director or a producer of such content has to keep like thousands of things in their head and all the parts and pieces and the settings and all this sort of stuff. So it gets down to delegation of information and how can you work it forward, because you have those limited shooting days, you have limited budget. Now you're on set and we need to rewrite this part, and you're over there rewriting script, and then you're about to film it. Like, these things are happening very quickly, and you have to have the film made modularly. So if we lost 3 shooting days because of rain, well, we're not going to be able to include this picnic scene. And now does our story still make sense? Do we still have continuity? And so my curiosity was like, where did you sharpen these obtuse little things that are needed to bring about the end result? And you had to do them in the field, right? This is where the real experience is done, like getting into situations and figuring your way through.
Yeah. I mean, it's like going to war without getting shot at. So so let's say you have like a rain, like you said, so now you got to sit down quick and go, and this is where this is one of my gifts. Like I'm not, I can't change the oil in my car, but I can't cook. I eat eggs every day and I still can't make decent eggs, but I can do this. So it's like, I'll look at the script, go, okay, we'll move this. We'll shoot this now. We'll move that there. He'll stay an extra day. We'll fly her home. We'll do, moving stuff around. You're just figuring out what's the plan when you're under fire. And then the script, once we got in there, we shot the first scene. Everything went good. We got the scene 2 and it was like we hit a wall, and we got that scene done. And then that night I was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Cause and so then it was just literally, we had to rewrite. And like I said, Legal Man and I was my writing partner at this point. Okay. Larkin was there because he was like he did the first draft of the screenplay. Then he passed to me. We passed it back and forth. And then we got the screenplay done and we went to production. And he'd never done this before. And understandably, he was very upset at what was going on with the screenplay. More on that in a second, because that's just a typical thing. And the other people on set, especially the production manager, is like, this is why you never bring the screenwriter to set. This is why. But I was like, it's okay. He's here. So we at that point we're writing. And so Legal Man's a lawyer and he's a very efficient writer. So I would go sit down, do the script, and bring him in like Legal Man. And then he would come and just make it like more and more efficient. And we would just get like a 8-page scene down to the bare bones of exactly only thing we needed. And it just made the film so much better in the long run. And I don't know if that's always going to be the case, but in my opinion, it's a dialogue heavy film as it is. And so
the hurdle for the filmmaker is the person who writes the dialogue takes great pride in writing the dialogue. Right. And I wrote it right the first time. Don't go changing it. But you're like, hey, when a human being says that out loud in this context, it just doesn't flow right. So there needs to be more back and forth and less monologue-y, or whatever the feel is from the director that's why the screenwriter is not allowed to come to the set usually.
Usually. Right? Yeah. And it's like, especially somebody's never done it. But to his credit, he watched the film. First time he saw it, he cried. And then he said, and he did a video and for the public to see, and said, he goes, I loved it. It was great. And he goes, not only were they right about their changes, he goes, it was better than the original idea that I had. Because the other thing a decision that I made was, he thought it was going to be like a drama period piece. And I knew at our budget, we could not compete in the period piece space. There's just we just had to make sure the period piece stuff didn't take you out of the film. It didn't suck so bad that you're like, this doesn't work. That's got to be tight. The period stuff's got to be on point, but doesn't have to be great. It's got to look like it's in the period. That's all I care about.
It just has to not distract from the dialogue, which is the meaningful carrier of the message that has a substance. Yeah, it's got to be just good enough that we don't look like a bunch of bozos. You know what I mean? Like this is a professional output. You can watch the film, you can sit back and go, okay, I'm dealing with professionals here. And then I knew it'd be a film, like more of a cult film, where it's going to be a one-off, where it's going to be all kinds of different genres. It's got some comedy in there, some drama, some suspense, a little bit of violence. So I just thought, well, we're just going to make a weird one-off indie cult film, because that's the only shot we got, is the cult film genre. So that's what we did. And he didn't quite get, because plus me and Legal Man have the same sense of humor. So we were like, a lot of stuff we want to make funny, thought this would be hilarious. And so we were doing it kind of more funny. And it was something he didn't understand at the beginning. He didn't understand the looking into the camera, breaking the fourth wall stuff. He hated that, but then he loved it when he saw it. We're like, no, this is going to work really good, because we can get him to look at the camera, can read the lines, and just save us pages of them talking back and forth about it. You know what I mean? So we were just, like I said, we were just ripping. Just ripping and running, man, ripping and running. Did you have to give him an example of someone who actually breaks the fourth wall in a good way? Like I would have said, Burt Reynolds and Bandit or Hooper. Like I remember, where they talk to the camera, or maybe Cannonball Run. They would do stuff like that. Dean Martin would talk to the camera, those sort of things. And the audience wants to be kept on the loop too.
What's another good example of that? There's some, I can't remember actually off the top of my head. There's another good example that's not like I used to love the Cannonball Run films when I was a kid, but I don't. There's some other ones that are more like dramatic, that were
more contemporary.
Yeah,
there was that one a couple years ago with Jude Law where he'd break the fourth wall, and it was about it was like a department store, It was, I don't remember. It was 25 years ago. And
there was that one that was the finance one they did where everybody talking to the camera. The one about the housing market bubble. What was that called? Anyway.
There was too many of those films. The Big Short?
Well, I'll tell you, well, no, that doesn't really count either.
That wasn't
anyways, I don't know. We just decided to break the fourth wall and then we, like I said, we ripped the script up and made it funnier. Cause I was like, it's gotta be something totally off the wall. Like it just can't be, it's gotta be something you love Jones Plantation, you hate Jones Plantation, you've never seen anything like Jones Plantation. Right? It seems to have worked. I mean, it's been seen in over 60 countries. They taught it for a semester at this place called Brock University in Toronto, which is hard to believe because it's it's not left-wing slop, right? And
no, but it's outside the box, so they can't classify it.
That's the other thing.
They're like, it doesn't seem like the other side, so it must be our side.
Well,
it's like sending the Trojan horse to both sides, and it has freedom inside.
You just reiterated what my pitch was from the beginning. I said this is a Trojan horse because they're going to go, it's races and slaves and they have the racism, and then they get in the film and go, oh, this is not what I thought it was. So you can't. It's not. I always say it's not your grandpap's slave film. You know, it's not a slave. It's a slave film, but it's an analogy and a satire of the slavery we live in today through the lens of an antebellum slave plantation in the 1800s.
And for the record, the rumor that Christopher Nolan's Odyssey was stolen from Jones Plantation, the whole idea of a Trojan horse, just circulate that around. Because
what do you think of that? I keep hearing. I think
don't.
that yeah.
I have other things. So there was a good meme the other day, and it's just like Christopher Nolan hires like a bunch of LA actors for no Greeks in Odyssey. And then it has like Mel Gibson, like he goes to Mesoamerica, he hires indigenous actors. They speak indigenous languages, but like who's accepted and who's hated. Yeah. I mean, Christopher Nolan, I've always seen his work as like MI6 has to have filmmakers out there, guys.
Maybe. Now hold on now, because The Dark Knight, I think, is the.
I'm not saying he is.
That's my favorite
I'm just
movie.
saying, having studied the history of Hollywood, for instance, Kubrick is surrounded by guys that were in Special Operations Executive, Ken Adams, all these people around him. So I don't know what his involvement was, but everyone around him had a background. And so when you see a Christopher Nolan come out and they make movies like Tenet, do you ever see Tenet?
I did, and I just thought it was a metaphysical mess. I didn't get much out of it.
I started watching Tenet one time, and by the time they got up to the railroad tracks, I was like, this movie's stupid, and I turned it off. And then another time I got done with work and I came into it like halfway through or whatever, and I'm like, oh, this movie's interesting. What's going on? Red team, blue team. And I was like, so but again, I don't spend a lot of time trying to figure those things out. I just know that.
Well, I mean, Nolan is an auteur. He's an auteur. I would say, if I'm trying to be white pilled on it, is that he's been wanting to do this movie forever, and he just had.
And he
to
made
deal
it
with that.
IMAX.
Well, to get the money, he had to do the race and the trans horse shit just to get the money and get in there. Yeah.
Well, and to get the awards. That's how you get into the awards. Is you got to check all those boxes.
Like Tripoli was online saying it's like super good, super good. Here's the thing. So like, okay, if you think about it, like when The Dark Knight came out, like before The Dark Knight came out, everyone was freaking out because they heard that they cast that gay little pretty boy from Brokeback Mountain as the Joker, and they're like, dude, he just totally ruined the whole Batman franchise. But then, of course, he delivers like the greatest performance in history. So it's like, I don't know.
You're not going to get that from Elliot Page, but I get your point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just so funny. Just a side note, I thought it was the funniest thing. You know Nate Diaz, the MMA guy?
Yeah.
Well, they asked him to do what was the remake of the Bouncer movie that with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Roadhouse.
Okay, they asked Nate Diaz to do it, and he's like, I said they offered him like $1 million or something. He's like, fuck no. He's like, I ain't getting my ass kicked by fucking Brokeback Mountain. That's just the realest thing. Like he wouldn't take the money. He's like, I'm not getting my ass kicked by Brokeback Mountain. Anyways, I thought
interesting fact of history: the Templar logo was two men on horseback. Isn't that what Brokeback Mountain's cover is? Just like putting two and two together. On
interesting.
How such secret societies might have worked over time. All right. So, Drew, do you have another project coming up? What's your new film?
Yes, I'm working on it right now. I kind of just contradicting what I just said, but the next film is called Crazy Eddie. And
Iron Maiden?
Crazy Eddie.
Well, that was the guy from Iron Maiden. That was the guy on the cover of the Iron Maiden.
I didn't know
albums
that.
Back in the 80s, I'm pretty sure.
My title is inspired by the television electronics scammer from New York. Remember Crazy Eddie's
that's the
Prices Are
other
Insane?
one. Crazy Eddie's Prices Are Insane.
But it's not. It's like our generation's Dirty Harry. But the difference is that it's not the force is corrupt and no, he's like the force is actually there to protect the system. So he leaves the force, and his brother is a high up in the force there, starts bringing him these cases of people that are getting off because they got like a Soros thing. The mayor is in bed. It's like a trifecta of evil. The mayor, who's modeled after that mayor from Chicago during the COVID thing, Beetlejuice lady. It's that type of person. And then they've got an NGO, and then there's a gay grooming teacher who at night dresses up like a woman, and he's like a serial killer. There's a lot more going on. And then there's an Antifa leader who's almost like a cult of personality, and they have a huge child trafficking thing going on so it's like remember the old Dirty Harry films, there'd be stuff going on, but then there's like an understory going on through the whole thing.
You know, in a Death Wish Charles Bronson movie, you got to have some bad guys doing bad things. So the audience is like, we hate them. We hope somebody shows up and takes care of this. That's
Right. But it's all,
storytelling.
but it's also a complete deconstruction of the system that we're controlled by. It's the Bolshevik deconstruction. So
Well, I thought at one point you were talking about Rudy Giuliani because he has been known to dress in drag, and he could be seen as somebody who's responsible for deaths on 9/11. So I just wasn't sure, like, if that character was based on him.
he's also an Italian traitor piece of shit who got rid of police work with the conspiracy and RICO stuff. That's a whole other conversation. That guy's a real dirtbag, by the way.
He's a real
what he
piece
did
of
to his
work.
own people. Yeah. But yeah, it's called Crazy Eddie. And I'm about 2/3 of the way through the script.
Do you have
And-
isn't there a biography on that guy? Do you have the book? Crazy Eddie.
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
sure
it
there
has
was-
nothing to do with him. It's just a name. It just came to
Okay.
me. It has absolutely nothing to do with that guy. Yeah.
All right.
So Eddie's this ex-cop like lunatic that just goes around. His brother brings him these cases of this Soros attorneys that let these guys off, and he goes and takes care of them. So, but
And when's-
underneath it, there's this child trafficking thing going on. It all comes to a head. It's the thing is that there's nothing that that you can do to me the regime hasn't already done. So I have no fear. I don't care. Would rather not die, but I'm not afraid of dying. I'm the only. You're never going to own my ass. When I say I'm an indie filmmaker, I'm an indie filmmaker. You can't buy me, and I have no fear. So this thing is, there's never been a film that's going to really go after what we're dealing with right now like this in a violent way. There's a lot of violence in the film, but it's a 3-part series as I see the film. There's the first film, second film, third film, and there's a method to the madness. But this film is Eddie taking care of business. And I've been doing a lot. I recently read Program to Kill. I don't know. I'm sure you're familiar with that. The book Program to Kill, Dave McGowan.
No. Oh, Dave McGowan?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with McGowan's research, but not in the book form, but from his interviews. Because my friend Maria Heller, who just retired a couple months ago, she interviewed Dave McGowan for like 20 years, every week, or like something. It was, they had a regular, there's a whole archive before he wrote Weird Scenes at Laurel Canyon and all that stuff that everyone talks about today, like on TikTok and whatnot. Like, that was a tough road to hoe. And he passed away probably, 10, 15 years ago. There's a lot of good research there. But yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't own the book, is what I'm saying.
You could, do you do audiobooks?
I do sometimes, yeah.
Whatever. But anyways, if you read that book or listen to that book or whatever you want to do, then you really get an idea of how evil the system that we're controlled by is. The people that run it, the things that they do. It's a disturbing book, but he brings the receipts. And so I read that, and I've done looked into the Dutroux case, and and what's the one out there in Nebraska? The one that Nick
Franklin
Bryant
cover up.
Yeah, and so I've done my
Nick
research.
Bryant wrote the second book on it. The original one was Senator John DeCamp, who wrote the Franklin
Okay.
cover up, and then Bryant wrote the Franklin Scandal,
Okay.
which is like 30 or 40 years after the original, I think.
Okay. So,
But yes, there's a long and sordid history going all the way back to 1989. Cowboys took midnight tour of the White House, and all the stuff that went on with H.W. Bush, and before Jeff Gannon, then W. Bush.
Yeah. So it's the Crazy Eddie is going to be a film that, it's one of those things, like, I want to say things, but I don't want to sound like a lunatic or arrogant, you know what I mean? But like, if I'm able to do what I want to do, and if the film actually gets made and it's actually good and does what I think I want it to do, and I succeed, it's going to blow some people's tops off. I think it could inspire a whole new wave of cinema. There's a film called Fist in Pocket that came out in Italy in the 60s. And
I'm not familiar with it.
It's okay. And I think it's more, but it literally caused riots. I'm not saying I want to cause riots, but it's just, it's a film where the guy takes action and he doesn't care. And he's crazy. He's Crazy Eddie. He's a wild man. So, and it's got all the things. It's got all the things.
Like Taxi Driver. So Scorsese might have seen this joint in the 60s, and by the 70s, he's like, I got Taxi Driver for people, right? Because they were big on taking Italian obscure, Godard films and stuff like that, and like making them like, oh, spaghetti Western now.
The thing is that you got to be careful. It's hard to get the funding, but you also need to be careful who you get in bed with. There's the director named Jodorowsky. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He did El Topo and Holy Mountain.
No.
And I'm not sure which one came first, El Topo or Holy Mountain, but one of them was like blowing up all over the indie scene. And they took the film and just bought it and shelved it. And nobody could see it for 15, 20 years. And that could easily happen to somebody if you're not careful. I can tell you this, what I want to do, it's a vigilante, anti-authority, anti-tyranny film. I know there's a massive audience for this just based on the
V for Vendetta.
The ridiculous, all the energy went into that Citizen Vigilante, which was complete and total trash. And I don't trash people's work because I know how hard it is, but that was a propaganda piece. That was Zioslop. That's all that was. And it was just terrible filmmaking. I mean, really, really bad filmmaking. But
starring Armie Hammer.
People are starving for films that aren't made by people that hate them, that aren't trying to propagandize things that aren't based in reality. People are starved for that. That's the thing I get all the time. I get emails, people all the time telling me, and I know this isn't true because I'm a cinephile. It's not even remotely close to true. This is the best film I've ever seen. It's not the best film you've ever seen. You just find storytelling isn't dead. Cinema isn't dead. The technology is amazing. 100-foot screens, the audio. They're trying to destroy the collective experience that human beings have. One of the last ones that we have, when you go to a film and it's emotional or funny or whatever it is, and you're at the end of it, you have this weird experience with all these strangers, and you get up. I don't know about you, but I feel almost uncomfortable. Like when I'm leaving, like, oh, we just had this weird experience together. I'm crying from that or whatever. It's just, they're trying to destroy anything that brings us together. And storytelling, we can do so much to move the ball forward for human flourishing with storytelling that you can't do with anything else. I have a podcast, but you're doing a great job. I mean, you've got a huge podcast and a huge audience. We can do so much with storytelling. Anyways, I'm off my soapbox.
Have you
It
seen
took me 20 years
to
to get this good.
There you go. Have you seen The Shield, Drew?
Yeah, I remember you talked about. I saw your tweet. Is that your show?
No, dude. Okay, it's a show from the 2000s.
I know
piece
about
of storytelling
it.
cinema ever, dude. Ever.
That's a strong term. That's a strong one, but it's good. I like the Shield. I like the Shield better than The Wire. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, tell Richard.
Oh,
It's way better.
You like the Shield better than The Wire? What about? Is it better than Deadwood?
It's better than everything, man.
That's
the ending
Deadwood's
is
good.
unbelievable.
Deadwood and The Wire are those are my two tops,
dude. The Shield.
I mean, Peaky Blinders is pretty damn good too, because that's.
I'm never gonna shut up until we can nerd out about The Shield, dude. Never said that.
I like The Shield's all right. It's good. It's good TV.
No,
you know what's good? It's I would take, honestly, no offense, I'll take Miami Vice over The Shield. The 80s Miami Vice. You got to go back and rewatch that. The first episode is directed by Michael Mann. The pilot, it's a masterpiece. I'm telling you.
Hey, Michael Mann made a movie on Kiki Camarena once upon a time back in the day too.
Who's
it
that?
wasn't just Kiki Camarena was a U.S. DEA guy who got kidnapped in Mexico, tortured, interrogated, found dead, and then they found out that it was like the United States government that might have kind of done it.
Oh, okay. Always
Yeah.
like
And it was-
many such cases.
So Michael Mann made a movie about it back in the 90s,
What's it called?
and recently, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. But the recent iteration is The Last Narc on Amazon, is a miniseries with the guy who led the investigation into Camarena, and he brings the guys who kidnapped him into the film because they were Mexican federales that were working for CIA and a bunch of other people that kind of are still alive, some of them. So it's an interesting story. But Michael Mann made the first movie. I remember doing that research for the script.
Yeah, you wrote the script for what became that show. Of course, they ripped
We
you
wrote
off.
a script. Yes, Paul Verge and I wrote a script based on a 5-hour interview with a DEA, like the top DEA undercover guy, and he was so good, rising star in the agency. They put him in charge of this investigation, and when they did that, I'm telling you, they knew that they killed the guy. So they just set this dude up, and when he found out, they're like, "We think maybe you did it." And then he had to go on a run for like 20 years until the statute of limitations expired on his extradition to all this other crazy stuff. So yeah, we interviewed him. We wrote a script called Kilos, which was going to be like sold to
That's a good
Netflix
title.
because they were doing Narcos, and I said Kilos.
That's a good one, yeah.
So my partner, so Paul Verge and I wrote it, and our partner John took it to Netflix in LA with Hector, who's the whistleblower from the DEA, and they had a meeting, and then they said, "We're not interested." And then they made Narcos Mexico, which tells you the CIA's perspective. I could see why they're not interested in Kilos, because Kilos is what Amazon allowed out to the public, and Netflix apparently just takes the CIA's word for everything. So one of the guys who might be guilty might be the star when you watch Narcos Mexico, and you can watch The Last Narc and find out, oh my God, the government works differently than I was told on Schoolhouse Rock.
Wait a minute. So did you sell the
yeah.
script to Amazon?
No.
No.
So after the script went dead at Netflix, Hector got hooked up with Tiller Russell. Tiller Russell bought Hector's life rights and then went to Amazon and got $2 million. And then he made a documentary, The Last Narc. So it's a three-part miniseries on Amazon. And from my perspective, I was like, that's a lot of money for a documentary. But he has Rolling Stones licensed music. Like, I think he spent his entire budget on that. It's one of his better pieces of work, because he did a hit piece on Ross Ulbricht, and I'm friends with Ross's mom, and we didn't like that back then. But every now and then, there it is. Is this it? Drug Wars. Oh, so the Camarena story. It's the Michael Mann movie. I'm opening the link. It's called Drug Wars: The Camarena Story. And it's Stephen Bauer, and it's what, 1990.
Oh,
this is Michael Mann.
I like Stephen Bauer. I like Stephen. I'm a Stephen Bauer guy. He's good. Huh. I never even heard of that.
Yeah. So Kiki Camarena, he was investigating drug money laundering. He found like their payments and their banks and stuff like that. And then the people he found, like, it was like the H.W. Bush people, the CIA people, the people who took over.
Richard, I can't believe you've never looked into Program to Kill. I mean, that's kind of what.
Well,
the whole
only
thing is.
because I had listened. I've heard a lot of Dave McGowan interviews over the years, so I never bought his books when they came out later, because you would hear
so
the
you probably
interviews
already
as
know
he's like writing the while he's like
you already
writing
know
the
what he
book and
said. I
stuff like
got you.
that.
Yeah. So you know all that stuff, actually. Yeah. So it's nothing like anything new to you, is what you're saying. Just as a
You ever
side
see
note,
the
I
Kay
just saw-
Griggs tapes?
No. What's
Okay,
that?
so
Let me
it's
look
the
it up.
step
Hold on.
beyond that. So the Kay Griggs tapes originally they were like, I don't know, 4 hours or 6 hours on DVD, and now they're out there in various forms. But she was a whistleblower, and she went to her pastor and said, all this stuff, it sounds really far out there. But then I took a couple years and I learned about a lot of the people she was talking about, and yeah, there's a lot to what she was saying. So that's like another thing that would substantiate like a McGowan perspective. When you get enough of these people and they're pointing at the same things, right, from different overlaps, you could see a more three-dimensional reality of the set instead of just like the two-dimensional on the screen that they want to show us. It's got some
Well, I
movie
mean, like the
metaphor.
stuff like the Founders, when you have 100 kids or so saying the same story.
Well, the
Like,
Finders.
Wait, what?
I
mean, the Finders.
have,
Yes, wasn't there another one, the Founders? There's the Family. There's another one called the Family. You know about this stuff. I'm not telling you.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those groups that were
When you hear all these
known
kids with this
to
the
law
same
enforcement.
testimony, I mean, I don't, it's just.
Well, I saw in the past week, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I'm going to tell you a meme I saw. It was like a map of people who go missing every year, and then a map of the underground cave systems in this country. And I was like, And I had to move on with my day. But they were strikingly similar. Now, I don't know if someone's like, they're just making that up, and I didn't have time to verify it, so I don't consider it as value. But I'm just saying there's such things to be looked into that have yet to be figured out, maybe.
I just saw a film the other night that I highly recommend, that I never heard of. It's a Ridley Scott film called The Counselor. Have you guys ever heard of this?
I think I have seen it.
It's not a masterpiece. It's a Cormac McCarthy adaptation. And it got panned because people didn't understand what was going on with the dialogue. They didn't understand what he's adapting. And
who's in it?
The cast is outrageous. It's Brad Pitt has a part in it. Hold on. It's Brad Pitt. He had to ask me this. I can't remember his name. Cameron Diaz, who hurts the performance of her career. Javier Bardem, Penelope Cruz, Michael Fassbender. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So I have seen it because I remember Fassbender. That's what I was.
Bruno
thinking of when I
Gantz.
was like,
It's got. I mean, even the bit players. It's a really interesting. It's not like a masterpiece, but it's a really interesting film.
Yeah. And
It
that
shook
also,
me.
yeah.
Good.
Well, there was a couple of films like this. There's The Constant Gardener that gives you a perspective, and then there was that Clooney movie where he was like the whistleblower at the top of the corporate thing. They made.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really great film talk where we don't remember the movies and we're like, yeah, it started that guy from that thing.
That guy, you know, that one guy was in that one thing.
But we completely understand each other.
Yeah.
It's just the audience might not follow all such things.
I've been a little all over the place tonight anyway, though. I apologize for that. It's just been we haven't slept much this weekend.
If there's any interview you could do that in comfortably, it's right here.
Okay, good.
You know, the audience, they just set their expectations low every week, and then we overachieve. It's easy.
Okay.
And they're like the smartest audience on the planet, so they'll cut you a lot of slack because they know you're a real human being that's not like all Hollywood funded up and stuff like that, right? So they appreciate the glimpse into like behind the scenes of the Barnum world. It's just the man who made you laugh on screen all those times, right? Now, do you have funding?
Richard, I got a question for you real quick. I got a question. The chat wants to know that interview that you did with the cartel whistleblower guy. Is that available anywhere? Is that something you recorded?
It's not my
that...
footage, but it on John Massaria's Vimeo page, I'm sure you would see a whole bunch of clips from it. So I was a cinematographer on that joint, but John was Hector's manager at the time. And I don't even think, I mean, I have it someplace because we used it to write the script. That's a damn good question. And I'm pretty sure I have the contract with Hector's name for owning the footage. As far as like, if I wanted to show it to you guys, I have the piece of paper that could do that maybe, but I have to find the footage. It's on a hard drive. And so that's a good question. And the short answer is Vimeo page, John Massaria, or what's he call it? Something Pixel was his name. I'll have to look it up because I forget his handle on Vimeo. It was like something Pixel Studios, but that doesn't help you, does it?
Here we go again. I thought the Scott, your film that you're building, the last little sizzle you did, we had Charlie walking in the beginning.
Yeah.
That was much. Like that was good. Much improved.
That was just that's just like how the film. That's like the cold open of the film. So that hasn't even been put out yet. But yeah,
good,
dude.
though.
So that's that's gonna be awesome, dude. We're really excited, and it's like it's still in production. Like we're trying to just raise it, as you know, we're the fundraising thing, and like basically what I'm doing right now is like, you know, instead of doing like we have like a give send go. We're trying to direct traffic to the give send go, but basically as Unjected, we have a pretty big email list. Like we have a 95,000 person email list and a Substack, and so what we're trying to do is pair with other influencers or people that have an audience and do like an audience trade where we put out whatever your offer is, whatever you want to our audience, and you put ours out to your audience. So that's kind of that's one of the approaches we're taking right now. So if anybody's listening, has an audience or knows anybody, or if you Drew know anybody that'd be interested in like an audience trade, or if there's anything you want us to blast out, like that's what we're looking to do. You know, it's like a mutual thing. And we're talking with a lot of people behind the scenes, and things are happening. But yeah, as you know,
So you're
it's
saying
like,
you audience, I blast your thing out and then you blast my thing out. Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
Have you talked?
So, like,
Obviously,
if
you talked to Charlie about that, right? He'll do it.
Yeah, he's doing an activist post article. Gosh, even I think maybe something went out today. I haven't followed up, but yeah, I wrote an article for Activist Post, and that's going out here. And then I told him, yeah, dude, we'll blast out Activist Post on our channel and all that stuff, anything you want. So it's like, you know, things like that of that nature, just kind of just trying to get creative and hustling. We're in the creative hustling stage of
Yeah.
of early production. So there you go.
That's the number one way we got Jones out, was just honestly, I knew podcasts. Because if I go on the right podcast, the audience trusts the person, and the person's not going to have me on and say they want to watch the film. They should watch the film unless they mean it. And that was the and we knew it'd be a 2 to 5 year plan to get it out. It wasn't like a Hollywood film where you throw everything at the first weekend. A lot of people didn't understand that, but it worked. But the podcasts were everything. I mean, that's really where just getting on, and then eventually we had a couple bigger ones. We still haven't quite. I'll go on anybody's. I don't care. We had a talk with the PVD people.
Yeah.
And they went with civilian vigilante recently. Some other people. There's some other big podcasts. A couple of them out there, but you know, it's. I don't know. You know, it's it's not. You know, I'm not saying that they should have me on. It's not. I'm not giving anybody a homework assignment or anything. But I hope we'll see something will break through. I suspect it might even be after I come out with Crazy Eddie that people will go back.
Hopefully. You know what's really interesting too, because like the events surrounding this whole Unjected movie, like it's like we tried to do a singles mixer in Denver and it got canceled, and so because they publicly defamed us and all this shit, so we're suing them, and that made it all the way to like mainstream media, like the top of mainstream media, like Washington Post, Wired magazine, Playboy mag. We have an article coming out in Playboy magazine. I was just speaking to the Playboy journalist yesterday, and so it's like all the way up to the mainstream media, and I've been reaching out to all my contacts in the alternative media, the freedom people. I'm like, hey, like it's kind of newsworthy. What? And then crickets, dude. It's crazy. So I don't know what the hell is going on, dude. But it's interesting how that works.
Well, I mean, my podcast is growing, but it's little. But I'll say something about it next episode. I'm trying to think.
I'll get you paired up with Shelby. Shelby's a great guest, dude. She's the founder of Unjected, and
oh yeah, let's do it.
She's awesome, dude. But,
anytime. Yeah, let's do it. I'd like to do that. That sounds good.
Well, what other podcasts are you trying to break through to, other than like a Rogan level? Do you have others on your radar?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, should I say them? Because I don't want to put them on this. Like this.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, you could say, I'd really like to go on XYZ podcast, and then you could go use our clip genie and clip it and send it to them. And like, it's like it's one to many right now. We get it done right now. You don't have to write an email.
Yeah, I got
out loud.
I got lots of connections too.
There's we've had there's so many like spirited, passionate people around the film that just do this stuff on their own. I'm so grateful. It's ridiculous. But there's been several different Jimmy Dore events where they show up and give him DVDs and he says he knows about it, but maybe he doesn't like the film. That's the other thing. Maybe they don't like the film. You know what I mean? That's a possibility. Maybe they think, okay, this isn't going to get an audience. I want to talk about, Tyler Robinson. I mean, I get it. I understand. I don't have any ill will about anybody not having us on, but
hey, do you have like DVDs of your film?
Yeah, you can get them at the website.
If those DVDs found their way to like a green room at an event and made it into people's swag bag or something like that, that's another way to reach a Jimmy Dore type of character.
Yeah. I got to get you one of these. I mean, I don't know what you want to hang up, but I want that.
I want that poster. I want the thing that's behind.
Do you want it like that?
No, just take that one down, put it in the box, send it to me, and replace it at your leisure.
Just email me your address. I will send you one. I'm telling you.
Scott's on that right now.
Yeah, I've just been working on Crazy. So what I'm going to do is Crazy Eddie, when we get the script, when I get it finally done, we're going to have a read through, and there's some interesting people kind of tangentially involved with it. I'm getting it going where I'm trying to build the people now, and it's going to take place in Portland. And it's the tagline is "Justice is done," which is kind of a double entendre. It's justice is done, but justice is also done. Like the idea, this is one of my things I bang on about and conservatives hate me for, but none of this tyranny would happen if it wasn't for the government's armed goons. If they didn't have their armed goons, none of this tyranny. I know you want order. I want order too. But the idea that the government's police protect and serve you is idiotic. And just look at the COVID stuff. Would any of that occurred if people weren't afraid of the government's cops coming in and arresting them or shutting them down? None of that. I mean, they would have closed their business down if it wasn't for the fact they're afraid of the violence of the government cops. All of this stuff bridges upon that. So I'm going after that big. I mean, he quits the force in the opening scene. What were you gonna say?
That's awesome. I'll raise you one. Like I quickly started a podcast and then I ran out of steam because I started a new business. So I kind of just pivoted out of it. But it's like my hypothesis is like, yes, you're 100% right. So this is back to the bot stoppers thing, the audience that may be aware of this. So it's like I started a show with the idea that, okay, so yes, the government tyranny and the government is able to enforce what its will at any point because of its, police, military, blah, blah, blah. So fast forward 20 years from now, what do you think that's going to be? It's going to be robots. It's going to be humanoid robots. It's going to be drones. It's going to be like cyber warfare, all these things. And so it's like, as citizens under the Second Amendment, the whole spirit of the Second Amendment is to defend against a tyrannical government, right? And so my hypothesis is that right now we need to come up with new and innovative weapon systems to defend against, because like conventional weapons that are available to us now are not going to be sufficient to be able to have a check and balance for a tyrannical humanoid robot government. And so it's like we need to start having the conversation now about innovative new weapons and strategies under the guise of the Second Amendment, like EMP weapons, whatever it is.
That's really good. Yeah.
All that should be protected.
Just blow up and drop some electrical charge in the thing and it falls over.
Something, but it's like, even like there's not really a whole lot out there right now. Like some of the most advanced like drone defense technologies are like nets that you shoot, you know what I mean? But it's like, my argument is that no matter what it is, all that stuff should be available to us as citizens under the Second Amendment as a check against the humanoid government robot takeover. So anyway, I'm just trying to have that conversation.
No, I'm going to up it one more on top of that is, why do you think you need a Second Amendment? Like, I don't need some goof to tell me that I have a right to defend myself and my family and against the harm of somebody else. Why do we think we need Second Amendments? Why do we have this mentality that somebody else has to write something out on a piece of paper and suddenly I have rights?
Yep.
I have rights because I was born into this world. I'm the son of God. I don't mean that. Like,
well, I think they had rights, which is how
children of God. How about that?
That's how they got to write it down in the first place. They had these rights, and they're like, in case anyone tries to gaslight future kids, grandkids out of this, we better write it down.
Yeah, I don't think to say that the government's there to protect that right for me.
Because you're talking about guys, you're talking about guys who took up arms against the most powerful military in the world at the time. So I'm pretty sure they were pretty sure about their rights. It was like, we got to write it down because not everyone's going to be facing the empire, and they might forget when things get soft.
Well, the whole thing though is that the people like to say we started in 1776. At 1789, that's when I think it ended, because that was when they brought in the Constitution. The people that wrote the Constitution, they didn't want to give you the Bill of Rights. The only reason why they gave you the Bill of Rights. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They didn't want to do the Bill of Rights. They brought the Bill of Rights in just so they could push the Constitution through, and a bunch of people didn't show up for the vote. And if you look at some of the stuff that the anti-Constitution people, what were they called? Anti-Federalists. They're prescient. Everything he said was going to happen has happened. It's like as soon as you write that stuff down, then it's there for interpretation. Like the Constitution is meaningless because nobody can agree what it means. You know what I mean? Nobody can agree. It's a living document. It is what it says. Nobody can come to terms. Document. It's void for vagueness. It's void for vagueness. That's a legal term. The thing is void for. It's unnecessary. So my point is that we have got to start thinking about how we can organize ourselves. Like, if the very best interpretation of the system we have now is that it's like a typewriter. Okay, it's not. It's a control and extortion racket masquerading as a government. But we have to start thinking about how we can organize ourselves in a way that's the next thing. And I don't know what that looks like, but everybody's talking about doing this and doing that, and the thing's going to fall apart. Well, we're just going to get the same thing over again. We're going to continue the same over and over again until people start to think of a way we can organize ourselves so that we treat each other like adults.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think in order to be self-reliant adults, you got to do a lot of repair because that's not what the system is making these days. And when you figure out like they dumbed us down to get this situation, so to get ourselves back up to freedom, we might have to educate ourselves in a structured way across, like away from this tyranny that they've indoctrinated everyone else into believing. Maybe one of your future projects is like exposing the school system. You get there's a big audience for that out there. You'd have all the homeschoolers at hello. You'd have the people who pulled their kids out because of the vaccines during COVID. Like there's an audience out there for a future movie. Put that on
I'm
your
going
10
through
years
that
from
right now. I'm going through that right now. It's funny you bring that up because I don't want to put my kid in a public school. But the homeschooling thing. I know that's a big move. It's like it's a hard
Homeschooling co-ops. So local church probably already has like parents that their kids get together a couple days a week and do activities together, and then it's not so much on the parents to do everything at home and do everything solo because there's other people doing it. So there might be local resources like that in your area.
I like the homeschooling co-ops thing. Yeah, it's a thing right now we're going through because we're about to put her in another Montessori, and it's
well, Montessori is an excellent education system to start with. Check out classicallearner.com, Brett Pike's site.
So funny. I just sent that to my daughter's mother today. Literally, I was talking about with Charlie yesterday.
Friend of the show, Brett Pike.
Friend of the show, Brett Pike. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I know.
That's so funny. They brought him
follow
up,
him on Twitter because his tweets are educational too. But first, you got to watch. Someone's got to watch this stream. There's only 24 clicks on it. Good thing we have streams other places than Twitter. But Twitter is like. Do people see your tweets on there, Drew? Like when you post stuff, do you get more than 100 people that see it?
Every now and again. It's so bad. I don't even see I feel like, oh yeah, I forgot I was following this guy. It's unbelievable, right? I'm kind of getting tired of going on there. It's just pointless.
I took over the unjected.
They're trying to demoralize us.
Yeah, I basically decided to just put a lot of effort into it, and I'll do 100 tweets a day on the unjected one, and we've gotten up to 2.5 million impressions over the last couple of weeks, week and a half. So it's
okay. So it's work. So what's the trick? You just a lot of tweets.
Just overwhelm it, dude. Just go look at the X on unjected. I just say the most incendiary, divisive shit possible to try to get a reaction out of both sides. So there you go.
What's your biggest tweet? Like, what's the one?
The biggest tweet. Okay, I can tell you right now. So, the ones that got the most engagement ranked. There's one that went viral. We got oh shit, hold on. It got 1.3 million views. It says it literally takes 20 minutes of actual research to determine that vaccines are a scam and an instrument of death. If you can't figure it out, don't get mad at us. 1.3 million impressions. Now, what's funny is that all the people in the freaking comments, all the pro-vax people are like, oh, you only researched for 20 minutes? Of course you don't know anything. It's like, that's not even what I'm saying, dude. Of course. And so everyone's freaking out. It's something that gets people to freak out in the comments. And then the next one is 364,000 impressions, says no one regrets not taking the COVID shots. So it's
I saw that. That's a good one. How about unvaxxed men in 2026? Did you make that? Did you make that unvaxxed men in 2026? Me with all the girls chasing. That's a good one.
Yeah, I did. I edited that today. Yeah.
That's a funny one. So did you? Is it worth? I mean, how many followers have you picked up?
We got about almost 3,000 in the last week. It was about a week and a half where I started really conscientiously really tweeting. And then I noticed the last couple of days though, it's really slowed down. The first week we started getting a massive amount of impressions, and then the last couple of days it's been a trickle. But I'm just gonna keep pushing because basically the idea is that once you hit 5 million impressions, you can get monetized. And so my goal in the next 90, and you have to do it in a 90-day span. So my goal is to hit the 5 million within a 90-day span so we can get monetized and then just go from there. So I don't know. Who cares? I mean, I don't even know. I'm just having fun.
Yeah, it's an experiment. I love doing this kind of stuff. My freaking channel, my show, which is really cleverly titled The Drew Treglia Show.
There you go.
I for some reason, something's happened in the last few weeks where they're just slamming me. It was growing. I mean, I've got 5,300 followers or something on YouTube. This is YouTube. And I was getting 1,200, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 sometimes views on the show that I post there. The last 4 I've gotten I can break 500, and I've had on Jason Basler.
We've had him on. Yeah,
he's great.
Awesome.
Oh man, I can't remember anything. So I told you I'm a little dicey right now.
You had on a bunch of cool people that we've also had on, probably
with huge accounts, like you know what I mean, like big accounts. My point is they have huge accounts. They shared it, and it's just I don't know what's going on. I'm like I don't want to automatically blame the platform. Like I'm trying to figure out how I can figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, figure out what I can do to beat them. But it's
you
like
got to game the game.
You got to game the game. And dude, I think really all it comes down to, especially with podcasts, is short form, like clips of it, you know, both YouTube shorts and like Instagram.
Do you think that works as much? Do you think that works? I mean, you got to, I mean, that,
Yep.
there again, you got
That's
to,
the way you got to think about it. And this is like something I suck at, but I know that's the way to like think of the podcast as a source for clips for social media. Like the end goal, the end result is clips for social media. The podcast is just your bank of content that you then repurpose and clip into social media, because the social media is how you draw the people in. And so
And they got short attention spans over there, so
Yep.
you got to clip it. So
Yep.
you use
I
like Opus.
I
clip.
get more views on a podcast though. And then I clip them. I spend all this freaking time, even though you can AI the clips and stuff.
I know,
it's
dude.
like-
It's a pain in the ass, dude. I know, and it's crazy though. It's like I don't know. So it's a crazy game, but it's like I kind of got into the social media game at the beginning of the year, like basically started a social media management company, and it's like it's been.
I'm
crazy,
there. I'm
like-
right there. I got the same thing too. Yeah,
Yep,
I'm with
yep.
you. I'm with you.
And it's like, you know, my I have like one client right now I've been working with, and we just been blowing up his account, dude. It's been freaking awesome, man. It's been
What,
so much fun. It's
how
like,
much, what numbers? What do you and what platforms and what does he do?
on
If he-
Instagram. Instagram is the main one because he's a construction company. So my goal is to get him like, you know, leads and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I've gotten him like 200 followers in about a month and like 500,000 views across every platform. It's like he had one thing go over 250,000 impressions on what do you call it, on TikTok. So, and it's like it's almost like, dude, and it's just a formula. It's a formula. You just do a hot take that some people agree with and some people don't. Like this one video, I was building with him. I was out building a sauna with him, and we were listening to Fish on the radio. You know, the band Fish, Phish. Anyway, I was like, Ronnie, what the hell are we listening to, bro? And he's like, Fish, man. If you don't listen to Fish while you're building, like you're not even like a real craftsman. And I'm like, hold on. So I pull out the
Boom,
phone.
there you
I'm like, Ronnie, hold on. And so he starts going off, and he's like, and I'm just like, Ronnie, go off. And he just starts going off about how, yeah, if you don't listen to Fish while you're doing construction, then first of all, you're not a real craftsman, and just went off. And then I'm like, okay, now say this. And then he's like, if you're a homeowner and you walk in and your builders are listening to anything other than Fish, you need to fire them and call Ross Custom Carpentry right away. And so like that video is just blowing up, dude. And it's all these Fish fans that are following him. It's pretty hilarious. So
that is funny. And then
like,
you're gonna have a bunch of guys that are gonna want to get their 2 cents about what kind of music they listen to while they're working. Yeah.
But so what's happening for him though is that he's telling me like every single job site he goes to, they're all like, oh, Ronnie, the dude, I've seen her over the internet. They're like calling him like a celebrity or everything because like his shit's just blowing up online. So it's like he's getting leads. I'm getting customers reaching out to me because they're seeing what I'm doing for him, and so it's like, what the hell, dude? It's crazy.
Well, it's all about getting for the business, getting people to want to hang around with you. So if you get the business popular on social media, people want to hang out with you.
Yeah,
that's important.
There it is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a really
it's,
interesting thing, man. I don't know. But see, now I'm applying because the whole thing with Meta, it's different. It's a different strategy because like you're trying to test. They have ways of testing. Like they have these things on Instagram called trial reels, where you like post one video, but you tweak a bunch of different variants of it, and then it'll blast it out, but it won't show it to your followers. It'll just show it to people outside of your network, and then you find which one goes the most viral, and then you can post that one on your page. And so you can like the whole thing with Meta is like testing, you know, whether it's the copy, the font, the color, whatever it is, and whichever one resonates the most, you go with that one. And I'm kind of doing the same thing on X, where I'll say like all vaccines kill, or you know, vaccines have killed every single vaccine has killed somebody. You know, just testing different ways of. So you'll see, I'll do like 10 tweets in a row, slight different variation of the language, just to kind of see what tone
when you
works.
do that
And
on
that's
Instagram,
how the Meta ads work too. It's kind of
crazy. Are you running that through the Meta Business Suite and then just
yeah. It depends. It depends.
But I got hacked on Meta, and I still have this account on my Instagram. They won't remove it. Some guy in like Thailand, but he can't
That's
get on
a problem
anymore.
when you have problems with Meta and trying to get to like, you know,
I
they
lost
racked me up.
I lost access to my Drew Media page. I don't have it anymore. And I talked to somebody and they said they're going to help me take care of it. I haven't heard from them. It's like it's this Kafka-esque nightmare that and the labyrinth of the Meta platform is just, it's unbelievable. It's like, what is this crap? It's so it's
whereas
terrible.
like you could advertise on Rumble, like you can really dial in. So I would put a list of creators on Rumble that I want to advertise in front of their content, right? So they're getting paid, and I know that it's like a friendly freedom audience. Yeah, it's pretty easy, and I've never had to contact support for such things.
So you're happy with your Rumble situation?
But I'm not running it right now.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I discovered how to run billboards. And so I'm running digital billboards.
Are you getting leads?
Dude, these are lead magnets. So you give away something for free, they get on your email list. That's how you actually know you got leads. So you can put your lead magnet on a billboard, or you can put like, this is for summer school. So for
where do you see that?
enrollment-
Where is it posting to?
Okay. It is posting right now in Dallas, Houston, Nashville, Atlanta.
Oh, actual billboards in the city. And that's
Myrtle
working.
Beach, Tampa, Orlando, Miami, Boston, Pittsburgh, and New York City. I don't know if it's working until next week. So I just
How
started
much?
the experiment. You can start for as little as $10 a day to run a billboard, and I have a link that Colby can drop that in the Zoom, and Drew can grab that.
That's really funny. I went to Blip and we submitted an unjected one just because I was like, there's no way they're gonna approve. Like, literally, it said unvaxxed dating.
Some cities will
it,
approve
dude.
some things,
Really?
and some others. Like Atlanta, it's like, oh, this is a political thing or whatever. You know, you get feedback, but the gist is, for as little as $10, and if you have the graphic pack, you know, the various 1080, 1920 type of
Canva,
aspects,
dude, Canva.
once you start setting it up, it's pretty fucking easy. So I taught myself how to do that and how to make all the ad copy. And I went through like 10 ad campaigns in the past week on various billboards. And the numbers are pretty impressive for the price that you have to pay to get them. And it's digital. And I'd been recommending it to clients for a long time. So I figured I should try it myself.
Well, you know what? It's $10 a day. I mean, what's an amount you got to spend to actually get some action though?
You do get action for $10 a day. I'm paying $30 a day for all these because I don't want to run them all month. So I'd rather be like, let's condense it and get better ad placement. And then if I don't get leads from that are like commensurate with what I expect to make off of it, then I continue. But so far, I'm more impressed with this than maybe what I've seen from Facebook so far.
$30 a day, and that's one city?
No, I've got it in like 11 cities. So
it's
it's
like
like
$30 a city per day kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm
or?
doing $30 a city per day.
Okay.
And then so let's say on a $500 budget, I got 200,000 impressions or something like that.
Okay.
And then I'll see how many email addresses I have at a meeting on Monday.
Oh, that's interesting, because that'd be something. I've not done any advertising for Jones Plantation.
Right.
There's
That's
a
my
way-
point. And people on the highway, like people on the highway, they have cars cost
Right.
money. They're going to jobs they hate. So they want to see a movie like Jones Plantation.
Yeah.
Or
If I
they
say
want a
something like
lead
slavery
magnet.
never ended, now we're all slaves, that really rocks people when they hear that, because everybody knows, but they don't know why. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And when I learned how to do business back in the 90s,
sharp.
it was like $5,000 down for the billboard, and then $1,000 a month. And then if you wanted to change anything, God forbid, that's going to take another 3 months and 6 months before they put it on the board. I can change these, like, oh, I don't like this. Let's change it. And I upload the new file and it goes on the billboard.
That's
So,
amazing.
yeah,
How about,
that's
have you heard
only-
about this? What about TV ads? And I heard TV ads have gotten really cheap, and you can run TV. I'm interested in that.
Yeah,
Depends on
and
who
they're
your,
totally
what your
doable.
offer is and who your audience is. I would say, if you're selling,
of course,
But it's
you're
more
selling-
doable for independent today to
selling-
make a TV ad than
Right,
it was
right.
20 years ago, because you
Right,
needed
right.
special cameras to fit the NTSC, blah, blah, blah. Rec 709 colors and all the good stuff.
If you're selling
think-
compression socks, 100%.
I mean, films, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter.
If
I
you
mean,
had a screening of your film in whatever city and you put some of those digital billboards up, like,
oh, that's
you
a
know,
good idea. Ooh,
around
ooh,
Houston,
you give me
around
an
Dallas,
idea.
yeah, any of these places, and I'll give you a tutorial on how to set it all up if you want. I'm going to add an extra masterclass to summer school. I'll just teach Blip ads, how to put your offer on a billboard for $10 a day. Somebody's
Yeah.
interested in that. because knowing how to make your offer to the market. So anyway, my point is, because I went and did some things and messed around on Blip after talking about it for like a year, I finally went and did the thing. 200,000 people this past week saw my offer where otherwise they wouldn't have seen it in those cities. Right. And so,
you have, that's the other thing you were talking about earlier, is not being afraid to fail. That's so important. It's because it's like fail as fast as you can.
Fail fast, fail early, succeed sooner, because failure is cheaper now than it is later.
That's right. It's that's like when you're on set, you have to make a decision and you have to be willing to the decision to be wrong and live with it. You know what I mean? And move. You got to make the decision. You know what I mean? You can't
make, move, evaluate, keep moving forward, burn your boats behind you.
Yeah. Then I guess you're the pro at all this stuff. So you've got all the.
You're the pro, man. You're the one making the big movies. Look at this. My movies don't look like this. Drew, I don't want to keep you up all night. It's already, I just noticed it's been 2 hours. We usually do an hour interview. It's super easy to talk to you. I want to show people JonesPlantationFilm.com. You can follow Drew Treglia over here on the Twitter.
I can't get anywhere on Twitter. If you want to follow me there, I can't get anywhere in that. I mean, every time I go on there, I get some followers. I come back and they take 100 from me. I don't know. So it's just like, it's just hopeless. Also, people can find Jones Plantation on most of the major platforms. It's not on Netflix, but it's on Roku and Amazon and Apple and Tubi if they prefer to just kind of, go and watch it that way. That's fine too.
Well, I always found Tubi is the more encouraging version of not to be. It's either to be or not to be. See, I thought it was like a pun. But Drew, this was a lot of fun. I want to point people toward Barnum World is the best place, just like your YouTube channel, because you put it out for free there.
Oh, if you want to find out my stuff, I have my drewmedia.studio set up, and you can just go there. I have it set up like a link tree. So links to everything there. It's the easiest way. And I just posted an interview with Douglas McGregor's son, Cameron McGregor. It's more of like a right-wing guy. Brilliant, really smart guy, really sharp guy. Great interview. People want to check that out.
Oh, here it is right here.
Yeah, it's on my Drew TV. It's a great interview, I think. He's good. He's a smart guy. So, yeah. So, anyways, hey, guys, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it so much. Keep doing what you're doing.
I want to congratulate you on working out the audio thing. Remember that 2 hours ago?
Yeah.
If we hadn't fixed that had been going on the whole time. I want to thank the people in the Rumble chat who communicated very politely to Colby. And you see, when you communicate politely, we can fix stuff quickly.
Yes,
Drew, it's outstanding. I'll send you a clipped version of this interview so you can put it on your YouTube and share it on social media. And when you share it, tag me and I'll go look and I'll retweet for you.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, guys.
Thanks Drew. That was awesome, man.
Yeah, hit me up anytime, guys. Scott, if you want to hit me up anytime with the unjected stuff, I mean, I'm happy to at least give you feedback if you want or whatever. And
sounds good, man. We'll do.
I look forward to meeting you guys in person someday soon.
For sure.
Yeah, right on next time I'm in Arizona. Yeah.
New York City, 9/11. Be there.
What's going on then? It's just some
big 25th anniversary, dude. It's going down.
Is it?
Going down.
What's going on in Arizona?
Conference. So Richard Gage is putting together a big, it's called if you go to turningthetide911.org, it's a big 25th anniversary conference. So Richard Gage, Roger Waters is going to be there, Brett Weinstein, Jimmy Dore, a whole bunch of like whistleblower survivors, family members. It's going to be a pretty big deal. So yeah, well, we got Richard a speaking spot at it, and I'm going to go out there with my camera and see if I can get into any funny business. And we're going to
is it your conference?
It's not ours, but I
got asked to speak, and Scott's been working with them before I got asked to speak.
Yeah, like Richard Gage, like we had him on last week, and then this last week he called me on my phone, and he's like, "Hey man, I can use some help on the back end with some stuff, so we're gonna be helping him with some promotional stuff." And
nice.
Anyway, so we're like, we're gonna get like press passes, so we're gonna be like,
can I give me a couple of press passes? Because
I don't know, maybe possibly.
I'll reach out to him.
Look, I have press passes for the camera crew, Drew. So all you got to do is bring your camera with you.
There you go.
And you're on the camera crew with John Massaria, who, by the way, that's Good Pixel Productions is the answer to the question from earlier, John Massaria's video. But anyway, like you'll get to meet my other filmmaker buddies from the East Coast, and you got future projects.
I'm down.
Some of
I'm
these
not
people-
kidding. I'm
yeah.
down. I can you get me? You need 2 camera guys? I'll bring Doug too. I got a steady cam here. How many guys you need?
I'm pretty sure if you bring 2 camera guys, I'll be able to get you 2 tickets to get in.
All right, I'm in. I'm serious. I'm not even
See you in
shitting.
New York
Yeah.
at
Scott, that
9/11,
was a
dude.
good ask. I thought it was obtuse. I'm like, dude, he's in Phoenix. I'm inviting him to a New York event, but he's a man of action, and I like it, Drew.
I'm a man
Well,
of
and
action.
here's
I'm a
the
man of
thing, too.
adventure. I'm a man of
And
adventure.
This goes to all the people out there listening and watching. Come to New York City for 9/11. We can't get you press passes, okay? But come hang out, dude.
Yeah, safety in numbers.
I'm going to get you on camera for my podcast if I come out there, both of you. You hear me?
Yeah.
That's good.
All right,
That's
boys.
good.
Yeah, I'm in. I'll send me whatever you need to send me for that, and I will. I just sent the link to myself, so I'm
All right,
not
well,
kidding.
that sounds
I'm
like
gonna
that sounds like a lot of fun. And,
All right, boys.
The more coverage of such things, the better. So we
we'll
need
bring a couple
cameras on
black magics, some good lenses, bring some real good mics. I got lots of good mics. We'll set up.
Nice.
We'll bring some decent shit. So,
Hell yeah.
all right, fellas.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right.
Drew, good
Thanks, Drew.
workout,
Peace
bro. Everyone, you can follow Drew over here on the Twitter, Drew TV, at Tregsman. That's where you get
Go
it.
watch.
All
Go
right.
watch Jones Plantation, and go to. If you watch it
Look,
on
I'm gonna-
Amazon, give it a thumbs up if you like
I'm gonna
it.
argue that 80% of this audience has already seen your movies, bro. That's
Oh,
how
is that
cool
right?
our audience is. Yeah.
All right, thanks for screening on your show too. By the way, I appreciate.
Thanks
you
for
guys.
making it not sue me for screening your movie on my channel, because you know
That's
some
free. It's
people
free to
might
the
get
world.
litigious. Yeah, that's what I figured. And when I heard that, I was like, well, I do have a few friends I'd like to share it with. So that was a good workout tonight. I'll catch you later, and have a good rest of your evening.
All right, bye. See you guys.
Peace.
Have a good week.
Now, before we had Drew on here, let's see. Let me make sure. 'Cause you guys, Vimeo, Good Pixel Productions is the John Massario webpage for Vimeo, but there's no, all the other trailers have been taken down. So I have to ask him to get some links for such things. He does have one on Extortion 17 because he had interviewed the Navy SEALs families, but that's not really appropriate to what we're talking about here. And he does have all that Anthony Frida footage that you saw in the Corbett documentary a couple weeks ago where they went to the Truth Museum. That's on his Vimeo page here. You can see like that whole inside the Truth Museum and Frida giving his art over to the people that did the thing, probably, and made a museum afterwards to brag about it. But yeah, again, we don't have time for that in tonight's show card. So what we do have time for is, let's see, we just got out of Yuri Bezmenov, and we have a quick in memoriam for John Rappaport. Now, when I got into this type of research in the early 21st century, in the early 2000s, there were these things that floated around of recordings of radio shows and things that people did in the 70s, 80s, 90s, these sort of things. Some of those things you'd hear, you know, this guy called John Rappaport. I remember there was like probably dozens and dozens of these files in these archives that I had acquired from the internet. So you hear him talking about health freedom and the AIDS crisis. And he was a really what you would characterize classically as a muckraker. You know, the status quo, the establishment would say things in the news and media, and he would say, is that really true? And then he'd go and dig, and what he found was usually much more interesting than what they were willing to tell you, right? So the value he brought to any given endeavor was his how to think, not what to think type of style. I had the pleasure of getting to know him over the years, and we worked together on the film, the 2013 film documentary, State of Mind, The Psychology of Control. And I do have the raw footage of all those interviews kicking around someplace. What you're going to see is not from that, because you've probably already seen that. What you're going to see is maybe a clip you haven't seen on this show, or maybe I played it 3 weeks ago and forgot. I don't know. We're going to find out. What Colby has is from my series. There's a 24 episode series I did called History, so it doesn't repeat. In other words, the reason we are studying history is so it doesn't repeat. So I had Charlotte Iserbeat and G. Edward Griffin and a whole bunch of cool people come through there. And John Rappaport was one of the interviews I did. And I remember thinking, oh, you know, his Skype connection's not really good right now, but like, as long as you have clear audio, that's what the audience needs. So I remember in post-production, like I made him smaller on screen because you couldn't full screen it because he didn't have enough detail on the photo and stuff. So I would say this is probably 13 or 14 years old. And Colby, let's just drop it into the beginning because I probably do actually give him an introduction that it's more professional than what I just did. But I want to say I found out from Dan Dix a couple weeks ago that, or probably last week, that John had passed away. And it's sorry to see people like him graduate from the game of life, but like we have to leverage what these people have left behind as far as the research, the body of work. It's not just John Rappaport. It's people like Dave McGowan, who we were mentioning earlier, people who did a tremendous amount of work during their lifetime that is still very much applicable and relevant to the problems and challenges that we are encountering in today's world. So without further ado, before we continue on with tonight's news, we're going to have a couple minutes in memoriam for John Rappaport. So this is history, so it doesn't repeat. You know, I'm not 40 yet because I don't have a beard in this video. And let's see if I did justice to his esteemed epistemological views with my introduction, and we'll get to hear a few words from him before we move on with other clips like flock cameras and stuff like that. Let's go to history so it doesn't repeat.
Tonight on History, So It Doesn't Repeat, we feature an interview with Pulitzer Prize-nominated investigative journalist John Rappaport, delving into the secrets of Watergate 40 years later, as well as recent scandals you're not hearing about. We'll discover how to analyze the news so you can understand the world. Learning's the answer. What's the question? It's all coming up on History, So It Doesn't Repeat.
Welcome back to History, So It Doesn't Repeat. I'm your host and navigator, Richard Grove, and tonight we're going to talk with one of the few investigative journalists left in North America, truly an endangered species for now. And after tonight, maybe you'll be inspired to do likewise and jump aboard an adventure where you follow the questions wherever they lead. John Rappaport, in addition to being nominated for a Pulitzer Prize during his prodigious 30 years working as an investigative journalist, is the author of The Secret Behind Secret Societies, as well as two explosive collections, The Matrix Revealed and Exit from the Matrix. He's published thousands of articles on global politics, health, logic, and creative power to audiences around the world. I've listened to John's interviews and read his articles for more than 10 years, and since 1996, John's been independent, which is what makes his work so superb, publishing without censorship at nomorefakenews.com. John, welcome to History. It's my pleasure. I would like you to consider this your platform to say anything you want. I'd like to start out with talking about what you're working on right now, and then we can talk about some things you've done recently.
Well, I'm working on some scandals right now, along with a lot of other people. What's happening with the IRS scandal, the Benghazi scandal, the AAP, Associated Press reporter scandal. And, you know, it's interesting because I lived through Watergate to see how the liars are operating these days as opposed to how they operated back in the early 1970s. And I have to say it's pretty similar. The people are basically stonewalling everybody they can stonewall. They're pretending that there is no problem. This isn't really a scandal, Jay Carney says, for the White House. It's just, you know, a bunch of mistakes. And that's where they're at. So it'll be interesting to see how big this gets, because I'm sure it's going to get bigger, especially which groups have been targeted by the IRS, not just politically conservative groups, but all sorts of people that the White House perceived as enemies, just like Nixon did.
Well, I noticed when I was reading your article the other day, I've got here, flashback, Watergate, Nixon, Nazis, and Rockefeller, and that's 40 years after after Watergate. We're still learning new things about Watergate. On the same day that article that you posted came out, I think the favorite hashtag on Twitter was things Jay Carney does know, because he said so many times, "I don't know." And then I just saw clips of Attorney General Holder saying, "I don't know," over and over again. So little has changed in the past 40 years, except I think maybe the methods that they're using and the level of propaganda that's the info war that's being waged on the audience. Can you speak to how journalism has changed in the last 40 years and how maybe you've even adapted and evolved to overcome some of those challenges?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, first of all, Watergate was not really an investigative story. I mean, that was the presentation to the public, because Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein became very famous. In fact, almost as famous as Nixon, for tracking down this unbelievable story of corruption in the White House. But in fact, that story never would have been given to them as two cub reporters by Ben Bradley of the Washington Post if he didn't already have it in his pocket. Because at risk was the reputation of the paper, the Washington Post, the survival of the Katharine Graham empire, which included the Washington Post, and associated investments and businesses, all of which would have crumbled completely if they were off base in attacking the Attorney General of the United States, the sitting president, and so on and so forth. So the myth was floated that investigative reporting was alive and well, when actually it had been on the decline for some time, even in the early 1970s, and that has done nothing but, that decline has continued to this day. The obvious reason being that if you set loose the hounds and you say, here's what we think is a big story, you guys track it down and we'll print whatever you can verify, you are now putting the establishment at risk. The upper establishment, which means politicians in Washington, but power players far above them, like Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not really done. And I knew this when I started working as a reporter in 1982. So I always bridled at the idea that I was working on assignment for newspapers and magazines. And so I tried various strategies to overcome this. For example, I would write the story first, and then I would pitch it to an editor, and if he said, we're interested, I would just send him the story before he had a chance to, describe the parameters and what was possible and what was not possible. And occasionally that would work. Sometimes it wouldn't. But long around 1988, 87, I decided that I'd really had enough, because if I was going to get into this business as a reporter, then, I wanted to feel that I had complete freedom to go wherever I wanted to go. And so that's when I made a book deal with a small publisher to write a book called AIDS Inc., Scandal of the Century, which was a scientific investigation of medical fraud. And from that point on, I realized that there was really no going back. So when I caught hold of the internet wave, 2000, 2001, I realized this is it. I can write a story and publish it in 3 seconds as soon as I'm done, and nobody's standing in the way. People have to understand that in the old days, and even now, to some degree, I would pitch a story to a magazine, and they would say, yes, okay, this looks good, go ahead and write it. And then what would happen is it would take me perhaps 3 weeks to write it. I would send it in, and then another month or two might go by before it was ever published, as opposed to writing the story and 10 seconds later, it's posted up on the internet. So that was my grand solution, along with a lot of other people. Only I was coming from a background of already having been a reporter and understanding how the game works. So those are a few of the strategies.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the game. I mean, after playing the game, you figured that you could be more efficient, more effective by having your own website, by taking the censorship loop, the delay loop, so you could actually get information out there, analysis, almost real time. Whereas back in 1995, I think it was an August talk that I heard you doing at one point on the Oklahoma City bombing, and you were laying out all these incredible facts in a time before the internet was really out there. It was only a couple months after the bombing, and as an investigative muckraker, you're out there, you've already assembled so many contradictions that it made it look silly, and yet because you didn't have the internet at that time to really get it out there, I found it on an archive CD set in 2004, and I was like, wow, why did no one tell me about this? And I think it's one of those points where I realized the death of investigative journalism bit by bit, incrementally, as they removed the budgets and tried to make things profitable. You had to adapt and evolve, and I just want to give you props for doing a great job over the years. You've stayed consistent, you've improved your game, you're as articulate and poetic as ever, and you've only gotten better. So I hope more people learn from what you're doing and want to do likewise. I have a couple notes here about the establishment. Let's talk a minute about Katharine Graham and the legacy of the Washington Post in general, with Eugene Meyer, Cord Meyer. There's a lot of interesting connections there to some banks, some Nazis, some really things that are outside the public, things that aren't published in the Washington Post.
Well, Katharine Graham was very close to the Rockefeller family, and that's the big point. She was given a posthumous award by the University of Chicago, which loved her. That university was, in fact, bankrolled and founded by John D. Rockefeller. And so Nixon was Rockefeller's man. And when Rockefeller saved Nixon from financial ruin. And so when Nixon won the presidency, it was assumed by the Rockefellers that he would play ball. And when he didn't, by raising tariffs on certain imported goods into the United States, which was, a shot across the bow of free trade, which was one of the primary agendas of the globalists, which we're talking about Rockefeller interests, for example, they decided that they had to get rid of him as soon as possible. And they had the connection to Katharine Graham. She hated Nixon, Nixon hated her, so that was a good kind of, setup. And hence the Watergate story. I mean, Nixon was a crook, he was a liar, he was a parody of a president and all of those things, but the real reason for the investigation by the Washington Post had to do with Nixon's attempt to cross swords with the agenda of globalism. Free trade, NAFTA, GATT, World Trade Organization, all of these things were on the table at that point. They hadn't been, of course, made real, but that was the agenda. And really what we're talking about here on one level is mega corporate control of the planet. And if we go back to one of the godfathers of that concept, we come to IG Farben, which was the infamous Nazi cartel, chemicals, dyes, pharmaceuticals, that at the outbreak of World War II was the most powerful company in the world. They had deals, business deals with Rockefeller, Standard Oil, and many, many other companies around the world. At the end of World War II, the idea had caught on among the elite, the globalists, fully caught on. This is our planet now. IG Farben showed us the way. All we have to do now is to cooperate among ourselves to a greater degree than we compete, and we can own this world. But in order to do that, we need to launch certain edicts, among which was free trade. Very big. All of the negotiations for GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, were really started in earnest in 1945 at the end of World War II, culminating about 50.
Here is the founder of Flock Safety, Garrett something. Doesn't look like he's even 40. This is Garrett, the billionaire Flock guy, describing how he feels about anyone who disagrees with his project. Watch.
Corporate wars, looking at citizen projects where citizens concerned about the rise of Flock and Flock cameras going up everywhere and increased surveillance everywhere. Yeah. There's an organization called DFlock, who are semi-well known now, I guess, if you're interested in this stuff, who take a fairly aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras and having a Discord channel where they talk about potential, activities to move against Flock and stop it expanding. What do you think of that organization and the way they go about their business?
Yeah. So, I think there's really two groups of activists. You've got organizations like the ACLU and the EFF who take an above-board approach to fight for their point of view. And thankfully, we live in a beautifully democratic, capitalistic country where we can fight in court. And I have a lot of respect for those groups because they have reasonable debates and we follow the law. And then, unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFlock, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. And that, I think, is unfortunate because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order. I like a society that has a bedrock of safety.
It'd be interesting to know where the douchebag factory is that turns out billionaires in T-shirts who run our most powerful companies. Who is that guy? He's a billionaire. Where'd the money come from? Oh, from state and local governments. It's tax dollars. Mr. T-shirt guy, Garrett Langley or something. He just described a group called DFlock as a, quote, terroristic organization. Well, what's DFlock? Well, if that's the only knowledge you have of DFlock, you probably think it's, as he said, it's like Antifa. Guys in black masks spray painting things and beating people over the head with flagpoles and shooting bear spray into the faces of cops. Antifa, they want chaos. Well, actually, unlike Antifa, DFlock has a website. So you can just kind of go there and assess for yourself. What is DFlock? Well, the answer was in the question, and it was accurate. DFlock is a group on the internet that tells you where the Flock cameras are. That's what they do. They have a map. They're not for Flock cameras or any license plate readers. They think they're a violation of the Fourth Amendment. They think they're an invasion of your privacy. They think they're dehumanizing. All true, by the way. But what they really do is keep track of where the monitors are, where you're being surveilled. And you can go on the map. It's dflock.com. and find out where they are in your neighborhood. And by the way, it's overwhelmingly likely that you have them in your neighborhood, that you're being watched. You didn't even know it. And that's because the people who are supposed to be protecting you, actually protecting you, like the mayor of your town, or the chief of your police department, or your member of Congress, or your governor, they should be telling you, but they don't, because they don't care at all about you or your privacy. And so DFlock steps in and says, maybe you'd like to know where these cameras are. And in some cases, because the information is out there, the guy in the American flag shirt and the sombrero may disable the camera. Okay. But most people would like to know. And so providing that information is terrorism, really? So think about what the T-shirt douchebag guy is saying. The billionaire that got rich on your tax dollars is saying to you. He's saying, we get to know everything about you. Everything. Well, you don't even know we're here. Actually, we have a drone overhead that at the distance of hundreds of yards can see everything about you, just like a military drone. And that information is going, well, we're not going to tell you where it's going. I mean, it's proprietary information that's going to the client, but what's he doing with it? He could be selling it to insurance companies, to other governments, to companies, to data brokers who can sell to all the above. That's not happening? I don't know. Mr. T-shirt billionaire, is it happening? Shut up. But in other words, he's reserving the right to use tax dollars to know everything about you. But if you want to know anything about their company, Flock Safety, you're a terrorist. Oh, you're a terrorist. It's a terroristic organization. Are they committing acts of terror? No, they're actually disseminating knowledge that he's not contesting as factual. He's not saying it's wrong. It's accurate. That's why he calls them terrorists. How dare you? You get to know everything. This is sort of the deal the government has with us, or federal law enforcement has with us. You lie to an FBI agent, any federal agent, go right to jail. And if you live long enough, you'll know people who do go to jail for doing that. So, of course, the FBI can't lie to you, right? Oh, yes, they can. So, in other words, your employees that you pay who work for you, an FBI agent works for you, hey, get me a cup of coffee, son. That's the posture. He works for you. He's your employee. He's your housekeeper with a gun. You're paying his salary. But if you lie to him, you go to jail, but he is absolutely allowed to lie to you and does all the time and faces no penalty because there's no law against it. Well, that's called asymmetrical. That's called unjust. And that's been true for a long time. But now you have a so-called private sector company, a defender of what he described, the T-shirt kid billionaire described as capitalism. Capitalism. Oh, it's capitalism, huh? Taking money from the public without their consent, spying on them, and then if they try to even know what's going on, they're terrorists like Antifa who are against order. Yeah, so that's not a sustainable system, by the way. And across the country, these very obvious and clearly identified on dflock.com, God bless them for doing that, cameras are under assault. It's hard to know how many. Flock on their website says not many. Well, it seems like a lot. But pretty soon it won't matter because they're going to be in drones. And unless you're an extremely good shot with a tightly choked 12 gauge, you're probably not going to knock one down. And if you do, you're going right to jail. Discharging a firearm. So they get to like hover over your bedroom window if they want. There's no law against it. Watch you and your wife and listen. But if you take any action at all, or even complain too loudly or tell other people that it's happening, you're a terrorist. Okay, now. So while we can, in other words, while these surveillance devices, this whole North Korean setup that we're building here in the United States is still visible to us before it's all airborne, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. You might not even know it's there at that point. There'll be no way to identify it. There'll be no deflocked for drones because they're mobile. So during this moment when we can talk about it, it seems like maybe it's worth talking about it. We're not big on debt, but there are times when you have to take a loan.
All right, check it out. It's not dflock.com, it's dflock.org, everybody. So you can check it out. You can launch the map. We'll do that, open it in a new tab. But I just wanted to show you this. Let's go. This make will it make it bigger? Make it open. Anyway, all right, let me control plus. Boom, 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 boom. All right, enhance. I want you to notice that it's not just a license plate reader. It is a unique identifier using all sorts of things on the car. So this guy's truck, yes, it gets the license plate, but if he had no license plate, they could still know exactly who he is, where he's been, the evolution of the stickers on his truck, how many times he's washed it. Like all these unique identifiers are going to go into the AI system that they're using behind this, right? So the cameras are collecting raw material, which is then identified through who created the facial recognition software that's being used for all this stuff. Do you know?
No.
It was developed for Las Vegas casinos first. It was developed by Israeli software makers because they might have ties to the casinos where people like the Adelsons might own casinos out there in the place that was founded by Bugsy Siegel in the middle of the desert, right? So those types of things. So you think, oh, it's legit. There's a lot of money in a casino. You got to watch all the people playing, make sure they don't cheat. And that's where they have the use case, but that's not where it's going to be limited to. Now they moved it out. Like you're in the casino now. When you go around, they're watching you everywhere, just like you were in a casino, right? When you went into a casino, you know you were going to be watched because like it's a casino, but now they just made the whole planet into like the casino. So those unique identifiers are not something that you could easily trick or fool or change, because you might take that sticker off, but it's still got 12 other identifiers that uniquely identify the truck, plus the Wi-Fi signature, plus your TPMS, tire pressure management system, has Bluetooth. there's all sorts of Internet of Things that they've put into all these things. So as you're driving down the highway, it's not just Flock. They got all these other readers that are sniffing your Wi-Fi, sniffing your phone, doing all this sort of stuff. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's not freedom. And for that dude to recognize people who are resisting as terrorists, I mean, 1776 might commence again over such things. I've seen a lot of people out there taking a lot of actions, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty edgy. But you know, it's also pretty edgy to stick cameras in everybody's everything and like take away their privacy in the claim of security. So here's how you have to, as a thinking person, weigh it out, because they're going to tell you, oh, it saves lives, it saves children, it saves blood. Oh, yes, it does. Is there other ways to save lives and save children? Like maybe there's another way to do it. And then it's not the best case of the software. It's what the worst case of the software in the worst person's hands. And when you have unsecure cameras and you got people that can just hack into them, because I'm going to show you some clips, and it's not going to be a comforting thing. It's certainly not going to uphold their business plan, because I think it's pretty evident that the founders and the people who are doing PR for that company are lying to the public. And when they called people terrorists, I mean, I just ignored it because I moved on, because everything in the Twitter feed was Flock. It was just all Flock, right? I just moved on. The people out there with the sawzalls doing the things, I think they probably take it more serious than people who are just observing the situation from afar. You know, I'm not in a town that's heavily flocked up. That's like, if you go adjacent towns over, there's a couple, but there's also been a bunch of Connecticut towns who have resisted Flock and push back. And that's because they've trained citizens here. There's been several things. They tried to change homeschooling laws. They tried to change gun laws. You're now getting people, it's like, oh, it's Tuesday, we got to go to town hall. People are like participating in local government at a higher rate than in recent memory. And it's because of these little infringements that they're doing, these little tiptoe totalitarianism that they're doing on a full spectrum all over the place. It's not just like you got to watch out for religious vaccine mandates. You got to watch out for them changing how homeschooling's done, how your guns are handled, or when you can shoot, or you got to call for permission. And Flock is just watching over the whole thing, taking pictures the whole time that can be used against you, right? Can and will be used against you in a court of law, not to exonerate you ever. Never will they use these things to be like, this guy didn't do it. They'll just be like, we just got two people for the same thing. How many false arrests have happened because of Flock, where some woman's in the house with feeding her cat, and they come and they're like, no, we got the pictures and you're going to like, yeah, you can win later with the lawyer and get some money, but who wants to deal with the loss of freedom up front and all the frustration and stress and turmoil that causes anyway, right? And again, until you guys are going to unredact the Epstein list and actually go after the criminals, I don't think a lot of people are into like supporting the bullshit and pretending and playing along. You want people to continue like, send it in. We got to pay $1 trillion to these people. We don't know, but we owe them $1 trillion in interest this year. You know, if you want people to keep participating in such shenanigans, then you can't be doing this stuff to them, because when you call them terrorists, you're taking innocent, honest people and you're turning them into criminals. Just like when they change little gun law and say, oh, this bump stock or this thing makes it, you're just making innocent, law-abiding people into felons. And they might think, oh, well, if I'm going to be castigated or characterized like that, what else is in the category? What else is in the folder? You don't want people exploring into that stuff. And we don't want a civil war, and we don't need another revolution. But what we do need is some people to get educated enough to be able to talk and communicate their message to others, so you can have strength in numbers, group strength. And that's where you can make yourself heard in the world. You need strength in numbers to do that. And you have to be able to communicate your message to other people, kind of like what Drew just spent 2 hours explaining to you guys. In case you didn't get that, it's like, here's someone who knows how to do the thing that most people don't know how to do. And I was trying to have him educate those of you who are interested in not just being mediocre. Let's say it like that. Scott, thoughts on Flock?
That's all good stuff, man. Yeah, I was just thinking how it's really funny how just over these last 10 years, it seems like every single thing that I firmly believe in makes me a terrorist for some reason. I don't know what that is. Maybe I just I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people out there can relate. It's like, why is it that every single thing that I'm so passionate about like automatically makes me a terrorist, dude? It's so crazy. So I don't know. Yeah, I completely agree. Like it's just another layer of surveillance, intrusive removal of freedom, and it's unacceptable. So, you know,
I was just going to say, and it's not as localized. Like it's
Yeah.
It's a big thing if people haven't heard about it, and it's only been getting bigger without resistance. But because of this new awareness, you know, maybe some people get their privacy back because, again, it's not about you don't have anything to hide. It's like these people will just take data and use it against you, and you are a market for them. They are like, here's a technicality, right? Fourth Amendment protects you against government spying on you. Flock is a private company, right? Now, is a private company allowed to spy on you? Is a private company allowed to take your data without your permission, sell it to a market, make you a product, and then use taxpayer dollars to pay for the infrastructure? I think that's where it gets pretty dicey, right? Taxation might be theft. Can you use stolen dollars to do good things? I don't know. Is this a Robin Hood story? If so, who's robbing the hoods? It doesn't seem like Garrett Langley is robbing the hoods. Seems like he's got easy money getting government contracts to support his capitalist business, which is also, in the words of Benito Mussolini, that is what fascism is. It's the merger of corporations and government where you can't tell the difference. And it's been like that since they gave corporations personhood. So Union Pacific Railroad versus Santa Clara County, 1898. Morrison Waite, Waite, I think was his name, was a Skull and Bones Chief Justice, but it wasn't his decision that corporations got the personhood up. It was a clerk's note on top of the case that misinterpreted the findings of the case that actually gives corporate personhood this right to act like a zombie that can never be killed, has no body to incarcerate and no soul to save, and has really fucked up the planet for the past 100+ years. So maybe we could get some smart lawyers together and fix that shit, because that sounds like an Achilles heel on their plan if there ever was one. But that's a different topic for a different show, probably.
Yeah. And I I also think it's not smart to go cut them down. I really don't. Because they'll put another one up the next day and you're just gonna have a felony, dude. Now here's the thing, like all these people, they're online LARPing, they think they're like in their heads, they think they're like a superhero or something, dude. Like if you've never committed felonies before, then you don't know the game. Okay. When you're
how about this
moving in that world, like Biggie Smalls says, bad boys move in silence and violence. Okay. You gotta if you're a felon, if you're a criminal, you don't talk about it. You don't talk about it on the internet. If you're gonna do something, just do it. Don't say any fucking thing about it. And if you're out there encouraging your followers to do it, then I would say that you're probably not doing it yourself, which is kind of lame. It's kind of a LARP. It's kind of stupid. So if you're about it, be about it. If you're not, shut up, because you've never had handcuffs on you. You've never been in a prison cell, and it's just not worth it, dude, to ruin your whole life, get a bunch of felonies. Not worth it, because they'll put another one up the next day. There's other ways to go about it. So I just want to be very clear that it's just not good. Don't throw your life away because of like some superhero thing you saw on the internet, dude. Like literally a felony is no fucking joke, man. So
are you saying it's possible that people might notice a trend on social media and go try to copycat it and then find themselves in the back of a squad car and calling a lawyer and shit like that?
Yeah. And then they're like, dude, like felonies, dude, it's not just some silly little internet trend, dude. It's a whole deal. And people are getting felonies right now for it. And I feel bad for these people because they think it's all fun and games. They think it's like a superhero thing, and then it's like, it's not, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's private property. It's guarded, secured private property used by police, and they probably have your car coming and going with another flock camera. So
literally,
there's like a lot of
the flock cameras. Dude,
there's a lot of intricacies to navigate if you expect to do it and get away with it. And, I'm sure there's some feds out there who might be posting pictures and making people want to do that stuff. I would not recommend for it because it would be antithetical to destruction of other people's private property. However, the argument on the other side from the libertarian side might be their private property is being used to steal your privacy. And what is your privacy? Is it more valuable or less valuable than property you can replace? How do you replace privacy when it's been breached? It's a more intricate situation, and people who are serious about such things, first off, avoid such infrastructure in the first place, right? And it's like the normies who kind of get caught in that realm that you're talking about, where it's like, I don't like this, I saw this, I have a Sawzall, and they go do some nonsense and get caught in a web that they don't know how to get out of. Like at the beginning of Ronin, the whole lesson was never go into a place until you know how you're going to get out of there, right? You got to have a plan. And if your plan includes you walking away, not like Tyler Robinson getting picked up within 33 hours, That dude, like in his notes, allegedly, speaking of a case that has a questionable motive, like there's a whole lot of he never expected to get caught, but yet, leaves his gun at the scene allegedly with the inscribed bullets. Like it doesn't make any sense, but I don't have time to go into nonsense tonight. There's an
I'm just
absence
gonna
of critical
dude.
thinking capabilities out there, and you're going to see evidence of it in the public. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Until it's fixed.
Listen, I've committed a lot of felonies in my life, and I never once bragged about them on the internet. Let's just say.
That's good policy. That's a good policy. All right, so let's see.
And I'm recovered, of course. You guys haven't done one in a long time. It's been over a decade, but
But Scott's a man who speaks from character building experiences. So there might be a youngin out there who didn't, if you've never been handcuffed before, might be an uncomfortable situation. You might want to think about that, before
it's
you
not
take
like
such
the movies,
actions.
dude. It's not like the movies. It's not like your favorite TV show. Prison is fucking horrible. It's a nightmare. You don't want it. You don't want it.
All right, we have a choice. We have choices to make. I think I'm going to skip the undercover history of Operation Ajax. Like we're back at war with Iran. MI6 and CIA overthrew it in 1953 with Kermit Roosevelt and a bunch of British dudes. Stuart Copeland, maybe. Anyway, British Petroleum comes out of Iran. We don't have time to get that knowledge. So I just told you. Liberty lockdown, because we got to talk about China, and then we're going to learn about the people who funded the infrastructure of China, which might be really interesting because even if you blame China, if you find out the same people that created China might have created another nation state and then stole nuclear weapons and holds the world hostage through a Samsung option, you might find that before the end of this episode. We'll see. We also have to get some inconvenient narrative evidence on the record regarding 9/11. So let's get through this section. We're going to Clint Russell of Liberty Lockdown. He has a China rant. And then we'll get to this mystery banker who's not a Rothschild. But spoiler alert, he trained with the Rothschilds. So like, even though he has a different last name, he's doing the bidding of the same financial network you've come to know and love from this podcast. They are the reality out there. We're going to learn about Jacob Schiff. And then we're going to learn a little bit about Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution from Anthony Sutton, because there might be an overlap between Soviet Russia, communist China, and the banking robber barons who funded both sides. So let's get to that, Colby. We're starting with Clint Russell, Liberty Lockdown on China.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean,
all right, pause it, dude. All right, so like as I was making these billboard ads and these campaigns throughout the week, like I was catching Twitter because you have to wait for stuff to render and upload and stuff, and I was catching Twitter. So I saw that clip, and I did a response to it. So I was quote tweeting it, and it was like asterisk thinks about JFK as he pours asterisk, right? So it's like he asked him a question, and he's thinking, well, that guy, he got killed for answering this way, so how should I? But that was a response I discarded. I decided it was not the best thing for my timeline to make fun of that at that point. But since I just thought of it again, what was he thinking as he's pouring and delaying the answer? What do you think? Rumble
100%. He's like, dude, they're gonna like, what parade are they gonna shoot me at, dude? I gotta avoid parades for the next 6 months, dude.
Thoughtful response, not reaction. That's what he's thinking. All right, Colby, go ahead. Let's go back to him.
I mean, no, not any more than anybody else, right? All right, we're going to tie together the three biggest stories of the past 48 hours all into one little tight little package, a little bow for you. So the big press conference last night from President Trump was that China interfered in the 2020 election, that they had done something to make Joe Biden prevail.
Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world.
What I find most fascinating about this is that There was a official intelligence community assessment in March of 2021 where they said, and I quote, "We assessed that China did not deploy interference efforts and considered but did not deploy influence efforts intended to change the outcome of the U.S. presidential election. The reason that they didn't do it is because they ultimately decided that there was no net benefit between Biden or Trump because neither of them are pro-China." Now, Trump claims last night that, in fact, it was the CIA that covered up this information, that it was the intelligence community that covered up this information.
Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned.
Have any of those people been handcuffed, perp walked, arrested? Any sort of prosecutions? No, he's done nothing about it. So as of now, I'm going to take this as a carrot, or rather red meat, to his base. The people who protested on January 6th, for instance, the people who spent years in prison because of their belief that the election had been stolen. And who knows? Maybe it was. I don't really know. But I will say, I found the timing of this claim to be highly suspect. Let me show you why.
But I think people would argue they worry about, do they have nefarious intentions?
Sure, I know, and we worry about that. And honestly, they do things to us and we do things to them. It's a very, very fine line, the whole thing with students. So they have 500,000 students, and our university system does great. It does great. You want to screw it up, take 500,000 students out. It's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people in our schools.
Now, that's President Trump sitting down with Sean Hannity just 2 months ago, almost to the day 2 months ago, right after he got back from his big 2-day trip to China to meet with Xi. And at that time, it seemed as if everything was hunky-dory. So much so that he wasn't even prepared to deport or void the student visas of the 400,000 or 500,000 Chinese students that are studying in America. So as I said, well, I can't verify the validity of Trump's claims last night. I just want you to contrast his statements last night with his actions of a couple months ago. If it were in fact true that China had stolen the election from President Trump in 2020 and handed it over to Joe Biden, given how hard Donald Trump took that loss, do you think that he would be allowing for Chinese students to still be studied in America to such a high volume? Does that make any sense to you? Because, and let's be honest about this, to change the outcome of an election is essentially an act of war. And if his claims are accurate, and if the CIA covered up foreign Chinese interference in our election in 2020, well, then that, ladies and gentlemen, would be a clear act of treason. Has anybody been charged? No. Perp walked? No. Cuffed? No. So as I said, while his claims may in fact be proven to be true, I haven't seen any evidence as of yet. I will say that as of now, contrasting his actions against his rhetoric, I will say that I am highly dubious of these claims. And here's why. Over the past year, there has been a huge push to pass the Save America Act. That is about securing the elections. At least that's what they tell us, right? And while the GOP controls both the House and the Senate and the White House, they have failed to pass the SAVE Act, despite the fact that that is a huge aspect of what the Republican base wants to see done. But here's the other thing that has been quietly done in the interim. The NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, has now had the SAVE Act attached to it because they can't pass it as a standalone bill. But here's the problem. There's another thing that's been attached to the NDAA, and that would be Section 219. What is Section 219? Well, I've covered it on prior episodes, but just a brief recap. It is intertwining of both the intelligence and our military apparatus with Israel. It is formalizing the scare quotes partnership between the two nations, and it has become increasingly unpopular. So much so that the Democrats actually voted against the NDAA, something they would never do historically. So what might you do if you were trying to get Section 19 pushed through, but you didn't have the votes for it? Well, you might start a fear campaign about Chinese influence in the 2020 election, get the base in an uproar, get the country in an uproar, and then hope that that pressure from the population is enough to get the NDAA passed because, in fact, you're not so much concerned about the Save America Act. If you were, you would have voted it through on a standalone bill. But instead, you are attaching it to a very unpopular NDA with an incredibly unpopular Section 219 because that is the whole game here. That's actually what this is about. So in short, from where I sit, it appears that Donald Trump is accusing the CIA of treason for covering up Chinese interference in the 2020 election, while actively using that, perhaps fact or lie, I'm not sure which, to pass the NDAA with Section 219, which by my vantage point is clearly treason. So accusing of treason to commit treason. Fun times. And here's the main reason I don't believe that the Trump administration is actually concerned about foreign interference or influence in our elections.
Why is Israel losing? Why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that. I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that they look. Do they try to influence American politics? Yes, but like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
to the extent that Israel does,
I think some are better at it than others. I think the Israelis are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only effective country by any means that tries to influence American politics. I just think you have to be self-aware about it. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
Of course, we're being propagandized by our greatest allies. Of course. That's just how the game gets played. Well, okay. Should it be? Could you give some sort of moral judgment on this? Does it bother you even slightly? I'm certain it bothers you to believe for even a split second that China might have intervened or influenced our election in 2020. Why, when you talk about Israel's influence, is it not that big of a deal?
Let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast.
Oh, I don't know, JD. Maybe it's because we're currently fighting a war for them. Should you be a little bit more bothered that he's acknowledging that Israel is attempting to blow up the MOU? They already have. They've succeeded in blowing up the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran. He's acknowledging that. He's saying that there is because of the Time magazine report, which I totally believe is valid, that there is a bought and paid for influence campaign to try and tilt the public against the MOU to basically get us back into a hot war with Iran, which we are now. And might I add, Vance tried to, make it clear that he was not the big hawk behind the war in Iran, that he was the hesitant voice in the room. He also attempted to differentiate himself by saying that he is the one that's negotiating for peace. Okay, I'll take it at face value. Maybe that's true. Maybe you do want this war to end. Okay, then why aren't you absolutely furious? Why are you not pounding the table and screaming that Israel, our alleged ally, is actively undermining your attempts at peace negotiations? How is this just everybody does it? Well, do we fight wars for everybody? When we're fighting wars for everybody, does everybody try and keep that war lasting eternally to blow up any opportunities for peace? That doesn't frustrate you that you're flying 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 miles one way, another 6 or 7,000 miles back? You're spending all this time and effort and political capital to try and negotiate a peace deal. And they are actively working to undermine you. And it's just whatever. Everybody does it. Bullshit. And especially given what you had to say about this.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country, or both. Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence.
So Vance purports himself to be some sort of Epstein truther, that he believes that, in fact, it was an intel operation and that he clearly had connections to Israeli intelligence. And he's also simultaneously acknowledging that Israel is actively interfering in our public discourse when it comes to trying to negotiate a peace treaty with Iran. But you can't connect those dots, JD? You can't be red pill on Epstein and say, oh, I think this was actually about creating leverage over the rich and powerful, including the political class. And then you also see the influence campaign to undermine a peace treaty with Iran from that same nation. You can't say, oh, this is all part of the same thing and all an enormous problem. If he were being honest, he would obviously say that. And to be clear, I honestly think he believes that. I think he believes like what you and I believe. I think he sees what we see. In fact, I'm sure he knows more about it factually than I do. So that's what makes it so extraordinarily frustrating that he will go on Rogan, the biggest platform in America still, I believe. He will talk about Epstein. He will talk about foreign influence campaigns. But when the rubber hits the road, well, it seems like you're off-roading. It seems like you're not actually willing to tell the whole truth. You're not willing to actually cast a moral judgment on this behavior. And that's really the problem. You present.
Two bankers, one Jewish American and one Japanese, met in 1904, and their goal was to take down the entire Russian Empire. And just 18 months later, Russia had actually surrendered. Japan had won, and that Jewish banker, well, he got his sweet retribution. This isn't just a story about war. It's about finance, how loans, bonds, and quiet power reshaped the course of history. This is a story of how two bankers changed Russia and Japan forever. Our story begins in 1904. There was no warning, no formal declaration of war. The Japanese admiral ordered his fleet to launch a surprise attack on the Russian squadron at Port Arthur. The assault crippled several Russian ships and trapped the rest inside the harbor. Japan had placed Port Arthur under naval blockade, denying any Russian Pacific fleet the freedom to maneuver. Japan didn't waste a second taking full control of the sea. You see, they studied their enemy. They knew that the longer the delay, the more it risked being overwhelmed by Russia's sheer numbers. If reinforcements from the west arrived, it could prevent any landing from succeeding. So, by March, they had already begun landing troops on mainland Asia. The First Army moved swiftly and in secret as it crossed from Japan to the Korean peninsula. The plan was clear: advance north through Korea into Russia-held Manchuria, and then fight fiercely and win at all costs. The first land battle soon followed. After days of bloody and bitter fighting, the Japanese forces beat the Russians. And this marked more than just a battlefield between two military powers. It was the first time in generations that an Asian power had defeated a European one in modern warfare. But you see, this was just the beginning, because both nations now mobilized their full strength. The war would not be quick. Each side prepared for a long and costly struggle that would decide control of East Asia. The Japanese dug in and fortified their positions, and meanwhile, the Russians were constrained by logistical nightmares. The single-track Trans-Siberian Railway was the only means of transporting troops and supplies to its far east. But eventually they would arrive, and Japan couldn't afford to lose its window of opportunity, and they had to act immediately. Now, while much has been written about the tactics and battles of the Russo-Japanese War, it was finance that ultimately shaped its outcome. You see, behind the scenes, Japan's ability to wage war depended not just on its armies or fleets, it depended on its financial systems. At the center of that system stood the Bank of Japan. The Bank of Japan had already played a key role in Japan's rapid modernization. In just a few decades, it helped the country transform from a feudal aristocracy to an industrial powerhouse. Though officially a private institution, it operated under government control. In 1883, it was granted a monopoly over the country's money supply. Its structure and rules were modeled on British banking practices. In 1885, it issued Japan's first national banknotes, and just 2 years later, Japan adopted the gold standard. Now, this was a rapid transformation, and it allowed Japanese financial transactions to be recognized globally and enabled the country to borrow money from international markets. These reforms laid the groundwork for Japan to finance a modern war. Without strong monetary control and access to global credit, Japan's campaigns across the land and the sea would have faltered. But in this war, the Bank of Japan would have the chance to show its true power. And the person leading the charge was none other than Takahashi Korekiyo, one of Japan's most accomplished financial minds at the time. Japan's war was going well militarily, but financially it was hanging on by a thread. Takahashi was touring the world looking to finance this war in any way he could, but all he found were closed doors. You see, from a very young age, Takahashi Korekiyo had prepared himself for success. He studied English extensively and even spent time in the United States to improve his fluency. His early career spanned a wide range of financial institutions. He worked for the banks in London, India, and China, and even held roles in Japan's Ministry of Finance and Education. At one point, he left Japan entirely to manage a silver mining venture in Peru. Now, that project ultimately failed, but the setback wasn't on his mind for long because his government wanted him back to serve as the Bank of Japan's vice president. It was in this role that he was sent to do a critical task, to secure financial backing for Japan's expanding military budget. And once the war with Russia began, he was laser focused on making sure they could afford to fight it. His mission saw him travel to the secretary first to the United States and then to Britain. He was determined to secure foreign loans to keep Japan's war machine running. However, his requests for funding were always falling on deaf ears. He struggled to convince banks to back Japan, and with no clear success, he prepared to return home. That was until he stumbled upon Jacob Schiff. You see, Schiff had been one of the most influential bankers in the world. He was the head of Kuhn, Loeb & Co., a major American investment firm, and he had immense sway over international finance. Now, the two men had met in April 1904 at an official dinner in London. You see, Takahashi was candid and frustrated when he was speaking to Schiff about his fears. Without a loan, Japan's war could stall. Now, Schiff listened to Takahashi very carefully. But you see, Jacob Schiff had his own reasons to care. Schiff had personally despised the Russian Emperor Nicholas Tsar II. You see, just a year earlier, Russia had seen a wave of violent anti-Jewish pogroms. The most infamous of these was in Kishinev. These state-tolerated massacres forced thousands of Jewish people to flee the Russian Empire. Schiff himself was Jewish, and he had watched the suffering of his people with deep anger. He saw in Japan more than just a business opportunity. He saw his chance for revenge. So, Schiff agreed to help, and he would eventually become one of Japan's most important financial allies. His name would unlock capital Japan needed from American and European markets. Working through his firm, Kuhn, Loeb & Co., Schiff helped Japan raise an astonishing $200 million in loans from American markets in 1904. At the time, this was an incredible sum of money. Today, that would be worth billions and billions of dollars. The size shocked the global financial community. I mean, the loan covered half of Japan's total war expenses. It was also the first major Wall Street loan ever extended to Japan. Beyond investing his own capital, Schiff also persuaded powerful allies on Wall Street to join in. This included big names such as the First National Bank and the National City Bank. Jacob Schiff's credibility had opened doors that were closed to Takahashi just even a few weeks earlier. He urged Takahashi to tell his government to double down the war effort and not to worry about the money. Personally, he had hoped that a Japanese victory would permanently weaken or even destroy the Tsarist regime. Now, on the other side of the world, the war was in full swing. Thanks to the sudden influx of foreign capital, Japan's military could now expand its operation with speed and scale. In May of 1904, the Second Army landed on the Kwantung Peninsula. The force vastly outnumbered the Russians stationed to defend the narrow corridor. They stormed the fortified Russian positions and secured a major victory at the Battle of Nanshan. The win cut off Port Arthur from the rest of the Russian forces in Manchuria. Around the same
Getting back to the Bolshevik Revolution, one of the ironies of it is that both Lenin and Trotsky were in exile, one in Germany, one in the United States. Tell us about who helped them get where they were going to make sure that revolution was pulled off.
Well, let me summarize about 4 chapters into 4 minutes. Trotsky was in New York. He had no income. I summed his income for the year he was in New York. It was about $600. Yet he lived in an apartment. He had a chauffeured limousine. He had a refrigerator, which was very rare in those days. He left New York and went to Canada on his way to the revolution. He had $10,000 in gold on him. He didn't earn more than $600 in New York. He was financed out of New York. There's no question about that. The British took him off the ship in Halifax, Canada. I got the Canadian archives. They knew who he was. They knew who Trotsky was. They knew he was going to start a revolution in Russia. Instructions from London came to put Trotsky back on the boat with his party and allow them to go forward. So there is no question that Woodrow Wilson, who issued the passport for Trotsky, and the New York financiers who financed Trotsky, and the British Foreign Office allowed Trotsky to perform his part in the revolution. Now over in Switzerland, you get Lenin, who was in exile. He went through Germany in the famous sealed train by permission and with the encouragement of the German General Staff. And yet Germany and Britain were supposed to be fighting each other. And you get them both moving these 2 key revolutionaries into place inside Russia. And then, of course, the rest is history. They created the revolution with no more than about 10,000 revolutionaries. They needed assistance from the West, and they got assistance from Germany, from Britain, and from the United States to continue and consolidate the revolution.
Just tell us all over again why.
Why?
Just tell
you won't find this in the textbooks. Why is to bring about, I suspect, a plan to control world society in which you and I won't find the freedoms to believe and think and do as we believe.
Did these power brokers actually envision at that time a one-world government that would be socialist?
Yes. The second statement I made was that they did not want the Soviet Union to develop into another free enterprise society, and that this would offset it. Aiding the revolution would offset this event. That was made as a statement in 1919. You have various books, one by Gillette, the razor blade Gillette, called The City, I think it was, which laid out this corporate socialism for the world to see as early as, 1905, 1910. So around the turn of the century, you begin to see actually written statements by these internationalist businessmen of the kind of socialist empire they wanted to bring about. It's there, but these books, of course, are not included in your courses in political science and history at the regular universities.
Well, talk about the Red Cross mission.
Red Cross mission to Russia, 1918.
About 17 bankers, lawyers, businessmen.
We said
a couple of doctors.
There were 2 doctors, I think. There were 2 doctors.
What was the mission?
The mission was financed by William Boyce Thompson, the Chase Manhattan Bank, Federal Reserve System. The Red Cross didn't want to send the mission. The Red Cross said we don't need a mission to Russia. They already had one in Romania, which was doing a good job. But William Boyce Thompson wanted this mission, and he put the money up. He financed it. And if you look, I printed a list of the people on the mission, and they were mostly bankers and lawyers, Wall Street lawyers, and people in and around the Wall Street establishment. The function or the purpose of this mission was to be in place to assist the Bolshevik Revolution. The Red Cross mission to Russia was a cover vehicle. It enabled these Wall Street elitists, these Wall Street manipulators to be there in place, and then I traced a cable, $1 million from the Morgan Company in New York to Petrograd. I forget to which bank, but it came from William Boyce Thompson, and which financed the revolution. And then they put pressure back in the State Department in Washington to actually send arms to the revolution, which went forward in 1918. And then I found in the State Department files an extraordinary telegram in which Trotsky appealed to the State Department to send American Army instructors to train the new Soviet Army. And I think I reprinted that in one of my earlier books. So briefly, the Red Cross mission was a cover vehicle to enable Wall Street to be there in place to guide and manipulate the ongoing Bolshevik revolution.
And what was the response of the State Department?
Oh yes, they were quite willing to send U.S. Army instructors.
Do you know how, to
I
what
don't know if they
extent?
went forward. I know the arms, I know the rifles went forward. I didn't trace the response to the telegram, except it was approved within the State Department. And I reprinted the telegram. I never did find a response. That's probably taken out the files.
Do you know the figure to which Wall Street supported the Bolsheviks?
Well, it was $1 million.
Just the William Boyce Thompson figure?
That figure. But then you've got the other assistants. For example, the whole Siberian episode. See, in 1918, the Bolsheviks really only controlled Moscow and what was then Petrograd, which is now Leningrad. They could not have beaten off the White Russians, the Czechs, who were in Russia at that time, the Japanese, who were anti-Bolshevik. They could not have beaten it off without assistance from the United States and from Britain. And the Siberian Railroad is critical because if you look at that map of Russia, you know, Moscow and Leningrad are stuck at the left end, and you've got that vast expanse of Russia, and the backbone is the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Now, the history books will tell you that American troops went in, they occupied the Trans-Siberian Railroad in order to prevent the Japanese from coming in. Well, this is absolute nonsense. I've never written the book. I hope to get around to it one day. I've got 2 big boxes of files on this. The purpose of the American army in Siberia was to hold the Trans-Siberian Railroad until the Bolsheviks were strong enough to take it over. And they did that very effectively. They held off the Japanese. They held them back near Manchuria. They evacuated the Czechs out along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. The French and the British gave up because they said the Americans are helping the Bolsheviks. They evacuated. And in one of these books, I reprinted a little clipping from the New York Times of, I think, 1919. Finally, the Bolsheviks got to Vladivostok, right at the far end of Siberia, near Japan, in which the local commissar addressed the American army and thanked them for aiding the revolution. And that was in the New York Times, and I reprinted it. Now, this is totally contrary to everything you find in the textbooks. The textbooks say we went into Siberia to at least be neutral, and I suppose most people would assume we went in to stop the Bolsheviks. We didn't. We went in to help the Bolsheviks. There's no question about that.
There's no question that they could not have consolidated their revolution without the capitalists.
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. They had too many enemies. Not only outside enemies, the White Russians. The Ukrainians themselves were not particularly happy. All your ethnic groups in Russia were not particularly happy with the Bolsheviks. They could not have won without Western assistance. There is no question about that. Then they were starving. The factory, they couldn't operate the factories because the Bolsheviks shot all the managers and the technicians. Either that or they left Russia. The factories were closed down. Russia was starving. By 1922, Lenin himself said the end has come. They had no food. They had these closed down plants. The plants were not destroyed in the revolution. That's what the textbooks will tell you, including Kennan, the State Department expert. He says the Russian factories were destroyed in the revolution. They were not destroyed. Why? Because I've seen the photographs after the revolution and right in the Hoover Institution Tower. There are these massive boxes of photographs of Russian industry after the revolution. They could not operate the plants. So what do we do with Averell Harriman and the National Chase Bank and National Bank and our old friends on Wall Street? They go in there. And of course the Hoover mission to feed Russia. We go in there and we have these 250, 300 concessions in which American companies went into Russia and they started up the idle plants. Averell Harriman took the manganese concessions, Arm & Hammer, Occidental Petroleum took the pencil factories and the asbestos plants. And all these top capitalists went in and they got Russia going on behalf of the Bolsheviks, because the Bolsheviks either shot or kicked out all the people who could run, all the Russians who could run the plants. Another point, that Tsarist industry was at a very high level. Your textbooks would tell you that Tsarist industry was backward. It wasn't until the Soviets came along that it began to make progress. This is absolute nonsense. The Soviets, the Russians in 1913 had 2 indigenous Russian vehicles, Russian automobiles. There has never been an indigenous Soviet automobile. They've all come from the West. The Tsarist Russians produced an airplane in 1916 with a wingspan longer than the 747. This is not known today. It's just wiped out history. Technologically, the Tsarist Russians were at least on a par with the rest of the world. They only began to decline when the Soviets took over. And then you've got the long history from that point onwards, how you got the first 5-year plan, 1929, 1933. I look at the first 5-year plan, I look at every plant that was built in Russia at that time. Every single plant was built by a Western company. Not one single plant was built by the Soviets. You name any plant, if there are any Russians here from way back, you name any plant in the first 5-year plan, and you know as well as I do who built it. It wasn't the Soviets, it was a Western company. And you run down the list, Caterpillar tractor, there are more Caterpillar tractors in the Soviet Union than there are outside the Soviet Union. Ford Model A, Ford built the Gorky plant. And as soon as the Ford engineers left, they started to turn out military vehicles. You name it, in the first 5-year plan, every single plant was built basically by American companies, but a lot of British, French, and German and Japanese were in there too. Then the second 5-year plan in the 1930s was a duplicate. They tried to copy the first 5-year plan with their own resources. They fell flat on their faces, and they had to come back to the Western companies for assistance to duplicate the plants put in the first 5-year plan. And for example, I was in Douglas Aircraft Company. They let me into their files, and it was amazing the detailed assistance given by Douglas Aircraft. They bought one DC-3, and then they bought a DC-3 in sub-assembly and all kinds of duplicate spare parts to get the thing going. And then we've got that story, I don't know how much detail you want, which continues right up to today, July 1, 1987. And you mentioned, I think, this morning, the Toshiba and the Toshiba Japanese plant and the Norwegian company, a government-owned plant, which provided the milling machines which enabled now the Soviet submarines to be 10 times quieter than they were before. And that's going to cost us $4 billion so that we can offset what we have given them. And this stupidity has continued stupidity in my sense. From the viewpoint of a Wall Street capitalist, I guess it's smart business. This has continued for 60 years.
And this supposedly by our allies, but this is not the people of Japan and Norway.
No.
This is again the internationalists.
It's the internationalists. Toshiba represented on the Trilateral Commission founded by David Rockefeller in 1973. It's your top corporate elitists, your top corporate establishment attorneys, the top politicians. Senator Mansfield once said,
Okay, pause it, please.
You don't get along unless you go along.
Okay, that's a guy from a long time ago saying a bunch of words. How do you know if it's true or not? You got to fact check it along the way. He just made a claim there at the end. Rewind it 30 seconds, Colby. Let's talk about the internationalist. I'll put that on the record, then I'll explain the interconnectivities. Coming up next.
Represented on the Trilateral Commission founded by David Rockefeller in 1973. It's your top corporate elitists, your top
pause it.
Establishment.
And right before that, he said internationalists. So this is the memoirs of David Rockefeller. I believe he died, or this book is published in 2001. He died shortly thereafter that. If you go to page, do it live. That's not the page I was doing while I was flipping pages. Come on now. Here we go. Page 405. The chapter is called A Proud Internationalist. And this is chapter 27 of a first edition hard copy. And it reads like this. I'm going to zoom it in for you. For more than a century, Ideological extremists at either end of the political spectrum have seized upon the well-publicized incidents such as my encounter with Castro to attack the Rockefeller family for the inordinate influence they claim to wield over the American political and economic institutions. Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it. So he's an internationalist. They are looking for changing the system into one world. Well, that's fascinating because he did create Trilateral Commission with Zbigniew Brzezinski back in the day. And there's this guy called Barry Goldwater, who, this is my beat up copy. I have 2 copies of this. With No Apologies, Personal and Political Memoirs of United States Senator Barry M. Goldwater. You go to chapter 32 and 33. And let's see. Chapter 33, the non-elected rulers. Chapter 32 is non-elected president. Talks about how Nelson Rockefeller, he's the other Rockefeller brother, chose Jimmy Carter. I'm sorry. Nelson became vice president under Ford when they got rid of Nixon. David and Zbigniew brought you Jimmy Carter. So that's 2 presidents in a row during the time they're investigating themselves with the Rockefeller Committee. Non-elected rulers, chapter 33, talking about the Council on Foreign Relations, the internationalists, this one world government group that they're trying to get together. So Goldwater's on the record as a heavy-duty whistleblower. There's Brzezinski and Rockefeller and all the things we were just talking about as internationalists. And the accusation that the Rockefeller family was doing such things is held true by the Reese Committee that proved the un-American activities of Rockefeller, Ford, and Carnegie Foundations. Chapter 34 tells you how they make a president. And the Trilateral Commission, Brzezinski and David Rockefeller went and found Jimmy Carter, took him to Wall Street, and that's how they made him president. So this is a really good book to check out. But what we are really getting in there to is Jacob Schiff, the bankers, Russia, and China. So let me start like this. Let's take you over here to the history blueprint. Mao Zedong, communist ruler of China, brought to you by David Rockefeller. He talks about it in his article From a China Traveler in 1976, New York Times. Talks about Mao's communist experiment, this social and cultural experiment that the bankers have going for multiple generations. They've been working toward this. They had subjugated China in the 1800s with opium. The British kind of, privatized everything and made it not the British holding China. It's just a bunch of companies now out of Hong Kong that hold China, a bunch of banks. There's interactions between the Rothschilds and China. There's a lot of financial transactions, which also gets back into the old China trade, or what they called the free trade back then, the opium trade. There's also some interesting connections because the American International Corporation, which helped to set up infrastructure in the USSR, also helped to set up infrastructure in China. Now, what you were listening to was the beef between Japan and Russia back in the day, and Jacob Schiff got involved. And that all seems well and good. China at the time was kind of ruled over by the British. And during World War II, American flying tigers took off and we attacked Japan. Well, now you get to see the backstory, 1905 forward. How did Japan even get in the position to attack America in the first place? You had to have these Western bankers go in and make it a military state that could play on that type of stage. So the point about Jacob Schiff would be this: not only funding of Russia, but these bankers, like Jacob Schiff's one of the guys from the Federal Reserve. Jacob Schiff is one of the guys in the AIC. Jacob Schiff is all throughout. He has 10 pages in Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. He's a pretty interesting character, so maybe we should learn more. So let's go over here to the Browski. Well, first, Linda, let me go to Jacob Schiff in the History Blueprint real quick. Real quick. All right, so it's a complex character. He comes from the Schiff family, okay? He's questioned in the Pujo Committee, so he has to testify during the Pujo Committee, which is an investigation into Wall Street. He worked with Kuhn Loeb, yes, but he also worked with E.H. Harriman, which are the railroad people, which are the Skull and Bones Bush family partners back in the day that were funding the Nazis during World War II. E. Roland Harriman, Averill Harriman, E.H. Harriman was the railroad guy. So there's like the robber barons who laid the infrastructure, then their next generations, like in intelligence. So this is a very interesting part of the history. But I mentioned Union Pacific Railroad. There might be a connection here. Let's open up Schiff in the browser. And yes, he was what? He became director of Union Pacific Railroad. So when you're talking about corporate personhood coming in at some point, Union Pacific Railroad versus Santa Clara County, and his interest associated with E.H. Harriman. You know, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. At the beginning, they're robbing the train, and the guy's like, I work for Mr. E.H. Harriman. And they blow up the train anyway, right? That's the E.H. Harriman that we're talking about here, the robber baron. So you could learn a lot just by, for instance, reading a Wikipedia page, right? But if you just read Wikipedia and stop there and don't dig into the sources, like you're leaving a lot of meat on the bone, as they might say. So whereas sometimes this is the appropriate place, I would just start over here on this other tab. This is a much more useful encyclopedia sometimes. It's called the Jewish Encyclopedia, and I searched Schiff, and here we can learn about Jacob Henry Schiff. And this is something that has age to it, right? This is the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia. So this is what was known about people back then. It's kind of frozen in time, whereas Wikipedia, they could change this whole thing and it says a different thing tomorrow. Okay. So whether it's Encyclopedia Britannica, Jewish Encyclopedia, any of the number of encyclopediae that are out there, I don't know, is that the plural? This is one place to start. So family of Frankfurt on Main, Germany. Okay. The earliest known member, Jacob Colin Zedek Schiff, who is mentioned on the tombstone of his son. It's 1370, right? So let's just click down Jacob Henry Schiff. There's a family tree here. American financier and philanthropist, born January 10, 1847, Frankfurt on Main. He was educated in the public schools of Frankfurt, so he got a Prussian education and adopted on the vocation of his father, Moses Schiff, one of the bankers of the Rothschilds in that city. Oh, that's interesting. So they're like second generation bankers from the Rothschilds, just like the Warburgs, trained in the Green Shield House and live with the Rothschilds to learn the trade and come to America to apply it. In 1865, interesting year, end of the Civil War, he emigrated to the United States and was employed for a time by the firm of Frank Gans Brokers, New York. In 1867, he formed the brokerage of Budge Schiff & Co., which was dissolved, and later, returning to the United States on 1875, became a member of the firm Kuhn Loeb & Company, of which he was soon practically the head. Now, Kuhn Loeb was a mover and shaker back in the time and has some very interesting connections to financial deals of the early 20th century. These guys funded a lot of the railroads that became famous. So along with the robber barons were the banker surrogates of the Rothschild International Banking Dynasty that came to bear in that whole process. So now let me take you to Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution by Anthony C. Sutton. And let's zoom in a little bit. And I will show you this artifact. If I can get my camera and screen to all line up here. There, something like that. Let's try it. Doing it live. Here we go. Now, Wall Street and Bolshevik Revolution, very interesting. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I press a button there, Scott? It's like upside down now. Why is my book upside down?
Yeah, I don't
Hold
know.
on, there's a button I should have pressed someplace. There we go. I fixed it. Look at that. Don't panic. That's rule number 1, by the way. If you want to solve problems, don't panic, start thinking. So it's going to be pages 186 through 196, but that whole story he just tells you about Trotsky going, that whole thing's right here in the book, and it's well documented. And so the revolution is supported by New York and London bankers sending Trotsky and Lenin in for the things that they do. So that's interesting. And then there's a whole bunch more about the bankers and the Wall Street people, right? And then in this first chapter, if memory serves, on the first page, let me see if I can turn this highlighter on. So you got a Bolshevik revolutionary, you got Wall Street financiers, and then J.P. Morgan, Peabody, J.D. Rockefeller, this guy from Citibank, Teddy Roosevelt, and then I thought American International Group was on the first page, but maybe it's in this first chapter. But that's the group of Western financiers who come together to, once they've provided infrastructure for America, they start going over and building what become these communist adversaries that drive a lot of the 20th century history. And so the Trotskyites in New York is what, if you go back to past Grand Theft World guest Scott Horton, he would tell you it's these Trotskyites in New York who are international communists who bring us the neocon philosophy that drove most 21st century wars since then. So let me just take you back to the back so we can get to the Jacob Schiffiness of this. So we're on page 186. This is the appendix. These are source documents from which he composed the factual nature of other aspects of this book. So, interesting that he's talking about a conspiracy. He talks about Schiff on page 186, working with Warburg in the Bolshevik effort. Over here on page 187, let me go in close for you so you can get what they call the money shot. April 1917, Jacob Schiff, in fact, made a public announcement, and it was due to his financial influence that the Russian Revolution was successfully accomplished. And in the spring of 1917, Jacob Schiff started to finance Trotsky, a Jew, for the purpose of accomplishing a social revolution in Russia. But mentions him again at the bottom. He is mentioned again on page 189. Remember how we just talked about that crappy new movie with Army Hammer when Drew was here?
Yes.
Army Hammer. Let me just show you what's on here. This is Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles' uncle. He's the Secretary of State, Robert Lansing. So there's documents, right? One's Woodrow Wilson. We're going to look at document number 3, Jacob Schiff, pertaining to the Bolshevik Revolution. And on the way there, look, here's Julius Hammer. Army Hammer is related to Armand Hammer and Dr. Julius Hammer, Communist Party USA head. Right. So the Hammer family in Hollywood goes back to this international communism that Sutton lost his job for discovering. Let's see. We got something from Robert Lansing, but that's not what we're looking for. Document number 3. Here we go. Here we go. Letter from Jacob Schiff of Kuhn Loeb, November 25th, 1918, to State Department, Mr. Polk, relaying a message from Russian Jewish banker Kamenka, calling for Allied help against the Bolsheviks because Bolshevist government does not represent Russian people. So he's seen throughout the documents kind of playing both sides. All these bigger players are. Now, American International Company Corporation is mentioned on page 15. And let me see if I can cross-reference with Schiff. There's a lot of, I'm sorry, let me zoom out. It's no good to go through and have look at all these hammers in this book, by the way. Armand Hammer, Harry Hammer, Jacob Hammer, Julian Hammer, Julius Hammer, Victor Hammer. There's only like 5 Harrimans. There's a lot more hammers in here. I wonder if they know that guy who's married to that senator lady. Anyway, here's Schiff right here. So there's various Schiffs in the book, but Jacob Schiff that we were just talking about, those are pages 186 to 196. Now, if you now see international communism, whether it's China or Russia, China, Russia, like both those places are funded by the same bankers to whom we owe $1 trillion a year in interest. International Trotskyists might be a thing that goes beyond, just the limited aspects of what most people consider. Now, with that, Scott, did you have any questions? Did I skip over anything? I had a lot in my mental RAM that I was trying to get out there.
That's a very comprehensive overview of all that information. Very well done. Very well done. And especially if you just pulled that off the shelf. It's always impressive how you're just able to put together such presentations like that. Just Just go into the bookcase. It's hilarious. I mean, that's
Well, it's
why
like
everybody.
certain
That's
books have certain nuggets, and if you assemble like what nuggets do you need to put in what order to communicate to the audience, that it's like it's not just Jacob Schiff helping Japan to go against Russia. It's like there's two hands, and they're both being controlled on both sides by banking powers. It's like 1 degree of separation, no degrees of separation, or 3 degrees of separation from a central banking family dynasty that no one's allowed to talk about apparently, until very recently.
Yeah,
And
I'm
now
just
it's like
saying,
a
dude,
thing.
like that's why everybody tunes into the show. Like, sure, the clips are nice, but the whole point that I remember before I even got involved with the show, the whole reason why I tuned in was for your go off sessions when you just start grabbing the books and doing the blueprint. Like, that's why we're all here, Richard.
Well, now you're encouraging me to actually get more of these books out of the boxes
Yeah.
and put them on shelves so I can
Telling
grab
ya.
them, because there's only like 100, 200 books right here that I can grab. All right, so there is cooler stuff coming up in this episode, by the way. We didn't get to that was all just unplanned stuff that I had to cover. You want documentation? You want to see the documents of the Rothschilds funding China? Jay Dyer had published those a couple months ago. He also came across research. He's the first one I know to show it, that Mao Zedong, that guy, he went to like the Yale in China. Like they put a Yale in China, and he was like part of a secret society over there. So that's how he got groomed up to power in that position. You'll also notice in that video that we watched, like they were talking about North Korea, like it was just Korea back then before it went north and south. But you could see like the 20th century, all these wars that we associate with, like, parents, grandparents, great uncles, they were in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, all these things. It's like you start to learn the history of these countries. And like, France was subjugating Vietnam for quite a long time. And then they like handed it off. Like they sold it. Like, it's like they sell companies. They're like, we're done with this. See if you guys can get some money out of these guys. So it's interesting how geopolitics actually unfolds when you get into looking at the documents in the various books, and not just listen to what the people they pay to tell you myths, truths might say. Right? That entire media thing that people are like, oh, the press lies. It's like, well, if you look at who funds them, like who is Eugene Meyer and the people that ran the Washington Post. Bren Bradley comes from a Boston Brahmin Cronenshield family. Like those people all have a history that if you just look at, it goes back to like the opium trade and the Delanos and all the people at Skull and Bones and Yale, and things start to make more sense because there are power structures and they just keep people ignorant of it so they can't do anything about it. That's the gist. Now, coming up, what do we got? What have we got? We got essential. Okay, so we're going to change tone and pace for a minute. I saw a video earlier today that I watch this guy all the time, regularly for years, and he's a great teacher, and he has a lot of experience, and he's got a good way of relaying his wisdom, right? His name's Scott. He lives in Oregon, and earlier today it was like how to be indispensable. And it's like, I've been talking about this is the thing that people need to do to push away the fear. It's like, how do you become indispensable and know how to do the things that aren't so easily outsourced to AI? What's the type of human beingness that people want to keep around? People who can solve asymmetrical problems and people who know enough to get started and they'll figure it out as they go if they have to. So he had a good rant. I wanted to share it with, first, I invited him to speak at Autonomy so that the students could hear him. But I also thought that anyone here who is a capable, self-reliant, long attention span type person, and you watch this show, you're probably going to get something useful out of this. And even if it's not this video, you've at least been introduced to him in a way that you would want to, check out his video. Because I'm pretty sure that if we watch this clip right now, it's going to show up in everyone's feed tomorrow, because that's how our phones work, right? They're going to hear this thing going on. So a good, solid teacher. He doesn't ask anything of you. He's got no calls to action. He's all fine and dandy, and he's in the phase of life where he's building his legacy and giving back, which is, what you do after you go out and kick ass for 20 or 30 years. Now, the work that goes along with doing the things that he's talking about is a real thing that you have to muster for yourself, right? Figure out how to get started, and then it's a lot easier to keep going. So as we take in the wisdom from Scott at Essential Craftsman, we will then prepare to cross over across the poppy fields into the Wizard of Oz, because Aaron Brockovich did a little Sean Ryan joint this past week, and L. Frank Baum wrote the book, The Wizard of Oz. It has very specific metaphors in there that have been held back from the public. And since the topic of the poppy fields putting people to sleep, kind of like the that mass media became the opiate of the masses and usurped religion. I think if we want to get to the other side of that and actually pull the curtain back on the wizard, we might want to get more learnified about that situation. Then we will come back because I have several other clips that we have to get to before we can get to the other big stories. So we are at what, 2:15 in the morning? Let's ride. Thanks, Colby. Let's get to it. Essential Craftsman, here's Scott from Oregon.
I got a question recently. I get lots of questions. And this particular one happens quite a bit. And it's something like this. I'm young. I'm starting into the trades. I want to carve out a niche for myself. And I want the niche to be, I want to be the guy that can solve any problem. How do I learn all of the things that I need to learn in order to be able to figure out the solution to anything that needs to be solved? Boy, what a question that is. And I'm not sure that I can answer it, but I can give you some things to think about, because as I think back over the past 50 years, there's some of the things that I thought about. And in lucid moments, I continue to think about them. Because the elephant in the living room on this question, as we move forward, is this. We only have so much time. There's only so much time to do everything that has to be done, and part of that time has to be devoted to learning the things that are not going to come to you accidentally. Now that's true for young men, and it's true for old men. So let's talk about how and where and when will we learn the things that we really need to learn to become the person that is irreplaceable. So right now I'm 68 years old and I'm reasonably well-rounded. I mean, sawmilling and elk hunting and blacksmithing and concrete and carpentry and framing and finish and woodwork and musician, you know, I can do some stuff, but it wasn't always like that. I started out in my 20s needing to support a family and thinking I was going to be a house builder. And so I was focused on learning to do what my boss, Wade Welch in Powell, Wyoming, was doing, and that was building custom houses. It's all I could think about, and it's all I was thinking of. Until one day, I had my sawmill back in Wyoming, and I was running that on the side, and I loved it, and it's what I wanted to do, and I became aware of a guy who was selling a little sawmill business up in Montana somewhere, not too far up there. It was for sale. And so a couple of friends and I jumped in, Lyle Brand and Dirk Cousins, we jumped in my little Subaru and we drove up to Montana, and we met this fellow, and we were out kind of in the Montana dryland wheat country, and he had this little sawmill set up and a deck of logs and a planer, and it was for sale, and I couldn't afford it, but I said, how come you're selling this? Because in my mind, he had a toehold in an industry that was compelling to me. He was selling rough lumber to the farmers and ranchers. Wow, that appealed to me. And he said, yeah, I'm getting out of the sawmill business. He said, I don't think there's ever going to be any money in this for me. And I said, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to get into remodeling and renovation and construction, and I want to learn everything about it. I want to learn how to pour the concrete and hang the drywall and stack the roofs and put on the paint and lay the tile. I thought, well, that seems sort of less than being a production house builder. And then I had this moment of sanity, and I thought, wait a minute, maybe I should be thinking carefully about what this man is responding to, and that is the impulse to be the irreplaceable guy on the job, the impulse to learn every darn thing that I can learn so that I can solve more of the problems that people need solved. So whoever I'm talking to right now, whether you're 16, 26, 36, 56, whoever we're talking to, let's be careful when we are setting a goal for ourselves to learn everything we can possibly learn. Let's be careful about comparing ourselves to the guys that apparently know everything they need to know, because you know what? Everybody's winging it. And everybody is using whatever skills and ability and knowledge they have to this minute to solve what may be a completely new problem in the next minute. Everybody's doing that. The only variables are how much experience you've had prior to confronting this problem, and whether or not you have courage enough to use that fund of knowledge to solve the problem you're staring at. So in a very real way, the playing field is level. It's just that some of us have been standing on the field for a little more time. So time standing on the field is only useful time is if you're not just standing on the field. Here's what I mean. The demands of life, there's discretionary money, right? Here's an important financial concept. It takes a certain amount of money to eat, a certain amount of money to pay your rent, a certain amount of money to pay the necessary insurances, a certain amount of money to put fuel in your vehicles, a certain amount of money for each of the things that are necessary to stay alive. And so when you are figuring out how much money you make per year, that money doesn't matter. Let's just say that 90% of the money you bring in is sucked up by life and only 10% is discretionary. It's that 10% of the money you bring in that can make a difference in your future. And it's the same with your time. Now, young men are rich with time compared to people my age. I can see the end of the tunnel, and it doesn't necessarily have a light in it. So when you are thinking about how much time you spend in doing the things that you do every day, you better get pretty scientific about this. What I mean by that is, I don't know, maybe make a list. In construction consulting, there's something called time sampling. And big construction companies can hire consulting firms to come in and watch a job site and take snapshots. Now, I don't know how they do it now, but when I took the seminar courses, it was photographs every 30 seconds or 2 minutes or 10 minutes or 20, whatever it is, taking photographs of the job site and then analyzing what the people are doing. Are they standing? Are they talking? Are they shoveling? Are they cutting? Are they nailing? Are they troweling? What are they doing? And if you do that for long enough with time sampling, you can get a good idea of how much time is actually spent in a productive way. Do that with your life. How much time do you spend drinking beer and watching football? It's not contributing to becoming the guy you want to become. What is it that you spend your time doing that you could spend in a more productive fashion if you actually want to be the indispensable man? Now, we only have so much time, repeating myself. I think if I was starting over again, because when I did it before, there was no YouTube. There was no online learning experience. There was only reading. So I read a lot. The novels I read didn't contribute or very little towards becoming the indispensable guy. The trade manuals, the Journal of Light Construction articles, the news, you know what I mean? The items that I packed into my head that were directly related to the work I wanted to be able to do were the things that made me able. It's the same for you. Do a time audit, will you? Figure out how much time you're spending overcoming your ignorance. All right, let's drill down on that. Ignorance is not a handicap if you're a curious soul. Ignorance will make you restless if you're curious. Feed your curiosity. Let it become an insatiable desire to learn more all the time. And first thing you know, 30 years will have gone by, and you're going to be more like Cy Swan than some of the people in your life who don't know anything and don't care. So curiosity. A truly burning curiosity is not going to be content with surface level knowledge. Curiosity is seldom satisfied by what? The curiosity that's going to move you forward is the curiosity that demands an answer to the why. The why. Now, there's a world of people out there who, once they learn the first part of an answer to a question and they lock down on that, their brain slams shut and they think they know the answer, and nobody is going to convince them that there is more to the answer that they want than the information that they have. That is the biggest rate limiting factor that there is in moving towards that person of a mensch. You know what a mensch is? It's a German word that means a complete and well-rounded man, a man for all seasons. It's what you want to become, at least on the job site, and preferably everywhere else. And the obstacle to becoming a mensch is this terrible, crippling response of, yeah, I know. I know. When all you know is one little piece, like Isaac Newton, right? Walked up, somebody was admiring how much he knew. And he said, I'm nothing but a child playing with the pebbles on the edge of an infinite sea of knowledge. We are all that. Even in construction, even in carpentry. Man, I've had people send me pictures of the journeyman projects of people that are coming out of French carpentry apprenticeships. Billy Dillon sent me some pictures. Holy smokes. I'm a decent carpenter, but I'm just like a child playing with the pebbles on the edge of a great big lake of carpentry knowledge that I have never had a reason to master, or maybe sufficient curiosity to dig up. So think hard about your curiosity quotient. Is that a word? I don't know if it is or not. But don't be content with what. Only be content to the extent that you begin to learn why. Okay, relationships. The people you know are going to move you and change you more than anything else. So let curiosity become part of your relationships. Now, I don't mean, although I mean a little bit, learn to use people. Oh, that's not exactly what I mean. I mean, there's a cliche, if you got good friends, use them. Well, what I will tell you is make friends with the people who know so much more than you know. If you have a friend, of course you're going to have friends who don't know what you know, and you will be in the position of mentoring them. Yes, so let's enlarge the boundaries of intent here a little bit, where we understand that our relationships are fundamental to relieving ignorance for ourselves and for others. In the same way that you should only hire people that are smarter than you are, if you're smarter than somebody else, download on that person. The relationships you have with people who are smarter or more experienced than you are should be dependent on whether or not those people are willing to share what they know. And if they are, you invest in that friendship and you reciprocate as a friend so that they never have a reason to think that this is a one-way exchange of value. Now, too many people view their friendships as value arrangements in terms of what can I get from this person that is worth money, a mercenary arrangement. That's wrong, and it is never a vehicle to true friendship. But there's nothing wrong with using a mercenary approach to what your friends know. Man, I love you, and I love what you know, and I want to be a benefit in your life. If your key relationships don't include those aspects, both in what you can receive and what you can provide, you need to do better. So relationships and friendships, we've done videos on friendship. And sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's hard. And let me tell you something that is so nuanced. The idea of the rugged individualist. I'm a believer, but I'm also a believer that no man is an island. And if we fall into the trap of thinking I am such a rugged individualist that I need no one, well, let's not be surprised then if when we die, nobody mourns our passing, and nobody will be able to, in an honest conversation, say, that guy taught me something worthwhile. That guy shared with me something that changed my stars. If we're not doing that, so I think I've mentioned Cy already. I have had friends who have changed my stars, probably none more than Cy Swan. What a Renaissance man, and a man anxious to share what he knows with somebody who's anxious to learn it. So I intend to pattern my last years after the way Cy has been using his last years. And if your early years are spent acquiring the knowledge that you can convey to a younger man in your last years, man, that's a recipe for fulfillment and significance. Now, getting back to the idea of being discouraged by the amount that we want to know. It is seldom that a light flashes on and most of our remaining questions are suddenly resolved. It is seldom, in fact, maybe never, right? Clarity seldom comes by flipping on a light switch. Usually, clarity comes like the sun coming up slowly on a foggy day. This is a metaphor that I've learned from David Bednar, that gradually the fog becomes, you can't see and you can't move, and then gradually it becomes lighter and the fog kind of gets silvery, and there's a particular moment, and you never know when it happened, that you can see and you know where it's safe to step, and you know where the obstacles are, and eventually it's daylight. That's usually how acquiring this knowledge happens. Isaiah 28, 10 through 13, something in there, talks about line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little, and in Hebrew it's a little couplet, sav lasav, kav lakav, and it was some sort of a nursery rhyme for kids, babies to learn, and it was, Isaiah's quoting it because it was pointed as a mockery at a particular way of learning or something, I don't know, but it's a useful way to think about how we acquire the knowledge we need on the job site. Line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. And if when you're learning the heres and the theres and the lines and the precepts, you're learning the whys, then we won't be surprised if somewhere in the future, the reasons for the things we did in this situation suddenly provide the answers for the things that we need to do in the new situation. And that is how every indispensable man does what makes him indispensable, by making new connections with the old knowledge that's already in his toolbox. Okay, so let me wrap this up. You're a patient soul and you've been here a long time. Education is expensive. Education is intense, or it should be. And there are some ways to do it. One of them is enrolling in an apprenticeship program. I wish I could have, would have, should have. Because there's pressure that comes with enrolling in a structured apprenticeship program with a curriculum. There's pressure because usually you've got a job and you're trying to keep the job going and earn your paycheck there, and you're setting aside night school time. That's how we stuff our brain, is by accepting the pressure. Now there's another way. Well, there's more than just another way. But maybe you're already in business and you want to be able to do more things to broaden or add a new niche and be able to provide service for new clients. Maybe you want to move up the ladder. One good way to do that is to bite off jobs that you're not quite qualified to do, knowing from the first day that whatever it takes, you're going to provide satisfaction. You're going to underbid that. That's called buying education. Education is expensive, and many times a startup contractor inadvertently buys expensive education by leaving money on the table. So what? So what? You're going to get to the end of that and you are going to know much more the next time a job like that or a related job comes along, because you've bought the education. Now, there are warnings about that. Some purchases are just too expensive. I mean, you can bite off something that just can't be chewed. But most of the time, if you want to bad enough and you keep chewing, you just keep chewing, you're going to get that thing swallowed. And you're going to be so much smarter and closer to your goal of being qualified for the niche that you're in pursuit of. And more importantly, closer to your goal of becoming the indispensable man. You have to find a way to have patience work both ways. And that is, you've got to be patient with yourself, because it's going to take some time and grade to imperceptibly, line upon line, precept upon precept, become this new person. And on the other hand, you have to become impatient with your progress, only to the point that it becomes a goad to keep you on it. Impatience that makes you a pain around the house, that causes you to not be present with your people, that causes you to always be excusing, not attending family functions, or, fill in the blank. That kind of an impatience because you want to progress faster is counterproductive and is not going to lead to happiness. So it's going to take some wisdom to know when you have to lean in, because doggone it, the clock is ticking and I have so much to learn. And it's going to take a type of wisdom to know, okay, I am growing, I am changing, progress is being made, and I don't have to be a new person tomorrow. Because the fact is, if you're interested in learning, if you are setting aside time to learn, if learning has become a priority in your life, then you are going to be a new person tomorrow. And you are going to be a new person the day after that. So monitor that change. Become dissatisfied with status quo. Become satisfied with doing your best. Understand that perfection is a false goal and excellence should always be what you shoot for. And if you do that consistently, you're going to be that indispensable man. Thank you for watching Essential Craftsman, and keep up the good work.
Now, when I saw that video like yesterday, I was like, man, he must work for the NSA, because I'm teaching people the same thing he's talking about. He's talking about excellence is better than perfection. No one has the budget for perfection. No one has the time budget, money budget. It's like a diminishing return. You're going to get frustrated. No one's happy, but excellence is always accepted in any market, no matter how crowded. Excellence is always appreciated and can be afforded. That's the key thing. It's like there's perfectionists. It's like, oh, it's got to be perfect. No, it needs to be good enough plus quality assurance that goes beyond good enough. That's it. Perfection is basically an unrealistic goal that people set for themselves. And that's partly because of schooling, and how schooling is like, you need to have a perfect score on these tests to, like, all the other nonsense. So Scott, as you listen to that, is there anything that the other Scott said that you think is not true, or he's wrong about that? Like, I've listened to it twice. I'm like, that's yep. That's exactly what America is all about at its foundation, of the self-reliance, yet you work with other people. Like, you make yourself excellent so you're easy to work with. Those relationships that are fundamental to ending your ignorance, like, if you keep those at bay and don't have them, you're not going to get rid of your ignorance very easily. It's very costly. So what did you think?
No, I thought that was amazing. I'm really glad that we were able to get that into the record, because, man, I mean, I feel like just okay, so yeah, there's so much of that that's applicable to, the trades, of course, but then of any skill that you're trying to learn. It's like, I think a lot of
The
people,
dogged tenacity is what he's talking about.
Yep, and I think a lot of times in this day and age, if people don't get results, or the results that they want right away, then they just give up or they move on to something else. And it's like, sometimes it really takes that pain in the beginning, because those learning lessons in the beginning, like what he's talking about, like when you underbid a job because it's like a little bit outside your skill level and you're gonna have to learn some stuff. The flip side of that is that when you are learning those lessons, it's going to be very painful. It's like, holy shit, I didn't even know about any of that, like an unforeseen thing. And it's like, okay, well, now I learned, and now I know I need that tool and this tool and this tool to do it better next time. And it's just like, it's intense. And that's just true of absolutely every single area of life. When you're learning something new, or you're trying to grow or push past it, like the pain will fortify you into a master at whatever it is you're trying to do. But it's like, some people encounter that pain and they immediately just recoil and like, nope, something else. But it's like, that's the ones that make it and get to the mastery are the ones that are able to push through that pain, the pain of learning, and then you become good. It's like first you suffer and then you win, or whatever the saying is. It's just like, it's amazing. And it's like, so for me, with this whole new venture that I've been embarking on with the video marketing stuff, it's like, in the beginning, yeah, I was like doing a lot of stuff for people for free, building a portfolio, learning these skills. And I'm just starting to reach the point where now it's like, I see the value that I have, the skills that I've been, like, I spent a lot of money to learn these skills. It was very painful learning so much stuff and just, failing, trying a different strategy right now. But I knew in my mind, that pain was going to pay off. I knew that eventually if I just stuck with it, eventually I was going to get to the point where, and my goal is to be like, here in Nashville, like synonymous with like construction marketing. Because in my videos, I wear a hard hat, and my social media, like, oh yeah, it's the guy with the hard hat. You know what I mean? I want to set the standard and the tone for what it means to run a marketing campaign here in the Nashville area, and
Well, you got to add those billboards
like
because the autonomy ads are running strong in Nashville right now.
exactly.
All right,
Dude,
so
I can't wait to see one. But anyway, so yeah, so that's my whole point is like, it's painful in the beginning, and then you get to the point of mastery, and it's like now I feel like I'm finally starting to catch up to where I was picturing where I would be 6 months ago. And I'm just starting to get little glimpses of maybe I've almost arrived at that point. It feels really good, but it's still
me
pretty
too.
intense.
I feel like I'm arriving at a point I should have been at 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So I got two quotes that I want to intermix in with this because I think there's a couple things that Scott hit on during that video that kind of escape people. Right, first is the idea of like you're working on yourself. You're not comparing yourself to others. You're working on your self. Yesterday, I had a hard time putting this rafter into place. Now I have a better technique. Now I knew to ask for help. I'd used a different ladder. You've upgraded yourself, right? There's a saying out there that I find gets used a couple times a month. Comparison to others is the thief of happiness. So comparison to your self, that's legit. You got to own that. That's your own, report card. But just because somebody else is doing good, like you don't have to feel like, oh, why aren't I doing this? I see people get afflicted by this. And I'm like, how's that incapacity helping you reach your goals this week? Maybe you should learn to recognize it and maybe put it down, right? Here's another one. People are afraid of losing money. Of course, because we've been ripped off our whole lives. Look at like all the shit that's going on. Here's the thing. This is a reality thing. And I want to say that this is fair and balanced because I've talked enough shit on Cecil Rhodes's teacher, John Ruskin, over here that I can show you one quote. It's like once upon a time, he said something. It's a valid observation and you might want to integrate it for your own benefit. And it goes like this. It is unwise to pay too much, but it's worse to pay too little. When you pay too much, you lose a little money. That's all. When you pay too little, sometimes you lose everything because the thing you bought was incapable of doing the thing it was bought to do. The common law of business balance prohibits paying a little and getting a lot. It can't be done. If you deal with the lowest bidder, it is well to add something for the risk you run. And if you do that, you will have enough to pay for something better. John Ruskin. I would also say if you just up your skills, you don't have to have that scarcity mentality because you can deliver more value to the marketplace. So at this point, I want to tell you that we do have autonomy summer school going on. Now, what is summer school? That's a good question. First off, if you're on the email list, it says summer's cool, right? It's like a homonym play on words. If you're not on the mailing list, then we word it like this. Become impossible to replace. It is what? 6 master classes plus I'm making up a 7th one from things I've learned in the past week that I think are very valuable. So we're going to add that as a bonus. The master classes are $97 each. There's 6 of them. You do the math and then take 50% off that because I made a bundle. So it's very economical. And this is where you can start to initiate relationships from which you can eradicate your ignorance through finding the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that comes with community, as well as the curriculum, as well as the exercises, as well as the dojo incubator. So you have confidence when you take these skills out to the street. So if you go to getautonomy.info, just like these billboards all over the country are directing people, you can get all learnified on summer school. And also, if you just click on the red ribbon that I'm going to show you on this page, you get the lead magnet. So right here at the top, this is the Critical Thinking $299 masterclass. You just get it for being on the list, and it's a legit masterclass. And then if you're interested in the summer school or the fall session coming up of the 12-week version, you can either book a call. You could watch. This is the primer course. This is where you learn behind the scenes, see behind the paywall, see what you might do with this type of skill set in your life. And you can also watch a little video about it. There's a lot more information on the page, but Get Autonomy Info is where you can learn about summer schools, master classes, or the upcoming fall semester. And there's also a bundle that puts the whole thing together and gives people, like when you buy it at 50% off, it's $300. But we give you $600 credit during the course. I don't know how we're doing that mathematically, but Leah's a wizard at working these deals. So before we move on, I just wanted to point that out. It's 10% of your time in the week. It doesn't take up all your time. It's designed to take your lowest performing time in the week and make it your highest performing time in the week, and everything else stays better because of that shift in your mentality. So get autonomy.
And also,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just okay. So sorry to interrupt your call to action. Get autonomy.info. But dude, you guys, you just have to understand that like what we were just talking about. Like if you spend too little, you know, you have to invest in yourself this day and age. No one's going to give you this
information. The cost of learning slowly or not at all sometimes greatly exceed the price of like, let me just invest in myself, get some skills, get some competence, and go pay that off right away with the skills. When you learn how to make cash flow in the market, especially when you know how to take your offer to market, like we've just talked about, like billboards is one of those ways, radio ads, print ads, Rumble ads, all YouTube, Google, there's all sorts of ways to take your offer to the market that you don't have to be dependent on word referrals, right? Where you don't have any control.
Yeah, and like I'm very tapped in and plugged into this whole new frontier of the way things are going. I feel I'm getting left behind, dude. If you are not investing in yourself or your education or learning these new tools or skills, you are cooked, man. You got to do it. You have to do it today. Learn about billboard marketing, get involved with autonomy, and just get surrounded by people who are on the same path as you that are trying to learn and grow and improve. Like that's the biggest thing. So just
as I found out earlier today, you know, if you think autonomy is expensive, why don't you go over to acquisition.com and look at their $12,000, $25,000, $50,000 entrepreneur packages. And maybe you'll come back and be like, oh, a 6-figure skill set for like $5 or $6 grand is a pretty good deal. And it's the same price I paid for it 30 years ago. So inflation hasn't even touched what you have to invest in yourself to get these type of skills. So anyway, I try to make it so that people don't have excuses, because excuses block progress. If I take away the excuses and you show up, all we have left is success, because we can navigate the obstacles with this learning methodology called the Trivium method. But we have to use the Trivium method for the rest of tonight's show. So this next clip coming up, remember in 9/11, there's an official story, had something to do with box cutter guys from Saudi Arabia. Well, funny story. If you learn the story of how Saudi Arabia became Saudi Arabia, you might not separate it from the MI6 CIA that might have had something to do with the events of that day. So we're going to get learnified on a little bit of history, and then we're going to come forward. We have a couple clips and we have a couple documentary pieces. So there's a warehouse of 9/11 history that's some interesting artifacts that were preserved in this footage. So it's just taking that in. Then we're going to go to a clip from Roger Waters, was on Tucker Carlson this past week promoting 9/11 inquiry for Matt Campbell's family. Then we're going to go to a clip that I'm going to have Colby scrub through, but it's called Inside Air Force One on 9/11. There's a particular part where there's a guy, Joshua Bolton, and Ari Fleischer. And Ari Fleischer wrote down everything that happened all day. And there's a threat on Air Force One that could not have been made by the box cutter guys. So I wanted to get that thing on the record. And then we have a clip from 9/11 Trillions, Follow the Money by James Corbett. And we'll put a little bit of that on the record, and then we'll come back and comment, because we do have more evidence and artifacts to get into tonight's time capsule. So without further ado, Colby, over to you, and I'll prompt you for scrubbing from behind the scenes here.
Imagine
the video,
so
not that he
valuable
needs the
that it
Dave.
dwarfs Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon combined. A company that pumps out more revenue in a single quarter than most nations generate in a year. A company that, for decades, was owned and operated not by the country sitting on top of its oil, but by a handful of American corporations based thousands of miles away, in boardrooms scattered across New York and San Francisco. That company is Aramco, and the story of how it came to exist is not a story about geology.
All right, this is one of those pieces that makes it sound like it's all America, all right? We had no relationship with the people over there. UK, United Kingdom, had all that relationship going on a long time, and Quigley talks about it in Anglo-American establishment, and they found the Arabs to be affable, but they couldn't resist the bankers. Like that whole thing's been like, there's a whole history there. We only, as America, got involved in such things in like the 1920s, right? But they are occluding from this whole piece you're about to see, British oil interest, British banking interest, British military and intelligence interest in this part of the story. So once I added it back into Anglo-American establishment, now you can take it in and be like, oh, all the stuff they said about America is true. And there's another part you're not being told, but it's a good starter piece.
Or engineering. It is a story about empire, about quiet conquest, and about one of the most consequential geopolitical relationships of the modern era. Because beneath the sand dunes of the Arabian Peninsula lies roughly 17% of the world's proven petroleum reserves. And for the better part of a century, The nation that controlled access to that oil was not Saudi Arabia. It was the United States of America. This is the story of how America quietly took over Saudi Arabia's oil, and why, even after the Saudis technically took it back, the architecture of that original bargain has never truly been dismantled. To understand how this all began, you need to understand the world as it looked in the early 1930s. The Great Depression had shattered economies on both sides of the Atlantic. Global trade had collapsed. Empires were fracturing. And in the Arabian Peninsula, a warrior king named Abdulaziz ibn Abdul Rahman al Saud.
Yeah, Ibn Saud is what we're going to go back to. Okay, so roaring 20s in America is not what caused our Great Depression. Interesting fact, while we had the roaring 20s, Germany got crushed by their debt after the Versailles Treaty. So you know where you could really, as an investor, make a lot of money in the 1920s, 1930s? Late 1920s, early 1930s? Over there in Germany. So a bunch of money from America gets dumped into Germany. And with that, like the Harrimans that we talked about throughout this evening, the Skull and Bones family, the Jacob Schiff related family, they built an industrial park called, well, I'm not going to say it was called that. They built an industrial park in a part of Europe where the tracks met of different sizes. And it was in a Polish town of Auschwitz or something like that. So anyway, when you see who built the infrastructure for like maybe the thing that happened 10 years later, it's interesting. Did they know it was going to be used? Like, I don't know. They seem to be planning a lot of these world events though. So I would be remiss if I didn't ask such questions. So a lot of American money went over to Weimar Germany, pre-Nazi Germany, invested in the infrastructure, remilitarization. You have all the Standard Oil, IG Farben, IBM. There's a whole lot of tech in American, the auto companies and whatnot, Ford over there. So it's also in the mix when you're talking about these situations. Like there's the bankers' investment climate, and then there's like the people suffering. Everyone's broke and hyperinflation, and it's caused, you know, there's a cause and effect relationship that I think was left out there. That's why I wanted to interrupt. So go ahead and let it play.
Had just completed the unification of a vast desert territory that he would name after his own family, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, declared in 1932. But unification did not bring prosperity. The new kingdom was desperately poor. Its primary source of income came from taxing pilgrims making the annual Hajj to Mecca, and even that revenue was drying up because fewer people could afford the journey during a global depression. Abdulaziz needed money, and he needed it fast. He had no industry, no infrastructure, no modern economy to speak of. What he had was sand, and what lay beneath it was still unknown. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, American oil companies were in a state of quiet panic. The First World War had demonstrated something terrifying to military strategists and industrialists alike, that modern warfare ran on petroleum. Tanks, battleships, aircraft, trucks, the entire machinery of 20th century combat depended on a steady supply of oil. And by the early 1920s, there was a growing fear inside the United States government that America's own domestic reserves might not be enough. The concern was sharpened by a diplomatic humiliation. In 1920, Britain and France had signed what was called the San Remo Petroleum Agreement, which effectively carved up access to the oil fields of the former Ottoman territories, specifically in what is now Iraq, and locked American companies out entirely. The British already controlled oil in Persia through the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, the predecessor to what we now know as BP. They controlled oil in Iraq through a consortium that American firms were excluded from, and they were eyeing the Persian Gulf with obvious intent. The American government, under pressure from its own oil industry, pushed back hard. Herbert Hoover, who was then the Secretary of Commerce, championed what was called the open door policy, demanding that American companies be given equal access to oil concessions in the Middle East. It was framed as a matter of principle, free trade, equal opportunity. But in practice, it was raw economic warfare. America was not going to sit back and watch Britain monopolize the most strategically important commodity on the planet. This is the backdrop against which Standard Oil of California, known as SOCAL, entered the picture. SOCAL was one of the descendants of John D. Rockefeller's original Standard Oil empire, broken up by the Supreme Court in 1911 into 34 separate companies. Even after that breakup, these companies were still enormous, still aggressive, and still looking for new reserves around the world. In 1932, a SOCAL subsidiary called the Bahrain Petroleum Company struck oil on the small island nation of Bahrain, just off the coast of the Arabian Peninsula. It was the first major oil discovery in the Persian Gulf outside of Iran, and it immediately raised a question that would change the world. If there was oil in Bahrain, then what about the vast, unexplored landmass sitting right next door? King Abdulaziz was being courted by two suitors. On one side was the Iraq Petroleum Company, which was essentially a British-led consortium. On the other side was SOCAL, an American company. Now, the British had a longer history in the region. They had treaties, military relationships, and colonial leverage throughout the Gulf. But Abdulaziz was no fool. He had watched the British carve up the Middle East after the First World War. He had watched them draw borders that served London's interests, not Arabia's. He was suspicious of British motives, and for good reason. The British were not offering particularly generous terms. They wanted control, not partnership. SOCAL, on the other hand, came with something different. It came with money up front, and it came without the baggage of colonial ambition, or at least that is how it was presented. On May 29th, 1933, Saudi Arabia's finance minister, Abdullah al-Sulaiman, signed a concession agreement with a SOCAL representative named Lloyd Hamilton. The terms were remarkably favorable to the Americans. In exchange for an initial payment of £35,000 in gold, plus rental fees and small royalties on any oil found, SOCAL received exclusive rights to explore for and produce oil across a vast swath of eastern Saudi Arabia. The concession covered an area roughly the size of Texas, and the agreement was structured to last 60 years. Think about that for a moment. A young kingdom, barely a year old, with no geological expertise, no drilling technology, and no leverage whatsoever, had just signed away the subsurface rights to an area the size of a major American state for less than the price of a modest house in Manhattan. The king knew he was getting a raw deal. He knew the terms were lopsided. But he also knew that even meager financial returns were better than no returns at all. His monarchy did not have the capital or the technology to find oil on its own. Without the Americans, the oil would simply stay in the ground, doing nobody any good. SOCAL immediately created a subsidiary to manage the concession. They called it the California Arabian Standard Oil Company, or CASOC. American geologists and engineers arrived in the eastern province, setting up camp near a small town called Dahran. It was blisteringly hot, remote, and inhospitable. The Americans lived in tents and prefabricated huts, drilling exploratory wells in the desert while enduring sandstorms and temperatures that could melt candle wax. For years, they found nothing. Well after well came up dry. SOCAL was hemorrhaging money. By 1936, with no oil in sight, the company was getting nervous enough that it sold a 50% stake in the concession to the Texas company, which we now know as Texaco, for $21 million plus a share of Texaco's marketing facilities east of the Suez Canal. It was a hedge. If the whole venture turned out to be a dry hole, at least SOCAL would have recovered some of its losses. But then, on March 4th, 1938, everything changed. A well-designated Dammam No. 7, drilled to a depth of nearly 1,441 meters on a limestone ridge called Jabal Dahran, struck oil, and not just a trickle. This well immediately began producing over 1,500 barrels per day. It was commercial-grade crude, high quality, and it just kept flowing. The Americans realized they were sitting on something enormous. Dammam No. 7 would later be nicknamed the Prosperity Well, and it was just the beginning. Subsequent exploration would reveal that eastern Saudi Arabia was home to the largest conventional oil reserves ever discovered by human beings. The Ghawar field alone, confirmed in the 1950s, would turn out to be the largest onshore oil field on the planet, producing roughly 3.8 million barrels per day at its peak, more than most entire countries. King Abdulaziz made his first official visit to the oil facilities in the spring of 1939. He arrived with a procession of more than 400 cars, crossing the red sands of the Dana Desert to reach the eastern coast. He inspected the drilling operations, watched the crude flow through the newly built pipeline stretching 69 kilometers to the port of Ras Tanura, and inaugurated the route for the first tanker shipment of Saudi oil to the international market. It was a symbolic moment. The kingdom was no longer just sand and pilgrims. It was an oil state, but it was an oil state where the Americans ran everything. And this is the part of the story that often gets glossed over. The concession agreement was not just a business deal. It was a transfer of sovereign control over the most valuable natural resource in the kingdom. Article 23 of the original agreement stated, and I am paraphrasing the essence here, that the enterprise would be directed and supervised by Americans. Saudi nationals were to be employed where practicable, but the operational control, the decision-making, the profits, and the strategic direction of the entire oil operation belonged to the American companies. The Saudis were, in effect, landlords collecting rent, while American tenants ran a business worth billions out of their basement. When the Second World War broke out, the oil fields became strategically critical. The Axis powers made multiple attempts to disrupt American access to Arabian oil. German submarines prowled the shipping lanes. The threat was real enough that President Franklin D. Roosevelt took a direct interest in ensuring that Saudi Arabia and its oil remained firmly within America's sphere of influence. In 1943, Roosevelt declared Saudi Arabia eligible for Lend-Lease assistance, a program originally designed to supply allied nations fighting the Axis. Saudi Arabia was not fighting anyone, but it had oil, and that was enough. Roosevelt's Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes, went even further. He proposed that the federal government should establish direct control over all oil resources owned by American companies in Saudi Arabia, essentially suggesting that Saudi oil should be treated as a strategic asset of the United States government, not merely a commercial venture of private corporations. That proposal was ultimately rejected, but it reveals the mindset. In the eyes of senior American officials, Saudi oil was not Saudi Arabia's oil. It was America's oil, located in Saudi Arabia. Then came the meeting that cemented everything. On February 14th, 1945, Roosevelt, returning from the Yalta Conference with Churchill and Stalin, made a secret detour to the Suez Canal. There, aboard the USS Quincy, a heavy cruiser anchored in the Great Bitter Lake, he met King Abdulaziz for the first and only time. It was the first meeting between a sitting American president and a Saudi monarch, and it would set the foundation for one of the most consequential alliances in modern history. Abdulaziz had never left the Arabian Peninsula before. He had never been to sea. He arrived on a U.S. destroyer, the USS Murphy, with 48 companions, including guards, servants, cooks, and an astrologer. He set up an Arabian tent on the destroyer's deck and led prayers for his entourage during the voyage. When the Murphy pulled alongside the Quincy, the king was greeted by Roosevelt, who was seated in his wheelchair on the deck. Roosevelt, paralyzed from the waist down since the age of 39, broke the ice by saying that the king was luckier because he could still walk. Abdulaziz replied, "No, my friend, you are the more fortunate because you ride in a chair with wheels, while I must ride upon the legs of an animal." The meeting lasted several hours. The official topic was the question of Palestine, Roosevelt trying to persuade the king to accept Jewish immigration, Abdulaziz firmly refusing. They disagreed sharply on that subject, and the king's position never wavered. But beneath the diplomatic pleasantries, the real substance was simpler and far more consequential. America wanted guaranteed access to Saudi oil. Saudi Arabia wanted guaranteed military protection. Neither side put it quite that bluntly, but both understood the exchange. Roosevelt assured the king that the United States would never take any hostile action against the Arab peoples, and that no decision regarding Palestine would be made without consulting both Arabs and Jews. In return, Abdulaziz assured Roosevelt that America's oil concession was safe, that no foreign power would be allowed to interfere with it, and that Saudi Arabia would remain within America's orbit. Roosevelt confirmed these assurances in a letter dated April 5, 1945, just 1 week before his death. The letter was addressed to his great and good friend, and it repeated the promises made on the Quincy. Roosevelt died 7 days later. His successor, Harry Truman, would promptly break those promises by recognizing the State of Israel in 1948 without consulting the Saudis. But the oil bargain survived. It always survived. Because oil was more important than Palestine, more important than promises, more important than anything. In the years immediately following the war, the American oil operation in Saudi Arabia expanded at a staggering pace. In 1944, the company had been renamed from CASOC to the Arabian American Oil Company, or Aramco. In 1947, 2 more American oil giants bought into the venture. Standard Oil of New Jersey, which would become Exxon, purchased 30%, and Socony Vacuum, which would become Mobil, purchased 10%. SOCAL and Texaco each retained 30%. So by the late 1940s, Aramco was a consortium of 4 massive American corporations, all of them descendants, directly or indirectly, of John D. Rockefeller's original Standard Oil. The full circle of American oil power had been completed. The companies that Rockefeller built were now pumping Saudi Arabia's oil, and they were pumping a lot of it. By 1949, Aramco's crude oil production hit 500,000 barrels per day. In 1950, the company completed the Trans-Arabian Pipeline, stretching over 1,200 kilometers from eastern Saudi Arabia to the Mediterranean coast, the longest pipeline in the world at that time. Built primarily by the American engineering firm Bechtel, the pipeline cut shipping times to Europe dramatically and turned Saudi Arabia into one of the most important energy suppliers on Earth. In 1951, Aramco discovered the Safaniya field, the world's largest offshore oil field. By 1958, daily production exceeded 1 million barrels. But even as the oil flowed and the profits soared, King Abdulaziz was growing increasingly uncomfortable with the arrangement. He watched as Venezuela, another major oil-producing nation, negotiated a 50-50 profit-sharing deal with Standard Oil of New Jersey and Royal Dutch Shell. Venezuela's oil minister, Juan Pablo Perez Alfonso, had argued that the producing nation deserved at least half the profits from its own natural resources. It was a radical idea at the time, but it worked. And when word of the Venezuelan deal reached Riyadh, Abdulaziz asked a simple question. Why are we getting less than the Venezuelans? By 1950, the king was openly threatening to nationalize Aramco's facilities unless a more equitable arrangement was reached. The threat was credible. Iran had nationalized its oil industry in 1951 under Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, sending shockwaves through the global energy market, though the British and Americans would eventually overthrow Mossadegh in a CIA-backed coup 2 years later. The Saudis were watching all of this very carefully. They understood that nationalization was possible, but they also understood the consequences. What happened next was one of the most ingenious financial maneuvers in the history of American foreign policy, a move so clever that it was later given the sardonic nickname, the Golden Gimmick. Rather than allow Aramco to simply hand over 50% of its profits to the Saudi government, which would have cut deeply into the American company's bottom line, the Truman administration arranged a foreign tax credit. The deal, signed on December 30th, 1950, worked like this. Aramco would submit 50% of its profits to the Saudi government as an income tax. But because it was structured as a tax rather than a royalty, the American parent companies could claim it as a foreign tax credit on their U.S. tax returns, dollar for dollar. In other words, the money that went to King Abdulaziz came not from the oil companies' pockets, but from the United States Treasury. American taxpayers were, without knowing it, subsidizing the Saudi monarchy to prevent nationalization of what were, technically, Saudi natural resources being extracted by American corporations. The Golden Gimmick was kept secret for years. When it was eventually exposed, it sparked fierce criticism from policy experts and journalists who argued that the arrangement was nothing more than a covert government subsidy for private oil companies dressed up as foreign policy. But by then, it had served its purpose. Saudi Arabia did not nationalize Aramco. The American companies kept pumping. And in its first year alone, the 50-50 arrangement generated more than $50 million for the Saudi government, a fortune for a kingdom that had been living hand to mouth just 2 decades earlier. The 1950s and 60s were the golden age of Aramco. Production soared. The company built entire cities in the desert, self-contained American compounds, complete with swimming pools, movie theaters, baseball diamonds, and air-conditioned schools where American children attended classes following an American curriculum through 9th grade. These compounds were surrounded by security fences and functioned as little pieces of suburban America transplanted into the Arabian desert. Outside the fences, Saudi workers lived in far more modest conditions. The two worlds existed side by side, separated by chain link and concrete, a physical manifestation of the power imbalance at the heart of the entire arrangement. The company operated like a state within a state. It built roads, hospitals, and desalination plants. It trained Saudi workers slowly and on its own terms, but it trained them. It managed the kingdom's most valuable asset with the efficiency and ruthlessness of a corporation answering primarily to shareholders in New York, not to a king in Riyadh. Aramco's executives communicated regularly with the U.S. State Department, often acting as intermediaries between the Saudi government and Washington. In fact, as one historian noted, Aramco became the chief conduit communicating Saudi Arabia's interests to its parent corporations and to the U.S. government. It was a company performing the functions of an embassy, but the tectonic plates were shifting. In 1960, 5 oil-producing nations, Venezuela, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Kuwait, gathered in Baghdad and founded the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. The organization's founding purpose was simple. For too long, Western oil companies had dictated production levels, prices, and profit-sharing arrangements to sovereign nations. OPEC was created to give producing countries collective bargaining power. At first, the organization was weak and largely ignored by the Western majors, but it would not stay that way. The real earthquake came in October 1973, and it shook the entire global order. On October 6th, Egypt and Syria launched a surprise military attack on Israel during the holy day of Yom Kippur. The initial Arab advance
you're seeing is really only about 0.5% of the rubble that was and debris that was removed from the World Trade Center site. So it's less than 1% of the physical remains of the site. You know, here were these 2 vertical cities, and you are seeing the kind of, wounded horizontal victims in a way, just lying down. I think people are very struck by the horizontality of it. This is an incredible piece because this is cold compression. We've been having this debate back and forth just about being very careful, although we recognize the kind of awful beauty of some of this steel and some of the what we see, that we want to make sure that we're not falling into the trap of making aestheticizing relics of this tragedy and also not presenting it as an art museum might, by putting it on some kind of venerated pedestal. Some of the planters were on the Church Street side and did survive, as did some of the original benches. We're actually thinking possibly of bringing some of the benches back for the more contemplative areas of the museum. So, here you're seeing the famous, what's left of the Calder stable that was on the plaza. One of the things we've been thinking about with this particular piece would be to bring the pieces back together in some kind of meaningful silhouette of their original ensemble placement, but avoiding making a new piece of art out of it. I think that would be really wrong. That would feel really wrong. I think there were 1,800 vehicles that were first, rescue equipment. And this is a piece that is almost definitely going to come back. If you just look inside, you can see it, this most likely will be an encased object, because even though we're 99.9% confident that there's nothing coming out of there that's in any way going to be an irritant, we just want to, the public won't necessarily believe us, so we actually believe we need to encase this particular object. Some of the men who drove these vehicles to the World Trade Center site, who survived, had no idea their vehicle had ever been preserved for potential museum use. And we're discovering in making very gentle overtures, some of them are still so traumatized they don't want to talk. And this is the case with the two EMS guys who drove this particular ambulance. The reason we think this truck is very powerful is because the kind of bifurcation of, if you look to the left, it looks virtually unharmed. If you look to the right, it's obviously been distressed and damaged. And literally for us, it's the quirk of fate that day. You turned left, you lived, you turned right, you died. The taxi cab, we actually were able, through the Taxi and Limousine Commission, ultimately to locate who the driver was. He was a Polish gentleman. He survived. He was so traumatized, he left and moved back to Poland. So we're now inside the tent, which holds some of the motors that were salvaged from the almost 200 elevators that were in the the Twin Towers. And we want to be able to use them to tell the stories of what happened to people in the elevators that day, because there were very dramatic stories of people trapped in the elevators who lived, and unfortunately 200 people trapped in elevators who didn't live, but who were able to get messages out to loved ones in some cases. Then we're also seeing, components of the antenna from the North Tower. Most likely this particular piece, which looks like the Mercury space capsule, will come back to that same part of the museum where we're trying to include some of these big ambivalent objects. Warner Brothers store, we had found that this sign was just kind of an incredible survival. That's all, folks, When word got out that this was going to be most likely the last ceremonial piece of steel, the thousands and thousands of individuals who'd been participating in the rescue recovery efforts started to mark it. We've been trying to document all of the markings, all of the signatures on it. There may be as many as, but
watching.
Exactly, and we could laugh about it, but we can't because it's too tragic. But it was quite clear from the very beginning that bin Laden got together with some terrorist Arabs and they've done this, and isn't it awful? And now let's start World War III. There was more to the whole thing than met the eye. And, and I, to my eternal shame, had misgivings that I didn't immediately express. about what had actually happened, because the atmosphere was appalling around the time that if you did express any misgivings at all about the result of the 9/11 inquiry, you were labeled a madman. And you would lose any voice that you had about any subject on earth forever, just by questioning it. As we all know now, the people who did start to ask the questions were correct to do so.
Yes.
But, and I know this is part of the reason that you and I are having this conversation today, because of my friend Matt Campbell, it was a terrible mistake that the questions never got to any court of law or to any place where you could actually listen to the evidence and look at the evidence and try and figure out what actually happened, if I could put it like that.
Who is Matt Campbell, for people unfamiliar?
Okay. Matt Campbell is an Englishman, and he's been involved since the day it happened, because his brother, Jeffrey Campbell, was in one of the Twin Towers and was killed on the day it happened. And eventually there was a cursory inquest into his death, which listened to no evidence about anything and didn't come up with any answers. So the inquest said that he was killed by terrorists on the 11th of September 2001, and that's the end of the story, and there are no more questions to be answered. And Matt Campbell, to his eternal credit, has, for the 25 years since then, tried to get a proper inquest into his brother's death. And it is law in the UK, where I'm from, that a citizen is allowed, if there's anything unusual at all about the death of any person, you are allowed to demand an inquest, i.e. a judicial inquiry into why the person died, who was responsible, and so on and so forth. And he is still trying to get that right for his brother, Jeff, now. He's managed to get it all the way to the Supreme Court. It's been turned down by several British attorney generals who've said, we're not reopening any inquest, you can't do it. And he said, but that's unlawful. This is completely against all the laws of the land in England. You don't have inquests in North America, I'm told, but we do, and they're kind of important. So he's managed to get a hearing in the Supreme Court in England on October the 14th and 15th coming up this year to try and persuade the Supreme Court to countermand the Attorney General's decision not to allow an inquest. This will mean that evidence can be heard for the first time in a court of law anywhere in the world. Anywhere. There hasn't been one in America, and there hasn't been one.
I didn't realize that. How can that be?
How can it be what?
That 3,000 people die, that the investigation, the official investigation into it is revealed as false.
Yeah.
The 9/11 Commission report was written before the inquest into what happened on 9/11, so it's fake. Philip Zelikow did that. We know that. And yet there's been no legal inquiry into it since then?
None, which is why I'm supporting Matt Campbell, which I am, and why, if we could, on this program, there is a crowdfunder as well. I've given him a lot of money in order to fight this case, but we need about twice what I've already given. I've given him $100,000. We need about that much again. So if there's anybody out there, we should give them if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I'd be happy to. And his name is Matt Campbell.
Of course, I didn't write it down on my notes. But we can find it, and we can...
And it can be found easily. Yeah. Matt Campbell, 9/11, and you've given him $100,000 in order to force the inquest into this?
No, in order to pay the lawyers who are representing him and his brother before the Supreme Court in England on the 14th and 15th of October. If they are successful and the Supreme Court overturns the decision by the Attorney General not to proceed, then there will be an inquest, which will be a separate occasion. But that will give you and me and all the people all over the world who are interested to know what actually happened on September the 11th, 2001 in New York.
So from what would be the justification? What was the given justification for not allowing an inquest into 9/11? Do you know? Like, what was the excuse? Everybody knows what it's like to get stuck at the airport on a road trip and feel desperately hungry, and that can get ugly because
of a commercial plane that poses danger. The problem with such an order, however, is that Cheney, as vice president, is not part of the military chain of command. According to this hierarchy, such an order comes from the president, with the only other person in question being the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, who is second in line to the president. Rumsfeld could not be reached because he was at the Pentagon, which was itself the target of an attack, and he was busy helping with rescue work on site. Standing in the same secure room as Dick Cheney when he made that order was White House Deputy Chief of Staff Joshua Bolten. After Cheney made the order, he immediately asked Cheney to call the president to confirm this command. Cheney does exactly so and rings Air Force One at 10:18 a.m. to speak with the president. According to the investigation report, this phone call lasts 2 minutes, which lines up with the notes that Ari Fleischer took. At 10:20 a.m., these notes show the words, "Authorized shutdown if necessary." The question, however, remains. Did Vice President Cheney initially give a command that he wasn't entitled to give? He himself denied it and stated that he had already confirmed this order in a previous conversation with Bush. And in fact, Fleischer's notes do show that Bush and Cheney spoke on the phone beforehand, visible in the above entry at 9:45 a.m. However, there is no sign of a conversation about a possible shootdown. Whether the two spoke about this or not can not be answered conclusively. Upon landing at Barksdale Air Force Base, a more detailed briefing took place, and the president once again addressed the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning.
As Bush delivers his speech, his security team and national advisors have come up with a new destination. The president is determined to head to the White House, saying, "I want to go back home ASAP, and I don't want whoever this is holding me outside Washington." But the Secret Service disagrees, with Eddie Marinzel, the
On the night before 9/11, George W. Bush, he stays in this tennis club in Florida because he's going to that school in the morning, right? He's out of the White House. Scott, do you know who's in the White House when Bush is out of the White House? You're muted.
Sorry, muted. Can't say that I do.
You could have said Bush and been right because it was his dad. H.W. Bush, the ex-president, was accessing the White House the night before. In the morning of 9/11, H.W. Bush, the president's dad, is meeting with the Carlyle Group, and there's a bin Laden in the Carlyle Group meeting, and he's already done business with the bin Ladens for like 30 years. H.W. Bush, right? So when his son is out of the White House and is in Florida, shit's popping off, and he's like, "I want to get back to Washington." He can't go back to Washington. He gets sent in Air Force One. The comms of Air Force One don't work. They have no fighter escort at any point until they get to almost landing at Barksdale, right? So how did the box cutter guys fuck with the comms on Air Force One? Why can't they make calls? Why are they cut off? Right? Because it's in it's in the notes right here. This is the official story I'm showing you before I contradict the official story. I want you to know what some of the official story is. So there's a whole lot right there. I also want to include in this clip, there's a threat on Air Force One. Angel is next, using the call sign internal to the Secret Service. So again, the box cutter guys, they're pretty busy hijacking planes and crashing and suicide bombing. Like, how are they doing the insider trades? How are they fucking with Air Force One? How are they using like the call sign and putting this type of panic into our own government where they can't respond, right? The war games, all this other stuff that's going to stack up soon. So, yeah, please continue to play it. We'll get through this part.
The president's lead Secret Service agent saying, "Our people are saying it's too unsteady still." Therefore, at 1:48 p.m., Air Force One takes off from Barksdale Base, heading not for Washington, but for the Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. The reason they decided to go here is that this base has the U.S. Stratcom bunker, an immensely protected underground compound with advanced communication.
Yeah, it's got all that stuff. And it was Warren Buffett's last annual golf tournament. And one of the attendees was a CEO from Fiduciary Trust named Ann Tatlock, Tatlock. She normally would have been at work as the CEO of Fiduciary Trust in the part of the World Trade Center South Tower that exploded that day. So it's interesting that she's in realm where Buffett and Bush and all these other things overlap. If you've ever read The Franklin Cover-Up, I think Warren Buffett is prolifically mentioned in that book. So, you know, it's a little contextual history plus the day of history. It doesn't look like box cutter guys to me, but please continue to let it roll.
Capabilities. On this journey to Nebraska, Air Force One is flying almost entirely alone in American airspace. Already at 9:45 a.m., 1 hour after the first strike, a complete closure of all U.S. airspace was ordered, after which aircraft had to land at the nearest possible airport. At around 12:15, this closure was completed, with all commercial and general aviation grounded. After landing at Offutt Air Force Base, the president and his team gathered in the U.S. Stratcom bunker. It is located 40 feet underground and is thickly built to provide protection from any possible attacks. In addition to an extensive communication center, there are also several other rooms with offices and even bedrooms, so that this station could function as an overnight base if necessary. At 4:36 p.m., the active attacks on the nation seem to have come to an end, and the security situation allows the president to take his third flight of the day. Air Force One departs, bound for Joint Base Andrews. But even this flight was carried out under immense security concerns, as the Secret Service not only worries about security in the airspace, but also considers possible threats on board. One not frequently reported on concern was that just a few hours earlier, a call had come in at the White House switchboard with a message that resulted in the worst of fears. The message on the call was "Angel is next." Angel is the internal code word for Air Force One, and what is especially concerning is the fact that this code word was not publicly known, leading Secret Service agents to suspect an insider might be plotting an attack on the plane. In face of this ominous message, the Secret Service decided to permanently station agents in the aisle of the presidential area.
All right, go pause that for a second.
Another agent was placed near the
All right, so now that we've covered that, we're going to go to Corbett Report, and then I have a last block. So, Scott, it's getting to the wee hours in the morning. Did you want to sign off, and I'll handle the rest with Colby, or how you want to handle it?
I think I'm okay for.
Are you good
block
for
and then
20
do a
more
sign-off.
minutes, and then we'll do?
Yeah, I can.
Then we'll
I can
do.
hang in
All
there.
right, cool.
I got it.
All right, cool. So I wanted to set this up like this, because of what Richard Gage was talking about last week and Scott's involvement. I apparently I've got an invite to go to New York City on 9/11 to speak at the Turning the Tide conference. It's where Tucker Carlson was supposed to be the keynote last year, but there was the Charlie Kirk thing and he didn't make it. So maybe, I don't know, there'll be some cool people there. Roger Waters is going to be there. Jimmy Dore is going to be there. Richard Gage is going to be there. Scott's going to be there. Film crew's going to be there. We're going to film a whole bunch of stuff. I am, as of probably town hall on Tuesday, celebrating 20 years of podcasting. And this clip you're about to see from Corbett, I was watching because like I've seen the documentary before, but I wanted to brush up because I'm going to this conference. So I've been doing a whole bunch of research. How do you condense like something that would take me 30 hours and I got 30 minutes, right? Like, so what useful thing can I leave for the audience? I think it's the inconvenient evidence that makes people think outside the story so they can actually discover like the bigger, how the dots themselves and how they fit together into a big picture. I guess that's the gist. So I was pleasantly surprised when I was like, I just started the Corbett video and I was like, oh shit, I forgot. I'm in it. And then I was like, how long am I in this one? And it was a little bit. So anyway, that'll be this. And then we'll come back and comment right after this. So this is Corbett's documentary. It's titled 9/11 Trillions, Follow the Money. Now, if you've paid attention so far, Saudi Arabia became a kingdom because America has the right to hand out kingdoms and make people monarchs. But the UK does. Okay. So when Saudi Arabia is used as the scapegoat in 9/11, but we fly all the bin Laden family back over there and all the Saudi princes stuff, we just look past that, right? Maybe the Saudis were training some drug couriers. Maybe some other people said, hey, we can make it look like these drug couriers do more than just like narco terrorist trafficking type stuff. And maybe some people had problems and they got together and they solved each other's problems at the cost of a lot of American lives, of millions of people in the Middle East, and a whole lot of trillions of tax dollars that maybe should have been kept among the people who earned the money in the first fucking place. So without getting too emotional, let's go to James Corbett. 9/11 trillions. Let's see if we can learn something that would give you a retort next time somebody says that's a conspiracy theory. You should just believe the official narrative. I understand some people have like an 8 megabyte mentality, but these are 250 gigabyte problems we're dealing with. So you got to enlarge your attention span, and Corbett's going to help do it in the next several minutes with grace and eloquence that only he can bring to the table.
You're listening to the Corbett Report.
Al-Qaeda terrorist. September the 11th.
Al-Qaeda, 9/11 hijackers.
Jihadist terrorist organizations.
Terror attack.
Bin Laden.
September 11th.
Terrorist.
The self-confessed mastermind.
Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda. Terrible new terrorist organization.
September 11th.
Our enemy is a radical network of terrorists, and every government supports them.
Forget for one moment everything you've been told about September 11th, 2001. Instead, let's ask ourselves one question. What was 9/11? A terrorist atrocity? An attack on America? The first salvo in a new war? A day that changed everything? The question may seem simple, but how we answer it is of vital importance. It determines how we proceed with our investigation of that day. And once you strip away the emotional rhetoric and the fear-inducing imagery, we're left with the simple truth. 9/11 was a crime. And as with any crime, there is one overriding imperative that detectives must follow to identify the perpetrators. Follow the money. This is an investigation of the 9/11 money trail. In 1998, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey agreed to privatize the World Trade Center, the complex of office towers in Lower Manhattan that they had owned and operated since their construction in 1973. In April 2001, an agreement was reached with a consortium of investors led by Silverstein Properties, and on July 24, 2001, Larry Silverstein, who already owned World Trade Center Building 7, signed a 99-year lease for the Twin Towers and Buildings 4 and 5. The lease was for $3.2 billion and was financed by a bridge loan from GMAC, the commercial mortgage arm of General Motors, as well as $111 million from Lloyd Goldman and Joseph Kerr, individual real estate investors. Silverstein Properties only put down $14 million of its own money. The deal was unusual in a variety of ways. Although the Port Authority carried only $1.5 billion of insurance coverage on the WTC complex, which earlier that year had been valued at $1.2 billion, Silverstein had insisted on doubling that amount, insuring the buildings for $3.55 billion. Silverstein's insurance broker struggled to put that much coverage in place and ultimately had to split it among 25 dealers. The negotiations were so involved that only temporary contracts were in place for the insurance at the time the lease was signed, and by September the contracts were still being finalized. Silverstein's group was also explicitly given the right to rebuild the structures if they were destroyed, and even to expand the amount of retail space on the site if rebuilding did take place. Within hours of the destruction of the Twin Towers on September 11th, Silverstein was on the phone to his lawyers, trying to determine if his insurance policies could construe the attacks as two separate insurable incidents rather than one. Silverstein spent years in the courts attempting to win $7.1 billion from his $3.55 billion insurance policy, and in 2007 walked away with $4.55 billion, the largest single insurance settlement ever. As soon as the deal was announced, Silverstein sued United and American Airlines for a further $3.5 billion for their negligence in the 9/11 attacks, a claim that was struck down by the courts but is still on appeal. Perhaps even more outrageously, in a secret deal in 2003, the Port Authority agreed to pay back 80% of their initial equity in the lease, but allowed the Silverstein Group to maintain control of the site. The deal gave Silverstein, Goldman, and Kerr $98 million of the $125 million they put down on the lease, and a further $130 million in insurance proceeds that were earmarked for the site's rebuilding. In the end, Silverstein profited from the 9/11 attacks to the tune of $4.5 billion and counting. But that's the 9/11 insurance heist you saw. There was a much deeper, more complex, and well-hidden heist that was taking place behind closed doors on September 11th, 2001, deep in the heart of the World Trade Center itself. Marsh & McLennan is a diversified risk, insurance, and professional services firm with over $13 billion in annual revenue and 57,000 employees. In September of 2001, 2,000 of those employees worked in Marsh's offices in the World Trade Center. Marsh occupied floors 93 to 100 of the North Tower, the exact area of the impact and explosion. In the year prior to 9/11, Marsh had contracted with Silverstream Software to create an electronic connection between Marsh and its clients for the purpose of creating paperless transactions. Silverstream had already built internet-based transactional and trading platforms for Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, Bankers Trust, Alex Brown, Morgan Stanley, and other financial services firms that were later involved in 9/11, but this new project was unlike anything that had been attempted before. Richard Andrew Grove, the salesperson who handled the Marsh & McLennan project for Silverstream, explains.
In 2000, Silverstream was contracted by Marsh to provide a technological solution beyond what we had done for any of the above-named companies, insofar as it would be used to electronically connect Marsh to its major business partners via internet portals for the purpose of creating paperless transactions and expediting revenue and renewal cycles, and built from the ground up at the client's site. Silverstream provided a specific type of connectivity that was used to link AIG and Marsh & McLennan, the first two commercial companies on the planet to employ this specific type of transaction. And in fact, Marsh was presented with something called the Accord Award, ACORD, in the summer of 2001 for being the first commercial corporation to do so. And what you should take away from that is this. It means that no other companies were doing this type of transaction, so the question in your mind should be, what then were Marsh and AIG doing, and why did they need to leverage technologies that no other commercial entity on the face of the earth needed to conduct business? The contract, Silverstream then stationed approximately 30 to 40 developers at Marsh, and this team was led by 2 to 3 managers with whom I liaised to ensure delivery of the solution that was promised. The development team worked regularly into the night, if not all night, and sometimes worked 7 days a week in order to adhere to Marsh's indicated pre-September 11th deadline. Now, while I was
But it was not long before severe irregularities in the billing of the account for this project led Richard Grove into the heart of a deeper mystery about the software and about the work that he was engaged in.
fiscal anomalies with respect to the Marsh.com project when I was in a meeting on the 98th floor in October of 2000 with a gentleman named Gary Lasko. Gary was Marsh's North American Chief Information Officer, and that particular afternoon a colleague and I helped him identify about $10 million in suspicious purchase orders after I had recognized that certain vendors were deceiving Marsh and specifically appeared to be selling Marsh large quantities of hardware that were not necessary, as this was later confirmed by Gary. In the spring of 2000, I brought my concerns up to executives inside of Silverstream and I was urged to keep quiet and mind my own business. I went to an executive inside of Marsh, and he advised me to do likewise. But then, I mentioned it to a few executives at Marsh who I could trust, like Gary Lasko, and Catherine Lee, Ken Rice, Richard Bruhart, and John Olthofer, people who became likewise concerned that something untoward was going on. The concerned colleagues I just mentioned were murdered on September 11th, and the executives who expressed dismay at my concerns are alive and free today because of it. I feel it's no coincidence as the Marsh executive who urged me to drop my line of inquiry made sure that his personnel, who I just mentioned, were in the office bright and early for a global conference call before the staff meeting upon which I was to intrude. A conference call which I was informed this executive in question conducted but attended from the safety of his Upper West Side apartment. Although in getting
The global conference call with Marsh's IT staff on the morning of 9/11, a meeting that included the staff who were investigating the suspicious billing on the Silverstream deal, was confirmed in a 2006 interview with Marsh's then Chief Information Officer, Ellen Clark. Richard Grove had been asked to attend the meeting, but was stuck in traffic on the way to the towers when the attack began. His friends at Marsh were not so lucky. 294 Marsh employees, including all of the participants in the conference call in the North Tower, died that morning. Meanwhile, the Marsh executive who had scheduled the meeting, the same one who had asked Grove to drop the issue of the billing anomalies, was safe in his apartment, attending the meeting via telephone. So what was the Marsh.com project really about? Why was it so important for it to be finished before September 11th? And what kind of transactions did it enable? More importantly, what information was lost when the data center on the 95th floor of the North Tower suffered a direct hit on 9/11 and the buildings were demolished? A partial answer comes from reports that emerged in late 2001 that a German firm, Convar, had been hired to reconstruct financial data from the hard disks recovered at Ground Zero. The firm talks about this work in its promotional videos.
September the 11th, 2001. The whole world is in shock following the attacks on the World Trade Center. Convar has some solutions to offer. Data stored on countless hard drives retrieved from the collapsed towers was believed to have been lost, but Convar specialists can render irreplaceable information readable again at Europe's only high-security data recovery center. Burnt, crushed, or dirty storage media are ready to relinquish their secrets by the time we finish with them.
More details about the work comes from an IDG news service story posted to CNN.com in December 2001. Under the headline, "Computer disk drives from WTC could yield clues," the article notes, "An unexplained surge in transactions was recorded prior to the attacks, leading to speculation that someone might have profited from previous knowledge of the terrorist plot by moving sums of money. But because the facilities of many financial companies processing the transactions were housed in New York's World Trade Center, destroyed in the blasts, it has, until now, been impossible to verify that suspicion." A Reuters article from the same time, later posted to Convar's website, offers revealing glimpses into the investigation's early results. It quotes Peter Herschel, Convar's director at the time. "The suspicion is that inside information about the attacks was used to send financial transaction commands and authorizations in the belief that amid all the chaos the criminals would have, at the very least, a good head start. Of course, it is also possible that there were perfectly legitimate reasons for the unusual rise in business volume. It could turn out that Americans went on an absolute shopping binge on that Tuesday morning. But at this point, there are many transactions that cannot be accounted for. Not only the volume, but the size of the transactions was far higher than usual for a day like that. There is a suspicion that these were possibly planned to take advantage of the chaos. It also quotes Richard Wagner, one of the company's data retrieval experts. There is a suspicion that some people had advanced knowledge of the approximate time of the plane crashes in order to move out amounts exceeding $100 million. They thought that the records of their transactions could not be traced after the mainframes were destroyed. Was the revolutionary electronic trading link between AIG and Marsh being used to funnel money through the World Trade Center at the time of the attack? Were the attack perpetrators hoping that the destruction of Marsh's data center on the 95th floor at the dead center of the North Tower explosion would conceal their economic crime? One piece of corroborating evidence for the idea comes from author and researcher Michael Rupert, who reported in 2004 that immediately before the attacks began, computer systems in Deutsche Bank, one of Silverstream's other E-Link clients, had been taken over from an external location that no one in the office could identify.
Within, I would guess, I'd have to go back and look at the book, but it was no more than a week after the attacks. I was being contacted by a lot of people from inside official sources who were raising a lot of questions. This one particular person was extremely credible. They absolutely convinced me they had been an employee of Deutsche Bank in the Twin Towers. And they told me very clearly that in the moments right before the attacks and during the attack, there was a 40-minute window between the time the first plane struck the World Trade Center and the second plane, that Deutsche Bank's computers in New York City had been taken over, absolutely co-opted and run. There was a massive data purge, a massive data download, and all kinds of stuff was moving. And what this person said very clearly was that no one in the Deutsche Bank offices in the towers at the time had the ability to prevent what was going on from any of their terminals.
Sadly, no answer to the questions raised by these accounts is forthcoming from Convar. After the initial reporting on the investigation, which noted that the company was working with the FBI to recover and analyze the data, Convar now refuses to talk about the information they discovered.
Is it true that large amounts of money were transferred illegally out of the World Trade Center on the morning of 9/11, just before the attacks?
If you would look on the website, I would say yes, because that was the information from a previous release. If you would ask me today, I would need to tell you that I could not give you any additional information about that. I'm really sorry.
At the time of 9/11, Marsh's chief of risk management was Paul Bremer, the former managing director of Kissinger and Associates who went on to oversee the U.S. occupation of Iraq. On the morning of 9/11, he was not in his office at Marsh & McLennan, but at NBC's TV studio, where he was delivering the official story of the attack.
It's Paul Bremer. I want to make sure I'm getting your name right because I'm just meeting you just at this moment. You're a terrorism expert.
Counterterrorism, I hope.
And can talk to us a little bit about who could. I mean, there are a limited number of groups who could be responsible for something of this magnitude.
Yes, this is a very well planned, very well coordinated attack, which suggests it's very well organized centrally. And there are only 3 or 4 candidates in the world, really, who could have conducted this attack.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Bremer.
Indeed, he certainly does. Bin Laden was involved in the first attack on the World Trade Center, which had as its intention doing exactly what happened here, which was to collapse both towers. He certainly has to be a prime suspect, but there are others in the Middle East, and there are at least 2 states, Iran and Iraq, which should at least remain on the list of potential suspects.
What kind of...
I don't recall anything like this. Pearl Harbor happened a month before I was born, and I hear my parents talk about that as a seminal event in their lives all the time. I am not aware of anything like this in the United States before. Americans are now, I think it's fair to say, really scared. Should we be?
This is a day that will change our lives, isn't it?
It is a day that will change our lives. It's a day when the war that the terrorists declared on the United States, and after all, they did declare war on us, has been brought home to the United States in a much more dramatic way than we've seen before. So it will change our lives.
On September 12, 2001, before the dust had even settled on Ground Zero, the Securities and Exchange Commission opened an investigation into a chilling proposition: that an unknown group of traders with advanced knowledge of the 9/11 plot had made millions betting against the companies involved in the attacks.
What many Wall Street analysts believe is that the terrorists made bets that a number of stocks would see their prices fall. They did so by buying what are called puts. If you bet right, the rewards can be huge. The risks are also huge, unless, of course, you know something bad is going to happen to the company you're betting against.
This could very well be insider trading at the worst, most horrific, most evil use you've ever seen in your entire life.
One example, United Airlines. The Thursday before the attack, more than 2,000 contracts betting that the stock would go down were purchased. 90 times more in one day than in 3 weeks. When the markets reopened, United stock dropped. The price of the contracts soared, and someone may have made a lot of money fast.
$180,000 turns into $2.4 million when that plane hits the World Trade Center.
It's almost the same story with American Airlines.
That's a 5-fold increase in the value of what was a $337,000 trade on Monday.
All of a sudden becomes what?
$1.8 million.
And there's much more, including an extraordinarily high number of bets against Morgan Stanley and Marsh & McLennan, two of the World Trade Center's biggest tenants.
Could this be a coincidence? This would be one of the most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind if it was a coincidence.
Although the put options on American and United Airlines are usually cited in reference to the 9/11 insider trading, these trades only represent a fraction of the suspicious trades leading up to the attack. Between August 20th and September 10th, abnormally large spikes in put option activity appeared in trades involving dozens of different companies whose stocks plunged after the attack, including Boeing, Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Munich Re, and the AXA Group. Traders weren't just betting against the companies whose stocks dove after 9/11, however. There was also a 6-fold increase in call options on the stock of defense contractor Raytheon on the day before 9/11. The options allowed the traders to buy Raytheon stock at $25. Within a week of the attack, as the American military began deploying the Raytheon-supplied Tomahawk missiles they would eventually use in the invasion of Afghanistan, the company's share price had shot up 37% to over $34. The SEC weren't the only ones interested in this particular 9/11 money trail either. Investigations into potential insider trading before the attacks were opened by authorities around the globe, from Belgium to France to Germany to Switzerland to Japan. It wasn't long before this global financial manhunt started yielding clues on the trail of the terror traders. On September 17th, Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Martino, addressing Italian Consob's own investigation into potential 9/11 trading, said, "I think there are terrorist states and organizations behind speculation on the international markets." By September 24th, the Belgian finance minister was confident enough to publicly announce Belgium's strong suspicions that British markets may have been used for transactions. The president of Germany's central bank was the most adamant. "What we found makes us sure that people connected to the terrorists must have been trying to profit from this tragedy." These foreign leaders were not alone in their conviction that insider trading had taken place. University of Chicago finance professor George Constantinides, Columbia University law professor John Coffey, Duke University law professor James Cox, and other academics, as well as well-known options traders like John Najarian, all expressed their belief that investors had traded on advanced knowledge of the attacks. The scale of the SEC investigation was unprecedented, examining over 9.5 million securities transactions, including stocks and options in 103 different companies trading in 7 markets, 32 exchange-traded funds, and stock indices. The probe drew on the assistance of the legal and compliance staff of the 20 largest trading firms and the regulatory authorities in 10 foreign governments. The Commission coordinated its investigation with the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the Department of the Treasury. The results of this investigation? We have not developed any evidence suggesting that those who had advanced knowledge of the September 11th attacks traded on the basis of that information. Although this sounds like the investigation did not find evidence of insider trading, a second look reveals the trick. They are not saying that there was no insider trading, only that there is no evidence that those who had advanced knowledge of the September 11th attacks participated in such trading. But this begs the question, who had that advanced knowledge, and how did the SEC determine this? The 9/11 Commission report begs the question even more blatantly in their treatment of the anomalous put option activity on United Airlines stock on September 6th. 95% of the puts were placed by a single US-based institutional investor with no conceivable ties to Al-Qaeda. Again, it is taken as a foregone conclusion that a lack of ties to Al-Qaeda means there could not have been advanced knowledge of the attack, even if the evidence shows that insider trading took place. To be sure, insider trading almost certainly did take place in the weeks before 9/11. Although some have used the Commission report to conclude that the story was debunked, the intervening years have seen the release of not one, not two, but 3 separate scientific papers concluding with high probability that the anomalous trading was the result of advanced knowledge. In Unusual Option Market Activity in the Terrorist Attacks of September 11, 2001, University of Chicago professor Alan Podeshman concluded, examination of the option trading leading up to September 11th reveals that there was an unusually high level of put buying. This finding is consistent with informed investors having traded options in advance of the attacks. In Detecting Abnormal Trading Activities in Option Markets, researchers at the University of Zurich used econometric methods to confirm unusual put option activity on the stocks of key airlines, banks, and reinsurers in the weeks prior to 9/11. And in Was There Abnormal Trading in the S&P 500 Index Options prior to the September 11th attacks, a team of researchers concluded that abnormal activity in the S&P Index Options market around the time of the attack is consistent with insiders anticipating the 9/11 attacks. The only question, then, is who was profiting from these trades, and why was no one ever indicted for their participation in them? One lead is pursued by researcher and author Kevin Ryan. In Evidence for Informed Trading on the Attacks of September 11th, he examines an FBI briefing document from 2003 that was declassified in 2009. It describes the results of FBI investigations into 2 of the pre-9/11 trades that the Bureau had identified as suspicious, including the purchase of 56,000 shares of Stratisec in the days prior to 9/11. Stratisec provided security systems to airports, including, ironically, Dulles Airport, as well as the World Trade Center and United Airlines, and saw its share price almost double when the markets reopened on September 17, 2001. The trades traced back to a couple whose names are redacted from the memo, but are easily identifiable from the unredacted information. Mr. and Mrs. Wirt D. Walker III, a distant relative of the Bush family and business partner of Marvin Bush, the president's brother. The document notes that the pair were never even interviewed.
And he
as
was
part of
also
the
a Stratisec. So he was at the company that was being shorted right there. So if you guys just think back real quick, you know about any Congress critters in the past couple of years that are doing insider trading? That was going on back then, but you didn't have no Twitter and Polymarket and other things to help you out and find out what Nancy Pelosi is investing in this quarter, right?
What about
So that
the
stuff's-
what about the Trump
do.
social thing? You hear about the whole Trump social insider trading thing that they're doing?
I
They're
can't
literally
keep up with all
Dude,
their scams.
check this. This is like really crazy. So basically, they're admitting that they're doing insider trading, and so basically, they're charging a premium price for investors to get early access to Trump's tweets. So that's going to basically become the standard of the market, where if you're an investor, you have to get like a high-end Truth Social premium subscription in order to even compete, because any tweet that goes out will go to those guys first, and then it'll go out to the general public. So that's just straight up insider trading, dude. Just capturing the entire market. It's insane. And so, listening to all that, after hearing that news this week, it's like, dude, they're just getting ready for like another 9/11, because they're basically overtly coming out, the revelation of the method of the insider trading. They're open and they're just like, yeah, whatever. We don't care that you know that we're doing it. We're just going to do it right in your face. But now I'm like, damn, maybe I can get rich. Maybe I need to get a True Social premium account and just get rich. Quit complaining about it and just get rich.
It's not the path that you're looking for. You don't need to be one of those people who made their $1 billion on fart coin. Because those people, when that money's gone, they're broken and broke and don't know how to move their way forward. So take your licks honestly. Don't look for that shortcut. There is no magic bullet other than applying yourself and becoming better than you were yesterday. There's a couple notes. Insider trading. If you want to learn more, you can go to Black 9/11 by Mark Gaffney. And there is a chapter called Insiders Trade. And I am a younger version in this book, but that's going on. Also, let's see. Silverstream was mentioned in that video. You know, they came to me in late August of 2001 and they had me sign a new contract, Scott, after I got fired. And you know, it was big to do. And they paid me $9,999 to not talk about what I did on that project. And then I have a glowing reference letter from the chief financial officer of that publicly traded company. So it's interesting, a couple weeks later, after 9/11, when I was trying to acquire a new job, that they would call that employer and poison the well, and I lost that opportunity. But that was all good. I just thought of that while we were going through there. Also, those insider trades track back to a place called Deutsche Bank, Alex Brown. It was formerly Alex Brown, AB Brown. It was called DB Alex Brown, Deutsche Bank, Alex Brown. It was one of my clients back in the day. And there was a guy. So, like, there's a place that does trades, and it's not Al Qaeda. So they're like, oh, it was like a regular trader in the market. Well, when you trace those trades, it goes to a bank. And when you see, like, who might have insider information that's connected to that bank, and where's that person presently? In 2001, someone who just worked at that bank where the insider trades were placed was number 3 at the CIA. And I just asked myself, how did the box cutter guys do that? It's interesting, these type of things that pop up over the insider trading. Now, let's see. There was another guy involved with that, but we don't need to get into that because that related to other people related to the insider trading. And that's a longer explanation for that, dude. And that's the major notes I had on that section. Scott, was there anything in there that you hadn't seen before?
No, I've seen that before. It's been a while since I've seen that video, but yeah, no, it's classic.
Like,
classic
I probably
stuff
hadn't
going
seen it
into
since it
9/11,
came
yeah.
out. That's why I was like, oh yeah, I forgot.
It's been a few years. I mean, gosh, yeah, it's been a few years, but yeah, I mean, it's all good stuff. Yeah, way to go.
Yeah. Well, in any of these types of situations where you have an official story, whether it's JFK, you just have to ask, how did Oswald do that? How did he change the parade route? How did he, get the guy in Dallas to be the police chief of the guy that Kennedy just fired over here? Like, there's a lot of things that was outside of the sphere of influence of a Lee Harvey Oswald type of character. And that's how you know there's a bigger story to be discovered. And it's not limited to the lone gunman, lone shooter, the lone person doing the thing. And I think that that's where the real education is, learning how to read those situations, because they're going to continue to percolate up in, the current political environment, especially that we embody out there. Scott, thanks for being co-host tonight. Where can people find you during the week? What are you up to this week?
Let's see. Well, got all kinds of stuff going on. I'd say go to Free Frame Nashville on Instagram. Go give me a follow there. That's where you will see my day-to-day stuff. I got a lot of cool stuff going on this week. Might be interviewing Roger Waters. We'll see. All kinds of fun stuff. Keep you posted on that. So
all sorts of rumors floating around.
Yeah, Free Frame Nashville on Instagram. Come hang out.
All right, Colby, do we have any thank yous for tonight's festivities?
We do. Over on Rumble, we had 5 gift subscriptions to the Grand Theft World Rumble channel from Seatide. And then in addition to that, we had $2 from D's Laughs, who said, to one of the best shows going, V4V, love everyone here. And $5 from T-Bone 316 said, thank you, GTW, for the program and the hangout. And that was everything.
All right, excellent. Much respect to those who took the courage to do such things as support this show and vote with your dollars like that. Again, if you guys want to come to Town Hall, it's this Tuesday. And, I think my anniversary for podcasting is the 22nd. These things on screen, by the way, are all things that Grand Theft World members get access to. And if you get in there and there's not access, we'll turn it back on or whatever needs to be fixed. But the point is, there's a lot of perks to membership, and we never kind of push membership. But you have to realize this is a commercial-free show without any outside sponsors, and that's a rare thing. And I've been doing it now for 20 years like that. So every now and then, if you want something to continue to serve you, there has to be an exchange of value and not just a one-way thing. Like the convection current of causality is a lot more fun when we all learn how to work together, build those relationships, and overcome the obstacles that stand between us and the freedom that we want for ourselves and our future. We do have a legacy to leave here with our causality, so we do have responsibility. And I think the more people become conscious of that, the easier it is for them to step up, adult up, and start to grow up and get the skills that they need. Now, as far as autonomy summer school, if anyone has any questions, come to town hall on Tuesday night. Otherwise, you can go to getautonomy.info, get the lead magnet, which means when you go here, you put your information in here and you click the red button, or you click here and you get a call and you get a better plan, or you click here and you get to be completely informed when the page reloads. Watch, it fixes itself. Look at that. It's a self-fixing page. Did you see that? Primer course gives you transparency into the course. So anyway, there's no risk other than not getting started on building a better self for you and your family going forward in this place. Because if you just sit around and wait for the stimulus reaction to serve you in a positive way, I think you'll be very disappointed nearly every day. Now, in this last block, we have some special things to play us out. I cut out about 3 hours of show so far. So let's see what we got left. The end of America, question mark. He's not saying it as a declarative. James Lee is just asking a question. If this merger that they're talking about between the military and intelligence and our good time ally, who might also be a longtime terrorist, we might have to get learnified on that. Next, there's a secret society behind Israel's U.S. pipeline that comes to us from Kim Iverson, and it's about the Shabbatai Society at Yale. And there's some interesting people who have been through there, including somebody who's over at the Daily Wire, who's not Ben Shapiro. The Maxwells weren't spies. They were something worse. This comes to us via Oompaville. And we're not going to have time probably for the whole thing, but I'll prompt you, Colby, to get through that. Last but not least tonight, I'll say it like this. Thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. We have a couple clips, and then we have a new hit by Joe Double called Tar and Feathers to play us out. I'll see you guys next week, and be safe out there. Keep calm, keep cool, keep thinking, and grow in the light direction. Good night.
Navy, so you put America first or Israel first? What the? You know I ain't answering that. But you serve for the United States Navy. You serve for the U.S. Navy. You're putting your life on the line, bro. You're putting your life on the line. I don't. I shouldn't.
They try to call me, you, everybody an alarmist, a conspiracy nut, a doomer, whatever other pejoratives, when we tried to warn the public about a month ago that Israel is trying to infiltrate and essentially take over the United States military. And now the Prime Minister of Israel is saying the quiet part out loud on national television. Take a listen.
Minister, will that drawing down of foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. So we take away the money that is given to Israel, which is one part, but the other part is we co-invest in equal measures in the new technologies that are needed to give our military and your military the advantage. So there are some unbelievable projects. So we invest jointly and take the fruits equally. You move from aid to partnership, and I think that represents what Israel is. And remember, the other thing is that we share with America unbelievable intelligence to save American life. General Keegan has said that when he was working in American intelligence, what Israel was giving the United States was worth, he said, 5 CIAs. Now, I'm not trying to be mathematically exact, but Israel's contributions to America's defense are important. Our technology is incredible. And since yours is incredible too, and you're the great champion of liberty and free markets, I think the meshing of our two great countries of talent would strengthen America's position, competitive position, both in the economic marketplace and in the military battlefield in many important ways. So that's the idea. The idea is to take away aid, one-sided aid, and move it into bilateral investments for common
Well,
benefit.
it certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's just a little issue with our nation's sovereignty, but we'll work that out later, no biggie. This is how captured our institutions are by the Israelis, that they'll just say, here you go, Israel, have your cake and eat it too. And while we're at it, let's just also expose all of Netanyahu's lies, starting with the claim that they give us valuable intelligence, which is just a crock of bullcrap. In fact, you can see here, it's quite the opposite, in that they are the only nation we're supposedly allied with that actively spies on us, and they've been caught numerous times planting bugs in the White House, at the Pentagon, to sabotage our leaders. And if you notice, this is from an Israeli newspaper. They just openly sort of brag about it, and I don't doubt that they are the most sophisticated spy agency in the world, but the fact is they serve themselves, and rightly so. That's what any good national intelligence agency should do. But to believe that they are equal partners with us is either naive thinking at best and treasonous at worst. A refresher on Section 219, the U.S.-Israeli military merger would, quote, connect the U.S. and Israeli militaries in unprecedented ways and make it exceedingly difficult for any future president to unwind this partnership with a foreign government, no matter what public opinion says. Again, it's called Section 219, tucked away in the massive congressional spending bill known as the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA. This provision of the law would effectively require our nation to permanently entangle the American military with the Israeli military. Among other things, the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative would require the U.S. to share intelligence with Israel and establish a system of weapons research, development, and production, particularly in the domains crucial to warfare in the modern age: artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and various other fields of high defense technology. Yeah, remember when Israel blew up a bunch of pagers in Lebanon? Yeah, they can do this to us if we ever step out of line. And this next part might be the most critical part of all. Quote, there is a reason why members of Congress are trying to sneak this bill through right now, buried in a massive and must-pass defense spending bill. This might be their last chance to thwart the will of the American people. Okay, we as a nation are done with Israel. Okay, they're going to do whatever they're going to do over there, mass slaughter innocent civilians in multiple countries, blow up civilian apartments, whatever. But the majority of Americans, we don't want any part of that. Things have gotten so bad for Israel that Zoran Mamdani is more popular than Benjamin Netanyahu, even amongst American Jews, okay? And remember what Mamdani said he would do. He would arrest Netanyahu if he ever came to New York City. The Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research survey of 1,022 Jewish adults nationwide conducted from June 11th through June 17th found that 44% of American Jews hold a favorable opinion of Zoran Mamdani compared to just 39% who view him unfavorably. By contrast, just 32% of respondents said they have a favorable opinion of Netanyahu, while 59% said they have a negative view of the longtime Israeli leader. I applaud this completely because for the most part, the truth is the Jewish diaspora population have no ancestral ties to Israel. Their DNA cannot be traced to that land, which is why, coincidentally, maybe not, DNA tests are heavily restricted in Israel. It's all fake and made up, birthright and all this other nonsense that they push. Also, I might add, when it comes to their military, this is a country that bombed its own soldiers on October 7th, okay? This is a real leaked video from inside their quote-unquote situation room on October 7th. Take a look.
הייתי עכשיו מפציץ את כל קו הרצועה עם ארטילריה, דופק להם מכה על מנת שיהיה להם בעיה. מה שהם על זה? כתבתי את זה לאבי. הם לא מעלים מזכרים, את רוצה שנראה? לא, לא. שורק את הכל. עם החיילים שחטפו להם.
אלו הרגעים הראשונים בחמ"ל המשטרה.
איפה? באיזה יישוב?
עוד לפני שהשר הממונה יגיע, בטרם יוחלט מה לשידור ומה לצנזור.
אז רגע, אתה מצלם? אני נותן לך אישור, אתה צלם את זה. תוציא את זה בבקשה.
Those are very senior Israeli military and government officials. I think I saw Itamar Ben-Gvir there on the morning of October 7th, explicitly calling for what is known as the Hannibal Directive, which instructs their soldiers to use heavy fire, including airstrikes or shelling, to stop abductors' vehicles, even if it meant killing the captured soldiers in the process. Okay, this destruction that a lot of us saw was not done by paragliders coming over from Gaza with a few machine guns, okay? This is like serious, heavy military artillery and shelling that can cause this kind of damage. Let me be clear, this is a country that has no moral boundaries, there are no red lines, they will do whatever it takes to further their nationalistic supremacist project. And now the only people who can stop it is us. This is Representative Thomas Massey, quote, Rules Committee meets Monday night, that is tonight, and will decide if our amendment to strip Section 219 merging U.S. military tech and supply chains with Israel's from the NDAA will get a vote. If they don't let our amendment get a vote, I will vote against their rule. He's facing a massive uphill battle because most everybody in Congress is captured by Israel, as we know, so we got to be louder and more pernicious than them. This is Joe Kent, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and he says, quote, this week, the Senate will vote to merge our military's most sensitive and secret capabilities with Israel. This merger is buried within the massive NDAA, and they're hoping you won't notice. Oh, trust me, Joe, we're noticing. Merging our military with a foreign country is treasonous betrayal of our sovereignty. Call your senators and tell them to vote no on the NDAA until the merger with Israel, Section 219, is taken out. Tell them we will never, ever support merging our military with a foreign nation. The Senate switchboard number is 202-224-3121. Write that down, guys. 202-224-3121. Tell them that if they vote yes on the 2027 NDAA as is with Section 219 intact, not only will we vote them out of office, they will not be dining in our restaurants. We will refuse them service. If you own a car wash, locksmith, whatever, you have the right, we all have the right to refuse service to anyone. We've seen that sign. Bar protected classes like race, religion, sexuality, etc. But you know what's not a protected class? Traitors. So we got to light up that switchboard because it is our last and final opportunity to save this country from a full and permanent Israeli takeover. Let's go. That is it for me this week. You're probably sensing a little bit of heat coming from me, which I usually stay pretty calm and collected, but I think this is the most important piece of legislation as a
What if I told you there is a secret society at Yale that is quietly bringing together future senators, future governors, Pentagon officials, CEOs, media personalities, Israeli politicians, and some of the most connected people in Washington, and almost nobody has ever heard of it? I'm not talking about Skull and Bones. I'm talking about a much newer organization called Shabtai. It's secretive. Membership is confidential. Members are admitted for life. It hosts private dinners behind closed doors with a strict no phones policy. And according to its own founders, its purpose is to cultivate the next generation of Jewish leaders. And according to their own website, quote, Shabtai is the global Jewish leadership society based at Yale University. Now, throughout their public materials and invitations, they repeatedly describe their purpose as grooming the future leaders of the Jewish people. Except what's particularly interesting is that many of the known members are not Jewish. Now, you might think, okay, so what? But then you start looking at who founded it, who finances it, who speaks there, who belongs to it, and suddenly you realize this isn't just another college club. It's an elite network filled with highly influential people who are young, up and coming, and whose stated goal is to lead the Jewish people, whatever that means. Now, this is a network that connects Israeli political figures and American politicians from both parties, military officials, billionaire donors, media personalities, Silicon Valley executives, and yes, even Jeffrey Epstein appears in the story. And before anyone says this is some conspiracy theory, it isn't. Almost everything I'm going to show you today comes from their own public statements, archived websites, court filings, and the Epstein documents themselves. So let's walk through what we actually know. So what exactly is Shabtai? Now, according to the organization itself, it is a secret society founded at Yale University in 1996. Now, when most people hear the word secret society, they probably think of old movies and mysterious rituals or Skull and Bones, but Shabtai is different. It is much newer. It is much less well known. And despite that, it has quietly built a network that stretches across politics, academia, media, business, and even foreign governments. And unlike a typical student organization, Shabtai doesn't just exist while students are enrolled. Membership is for life. The organization accepts only a small number of new members every year. Its meetings are private. Phones aren't allowed. Many discussions are never recorded. The organization says its purpose is to bring together exceptional people for conversation and leadership development, which is, fairly common language. But what's uncommon is who shows up. And we're going to get to that in a minute, because once you begin looking at the people surrounding this organization, you start realizing this isn't simply a campus club. It is an elite network that is still very much prominent, involved, and with many politicians you even know. So now, why Yale? Well, that's simple. If your goal is to cultivate relationships with future leaders, Yale is one of the best places on earth to do it. So just think about some of the people who've walked through those gates. 5 U.S. presidents graduated from Yale: William Howard Taft, Gerald Ford, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush. For decades, nearly every presidential election featured at least one Yale graduate on the ticket. So either the president or the vice president for, I believe, the last 36 years has been a Yale grad. Now, Yale alumni have gone on to become Supreme Court justices, cabinet officials, members of Congress, governors, corporate executives, hedge fund managers, media leaders, and nonprofit executives. So in other words, if you're looking for tomorrow's American establishment, then there's a pretty good chance you're going to find a lot of them at Yale. Now, that's not unique to Yale, of course. Harvard has similar influence. Princeton does too. Elite universities have always functioned as pipelines into positions of power, but Yale has another reputation. It's famous for organizations that continue shaping relationships long after graduation. And you might know about Skull and Bones, but far fewer, probably you, have never heard of Hecht. According to his own telling, shortly after being ordained, he came to New Haven with the goal of building Jewish life around Yale. And while visiting the university, he met Ben Karp. Now, Ben Karp isn't particularly famous, but his brother is. Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, one of the country's most influential technology companies whose software is used extensively by the U.S. military, intelligence agencies, and governments around the world. Ben Karp and Rabbi Hecht quickly became collaborators, and together they started what was originally called the Chai Society, and then that eventually became the Eliezer Society, and finally it became Shabtai. So there was also another co-founder. Now this one is odd. Cory Booker. Today he's a United States Senator, not Jewish, and at the time he was still a Yale student. Booker, though, has long described himself as a strong supporter of Israel. Speaking before AIPAC, he once said his support for Israel predated his political career and quoted the biblical phrase, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem." Now, the next person you need to know is Benny Shabtai. So the organization is named after him. Why? Well, because he financed it. When Shabtai outgrew its first meeting space, Benny Shabtai purchased a townhouse for the organization. And years later, he purchased a much larger mansion that became its permanent home. And that is quite a significant investment. So who is he? Well, Benny Shabtai is an Israeli-American businessman. He built a successful career in luxury Swiss watches before expanding into technology investments and other ventures. Public reporting has also documented investments connected to Israeli technology companies and defense-related industries. He's long been active in pro-Israel causes. For many years, he served on the board of Friends of the IDF, Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces, which is an American nonprofit that raises private donations to support IDF soldiers and military programs. Its donor base has included many prominent business leaders and philanthropists. Again, none of this is secret. It's publicly documented, and it shows the world Shabtai emerged from. So this wasn't simply an academic organization. It was built with support from people deeply connected to Israeli causes, businesses, and political circles. Now, maybe you're watching this and thinking, okay, so what? Well, fair question. After all, universities have alumni organizations, political movements have leadership programs, religious communities mentor young people. That's true. But the difference here is the combination: a secretive membership, lifetime relationships, an elite university, influential founders, well-connected financial backers, and a guest list that eventually includes cabinet officials, senators, media personalities, military leaders, billionaires, foreign politicians. That combination naturally raises questions. How much influence do these networks have? How are ideas exchanged? What do they discuss behind closed doors about how society should be run? What do they say about us, what us little people should be doing, and how much knowledge we're allowed to have? Is this what they discuss in their secretive meetings before they go into their influential spheres and actually implement the ideas? And who is in these secretive meetings to begin with? And that's where the story takes another turn, because When researchers and journalists started looking more closely at Benny Shabtai's circle, another familiar name began appearing in the documents: Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Jeffrey Epstein knew an extraordinary number of influential people, so simply appearing in his address book or attending the same event doesn't automatically imply wrongdoing, okay? But documented relationships involving Epstein are still worth examining, especially when they intersect with organizations whose purpose is cultivating future leaders. And in Benny Shabtai's case, there are multiple documented connections. The publicly released Epstein documents include references to Benny Shabtai, including entries showing he was scheduled to travel to Little St. James, Epstein's private island. Other documents show that Jeffrey Epstein was invited to Benny Shabtai's wedding. Now, that tells us that these men weren't just simply acquaintances who happened to meet once. They had a social relationship. Then there's another document that caught my attention. This here is an invitation sent to Jeffrey Epstein for a dinner hosted by the organization that would eventually become the Shabtai Society. And the email describes the group as being modeled after Yale's secret societies and says its purpose is to bring together student leaders with established leaders through private dinners, lectures, and events. One passage states that the goal is to help groom the future leaders of the Jewish people. What does that even mean? Those aren't my words. That's a language from the invitation itself. And apparently Jeffrey Epstein was viewed as someone worth inviting into this network. Whether he attended or what role he played or whether he had any deeper involvement isn't something these documents answer, but the invitation exists. And it's another piece of the puzzle. Then there's one more thing. In 2008, while Epstein was already facing serious criminal charges for child exploitation, he traveled to Israel with Benny Shabtai, and the trip is described as including visits to Israeli military facilities. Some lawsuits have alleged that discussions involving funding undisclosed operations, although those allegations remain allegations, they've not been proven in court. They're just in the court documents. But, you know, what has been proven in court when it comes to the Epstein files? The documented fact is that Benny Shabtai and Jeffrey Epstein had an ongoing relationship. Epstein was invited to the secret society and they traveled to Israel together. Now, if Shabtai isn't simply about one donor and it isn't simply about one relationship, then what exactly does the organization do? Well, to answer that, we have to look at what they've chosen to make public. Because despite describing themselves as a secret society, they've also left behind a surprisingly large public footprint. So according to the organization itself, its central activity is hosting conversations, lots of conversations, private conversations, private dinners, small discussion groups, lectures, panels, invited speakers. Most are held under a strict no phones policy. Some are later released publicly through the organization's YouTube channel or website, and others remain private. The idea, according to Shabtai, is to create an environment where students and established leaders can have candid discussions that might not happen in more public settings. Now, that's not unusual in itself. Universities frequently host private discussions with notable guests. What's interesting is the range of people who have participated. So the guest list, see if I could just pull this up for you here, includes Democratic senators, Republican politicians, New York Times columnists, business executives, military officials, Israeli government ministers, media personalities. One day a student could be sitting across the table from a columnist at the New York Times, and the next an Israeli cabinet minister, the next hedge fund billionaire, the next a senior Pentagon official. That's an extraordinary amount of access for students. And if the organization is designed to build relationships over a lifetime, then those conversations become more than one-off events. They become the beginning of professional networks. One of the more interesting speakers is here on the screen here. This is Tony Schwartz, and Tony Schwartz is the ghostwriter behind Donald Trump's book, The Art of the Deal. And they've hosted Democratic politicians like Senator Richard Blumenthal and Representative Rosa DeLario. They've invited prominent journalists and opinion writers from major publications, including Anthony Scaramucci. He's spoken there. So it figures from the business world. But perhaps most notable are the Israeli officials. Former Ambassador Michael Oren has deep ties to the organization. Also, Israeli lawmaker Simcha Rothman has spoken there. And National Security Minister Itmar Ben-Gvir also addressed the society.
That very same ideology was the one that didn't let Jewish people pray on the Temple Mount.
וגירש אנשים מגוש קטיף.
And ended up kicking out Jews out of Gaza communities.
אנחנו לא יכולים לרחם על אכזרים ולהתאכזר לצדיקים.
We cannot be merciful to the wicked and then ending up being wicked to the merciful.
הדמוקרטיה היא בעד הטובים, היא לא בעד הרשעים.
The democracy is there to serve the good people, not the wicked ones.
ואנחנו צריכים להיות בעד הטובים.
We have to be for the good ones.
My name is Theo Kabovi-Weiss. I'm a junior in the college from New York. A question for you is, has there been anything in the Israeli response to the October 7th attacks that have made you perhaps, I don't know, that in your opinion has crossed a line, or if not, is there any line at which you would be uncomfortable with the retributive action taken by Israel against the Gaza Strip?
אני חושב שהתגובה הישראלית היא מאוד מאוד עדינה.
I think that the Israeli response has been very, very soft.
אני מזכיר לך מול מי אנחנו מתמודדים.
I remind you who we're actually fighting with.
מול אנשים שרוצחים תינוקות וילדים, זה האג'נדה שלהם.
People who their agenda is to kill babies and young people.
ולכן אני חושב שאנחנו היינו מאוד עדינים, לצערי לפעמים היה לי ביקורת על זה.
I have thought that we have been too soft, and I've been critical of it.
אני מזכיר לך.
So you get the point here, and that is Ben-Gvir speaking at Shabtai. So this organization consistently attracts people who hold significant influence in politics, media, business, government. So we've looked at the founders, we've looked at the financiers, we've looked at the guest speakers. The obvious next question is, who actually belongs to this organization? And that's where things become even more interesting. It doesn't publish a membership list, okay? So we don't know everybody. But according to public reporting, it accepts only around 10 to 20 new members each year. And membership lasts for life. So unlike a fraternity that fades away after graduation, this becomes a lifelong professional network. Most of the members remain unknown, but a handful have been identified publicly. And some of those names are worth paying attention to. One well-known member is Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, long before he became a presidential candidate, long before he became one of the bigger names in the Republican Party, he was involved with Shabtai. Rabbi Shmuley Hecht has publicly described Vivek as a close friend. In interviews and public statements, Hecht has said Vivek helped expand Shabtai's activities into multiple cities across the United States and Israel. Vivek himself has referred to Rabbi Hecht as a mentor. Now, why does that matter? Because it shows the type of people this organization attracts, many of them not Jewish, but who clearly hold a pro-Israel agenda, and they're young. This isn't the dying off boomer class. These are future leaders still rising through the ranks. Vivek Ramaswamy, Cory Booker. Who else is in the organization? Now, we don't know for sure. Again, the membership list is secret, but what we do know is Vivek Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance became close friends while they were both at Yale. Their friendship has continued for years. They've campaigned together, worked together, even spent holidays together. Again, another future leader, current leader, tied to Israeli causes and the Israeli agenda. So we're never escaping. Other publicly identified members include Daily Wire host Michael Knowles, Elbridge Colby, who has served in senior Pentagon policy roles, and Michael Oren, Israel's former ambassador to the United States, who has had a long association with the organization and even lived in the Shabtai house for a period. These are people from very different professions: media, domestic and foreign governments, diplomacy, defense, yet they all intersect through this one network. Now let's zoom out for a minute, because this story really isn't just about Shabtai. It's about something much bigger. Every society has elite networks. Some are public, some are private. Military academies create them, law schools create them, business schools create them. Think about Harvard, Stanford, West Point, Oxford. These institutions don't just educate people, they create relationships. And those relationships often become the informal infrastructure of power. People hire people they know. They recommend former classmates. They serve on one another's boards. They join one another's companies. They invite one another into government. That's not a conspiracy. That's human nature. The question is simple. How much influence do these networks have, and should the public know more about them? When an organization intentionally recruits future leaders, maintains lifetime membership, operates largely behind closed doors, and consistently brings together powerful figures from politics and media and business and foreign governments, I think it's fair to ask questions. So let's recap what we've learned. Shabtai was founded at Yale in 1996. It was created by Rabbi Shmuley Hecht, Ben Karp, and Cory Booker. It was financed by Israeli-American businessman Benny Shabtai, who purchased homes for the organization and whose name it now bears. The organization maintains confidential membership, lifetime participation, and private discussions. It has hosted senators, journalists, business executives, military officials, Israeli cabinet members. One of its principal financial backers had a documented relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and several prominent political and media figures have publicly acknowledged their involvement with the organization. And above all, the organization's stated goal is for Jewish interests, even though most of the known members are not Jewish. One of the easiest ways to dismiss a story like this is to throw around the word conspiracy, but I think that misses the point entirely. The point isn't that a handful of people gather in a room and decide the fate of the world. Real life is usually a little bit more subtle than that. Power often works through relationships, trust, access, shared experiences. The people you meet at 20 years old can still be the people you call when you're 50. That's true whether you're in politics, business, journalism, or government. Organizations like Shabtai understand that. They're investing in relationships before most of us have ever even heard the names of the people involved. Some of those students will go on to become senators. Some will become CEOs. Some will become judges or presidents of the United States. So most Americans will never know these relationships exist. But as one Shabtai invitation stated, universities are the front line on the battlefield for the Jewish people and the Jewish state, unquote. They are cultivating and incubating young leaders who will likely do whatever is in the best interest for the state of Israel, and they're doing it to our youth, at our colleges, on our soil, and they're doing it in secret. I've only been able to show you a few of the names connected to this secret society. It's a tiny fraction of the actual network. Who else is in it? I think the important takeaway is that this secret society and others like it explain why it doesn't seem to matter how many of the old guard die off. These influential circles of power explain why there doesn't seem to ever be any change. Thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson show, which you can watch in its entirety.
New York City, the first months of 1991. A yacht the length of a city block slides up the Hudson. The Lady Ghislaine, it's named for the owner's favorite daughter, and the man on its deck is, in that winter, on top of the entire world. He's just bought the New York Daily News. An Englishman sweeping in, buying one of New York's own newspapers, saving it from going under. And the Big Apple is in love with him for it. Cab drivers stop their cars in the middle of the street just to shake his hand. Strangers ask him for autographs. He walks into the most exclusive restaurant in Manhattan and the entire room rises to its feet and applauds. One of his men picks up a phone and dials his great rival, Rupert Murdoch. And on that phone, they leave a message that says, "Mr. Murdoch, Bob Maxwell would like you to know that he's just bought the New York Daily News." Then 8 months later, that same yacht is drifting off the Canary Islands in the dark, and Bob Maxwell is gone, over the side sometime before dawn. They pull his body out of the ocean that afternoon, with the official ruling eventually being a heart attack and then drowning. In those 8 months, between the standing ovation and the water, nothing really changed for Bob Maxwell, except the fact that the truth was starting to catch up with him. That man who received the applause all those months ago was secretly and catastrophically broke. The empire underneath him was a shell. And to keep it standing one more month, he had been quietly stealing hundreds of millions of pounds out of his own companies, including the pension savings for the people who worked for him. He died a thief and died just days, maybe, from the whole thing coming out. And after his death, a country that wasn't even his own gave him a funeral fit for a head of state. They flew his body to Jerusalem, with the president of Israel giving the eulogy and the prime minister standing at the grave, with a row of the country's intelligence chiefs coming to see him buried on the Mount of Olives, the most sacred ground there is. And this man was British, by the way, and no British prime minister came. The country he'd spent 50 years lying his way into didn't send its leader. And this other one buried him as if he were a king. And that is a great starting point for this video. What does a man have to be worth? What does a man have to be holding to lead to that kind of celebration of his death or celebration of his life, depending on how you look at it? A foreign government burying him like a head of state days after he drowns as a bankrupt thief. By the way, you already know this family. You know the daughter, the one who is serving 20 years for helping Jeffrey Epstein abuse girls, Ghislaine Maxwell. The boat her father drowned beside was named after her, and of all 9 of his children, she was his favorite, the Lady Ghislaine. With the insane firestorm that the Epstein files has been over the last couple years, when you hear the name Maxwell, you immediately think of Ghislaine Maxwell and then Epstein and then the island, and the chances are you completely miss what the rest of this family was secretly building. In fact, in the mid-90s, one of the search engines fighting to organize the early internet back when a dozen of them were at an all-out war over how you'd find anything online years before Google won was built by Maxwell. Not Ghislaine, but her older sister, Christine Maxwell. And the software that would a few years later end up running the FBI's main counterterrorism database, a single system holding 659 million records on people, came from a Maxwell also. It's becoming clearer and clearer that Epstein was some form of an intelligence asset and was, rubbing shoulders with spies. The Maxwells, a lot of people have said, were spies. But at the very least, if they weren't spies, they were something stranger and quieter and potentially more influential and dangerous. They were a data dynasty, controlling the flow of information, owning it, selling it, and steering it during essentially the second industrial revolution of the Western world. That is the era of modern data. Now, very scary, lots of information. A lot of it's based on a book called Fall by John Preston, and a lot of it is just from the internet, straight up. There's another book that is much darker and far more contested, and we'll get into that when we have to, but it's about the Maxwell family in regard to a lot of much darker, more contested stuff, to be fair. So we'll save the more conspiratorial aspects for later on in the video. So this video is about the Maxwell family, specifically Bob Maxwell, the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, who is the business partner of Jeffrey Epstein, notorious pedophile, and the heel of probably the biggest conspiracy theory that has ever existed to turn out as true. Anyways, if you're new, hit the subscribe button, press the like button if you want to see more, leave some ideas on what you want me to cover in the next video. And if you're old, may God have mercy on your soul. Anyways, this starts with a boy who technically didn't exist yet. The boy was born Jan Ludwig Hack, June 10th, 1923, in a dirt-poor village called Slatinske Doli, a forgotten corner of Czechoslovakia where a family of 9 could share just a room or two and still go hungry. Jan was a Yiddish-speaking Orthodox Jew raised in the side blocks and the prayer shawl, pointed toward becoming a rabbi. There's almost no reliable records of those years, and that is pretty important because the man he became spent the rest of his life trying to make sure of that. Bob Maxwell was a notorious reinventor, and he reinvented himself so many times, so completely that by the end, he never really knew who he was, according to Preston in the book Fall. The reinventions started early, and they started with everything being taken from him. Around 1939, Jan, at just 15 years old, left. He walked out of his Czechoslovakian village and into Europe, a Europe that was closing like a fist on the Jewish people, if you guys weren't aware of World War II. In leaving Europe, old Bob put down the side blocks, the Yiddish, the faith, the name, all of it. He changed his name to Bob. And after leaving, he never saw his mother, father, his grandfather, or most of his siblings ever again. Nearly his entire family would be murdered at Auschwitz. And by the time one of his sisters would see him again, she barely recognized him. The kid that had left as a shy religious student came back as a flashy young chap, the pre-war Central European equivalent of a teddy boy. This. He had already started building somebody new on top of the boy who had essentially lost everything. But of course, under that, he's still just the kid that, grew up where he grew up with who he grew up with. And there's a detail in Preston's book that said years later, at the height of his power, Bob Maxwell would sit and watch archival footage of the arrivals at Auschwitz, scanning the faces of the people being unloaded onto the platform, looking for his mother or his father. So with that and whatever else you make of him from what we've learned so far, his talent was absolutely real. It carried him across a burning continent. He talked his way out of terrible situations through Belgrade, Beirut, Marseille, and he reached Britain eventually. He joined the British Army, and then that little Czech village boy somehow got rid of his Czech accent and built an entirely new one. He built an upper crust English voice that he taught himself, and partly the story goes off of Winston Churchill's speeches from the radio. And for a while he served under a flatly English alias, Lance Corporal Leslie Smith. Then he fought and fought fairly well in World War II. He was commissioned an officer, and in January 1945, he was awarded the Military Cross, which is Britain's decoration for gallantry for what's usually described as storming a German machine gun nest. The medal was pinned to his chest in the field by Field Marshal Montgomery himself. So a stateless young Jewish Czech refugee boy decorated by Monty on the field. That's genuinely insane. But of course, there are two other moments from the war that we cannot skip past. The first, Maxwell admitted in a 1945 letter home to his wife that he'd ordered a German town to surrender, sent in its mayor to deliver the message, and when a tank opened fire anyway, he wrote, "Luckily, he missed. So I shot the mayor and withdrew." The second, Maxwell also told on himself years later. There were German soldiers in a farmhouse, he called for their surrender, and then in his own words, "I shot them all with my submachine gun. I thought my boys would be pleased, but all they said was, 'That's not fair, sir. Those lads had surrendered.' Yeah, that's a war crime." A war crimes inquiry opened in his final years, and that was never made public until long after his death. It closed in 1992 without a charge, and we will come back to it. But for now, we've got a mid-20s young man that changed his name 4 times as he crossed Europe and finally landed on the name Robert Maxwell. Old Bob Maxwell. He'd later deny most of his past outright. He told a Jewish newspaper flatly that he was not Jewish. He said, "I'm not Jewish." He completely reinvented himself. I'm not sure you can do that. So that's the young man, not an intelligence asset, not a spy in a trench coat, a survivor with an extremely special, weird, specific gift. He could look at a person, a market, or a pile of paper that nobody else wanted and see faster than anyone else in the room where the value was hiding. He was a master manipulator. He also understood in his bones that information and people's data was worth more than anything, and specifically worth a lot of money. And that knowing things was just the whole game. And he built many fortunes off of that simple idea. And the very first fortune he built with that gift was built on the single most boring product I have ever put in one of these videos. Something so dull that you've just walked past it your entire life. And it's the reason that right now you can't read most of the world's science. The product was Sour Boys. Go to Sour.gg to buy our new flavors of Sour Boys. Bob Maxwell didn't invent Sour Boys. I didn't invent Sour Boys. I just started the brand, started making candy with my friends and family, and now the business has grown so much that we have no idea what to even do with it. This is how many sessions we got this month. Huh? Are we blowing up right now? What's even happening? I am so grateful to have the products that we have and have the team that we have and that you guys like to buy the candy. It is genuinely so insane and life-changing for so many people around me. It's so cool. In 1951, Maxwell founded a publishing company called Pergamon Press, and what he worked out there is one of the quietly more brilliant and quietly more poisonous business ideas of the century, the 20th century as a whole. The trick is, scientists do research, usually paid for by universities or by the public through grants. Then they write it up and hand it to a journal for free. Other scientists check it for free because it's science. And the journal then sells that research back to the very universities whose libraries literally cannot function without it. The labor is completely free. The demand never stops, and somehow old Maxwell saw it before almost anyone else alive. Maxwell looked at it and saw a gold mine. So he went around the slow old academic societies and signed up scientists directly. Started launching journals by the 100, brand new one for every little subfield that he could find. And he created a machine. Research is not interchangeable. You can't decide one study is close enough and then just swap in another the way you'd grab like a different brand of cereal off the shelf. There's no substitute for the exact paper you need. So every journal that Maxwell launched became a tiny little monopoly. And if a serious library wanted to keep its researchers current, it had to buy all of them. He built thousands of figurative little greedy toll booths and planted one in front of every doorway in science. That's why to this very day, if you're not sitting inside of a university and you go to read a piece of publicly funded research, you hit a paywall with a price tag. It's insane. You can thank Bob Maxwell for that. By the early 1990s, Pergamon was running more than 400 scientific journals. But obviously, the information that only scientists wanted was never going to be enough for old Bob. So in the 1980s, he went after the kind that everyone consumes, mass media. He wanted to be Rupert Murdoch 2.0. Another man who understood that the real power isn't in making things, it's in controlling what people get to know. So he started buying the channels themselves. In 1981, he seized control of Britain's biggest printing company, the operation that he would eventually build into the Maxwell Communication Corporation. And in 1984, he bought Mirror Group Newspapers, which is the home of the Daily Mirror, one of Britain's biggest tabloids. In 1988, he bought the American publishing giant Macmillan for $2.6 billion. And in 1990, he launched a pan-European paper simply called The European. And obviously, he eventually bought the New York Daily News. So he went from selling scientific journals to a few thousand scientists to deciding what millions of people read during, let's say, breakfast. But it's the same idea each time, to be clear. You control information, you, in some sense, control the people who depend on that information. Now, he didn't get to the very end without trouble. The regulators had already seen through him once. Back in 1971, a British government inquiry looked at how he ran his business and delivered a verdict that would hang over him for the rest of his life. And that is that Bob Maxwell was not a person who can be relied on to exercise proper stewardship of a publicly quoted company. On the internet and in many a book, that Bob was trying to rebuild the family that Auschwitz took from him. Which is a theory that makes sense, but also some people just like having large families. I mean, my mom has 7 brothers and sisters. Not all of Bob Maxwell's children survived childhood with him. His eldest son, Michael, was in a car crash that left him in a coma. And that accident came just 2 days after Ghislaine was born at the end of 1961. He never woke up from that coma and died in 1968. Another child, Karine, had died of leukemia at 3 years old in 1957. But the ones who lived grew up inside the Maxwell machine, and they lived it and they breathed it and they absorbed it. 2 of the brothers, Ian and Kevin, followed their father straight into the business and then into the wreckage of that business. Both were charged with fraud after his death. Both were acquitted. Kevin even set a British record for a personal bankruptcy that was north of 400 million pounds. So son like father, but the genuinely scary ones are the daughters. They didn't just inherit a company and live exactly like their father. They took the ideas and then turned them into their own businesses. Starting with Christine, for sure, her father did hand her information on demand, but under her, it was plugged into more than 250 databases, pulling documents and data for businesses, hospitals, and labs. Then after that, she built a search engine. Her twin sister Isabel, with Isabel's husband David Hayden in the leadership alongside her. They called it Magellan. It was one of the competitors scrambling for ground in the early internet search engine wars, before Google even existed to win them. In 1996, they sold Magellan to a rival, Excite, for around $18 million, and then after this, Christine was not done. Not long or after, in the late 90s, she co-founded a company called Gilead. Gilead built advanced data mining software, the kind that could run a plain language question across enormous, messy piles of data without an analyst having to log into each separate system. Basically a consolidation platform or information curation a dashboard, if you will. Then after 9/11, that software ended up powering the FBI's counterterrorism investigative data warehouse. That's the system from the very beginning of the video. 659 million records. So in one career, the flow of information had run from a library brokerage to inside the American intelligence apparati. Christine's twin Isabel ran the other direction to the Middle East, towards Israel. Isabel became president of an Israeli email security firm called Comtouch. She took it public on the NASDAQ in 1999 with a $20 million investment from Microsoft and became a kind of pipeline carrying Israeli technology into Silicon Valley. And in her own words on the record, she called it a chance to continue her father's involvement in Israel. So look at the spread. Just from what we have documented that's public and easy to find, you got one generation of one family, scientific journals, chains of newspapers, information brokerages, search engines, Israeli security firms, counterterrorism databases with 600 million people inside of it. That is a crazy amount of power, and how the are these aren't like household names somehow. Now, I mentioned that second, much darker book in the very beginning. That is where it starts to come into the fold, because we have a talented family in the right decade. Sure, okay, maybe the dad was a piece of shit to do business with. The second book is a reading that alleges that none of this is even remotely close to any form of coincidence at all. There's no right decades, there's no guess. It is that this entire thing is a continuous intelligence operation by design. And that interpretation belongs to an investigative journalist named Whitney Webb in a long, very heavily sourced and very heavily contested book called One Nation Under Blackmail. So Whitney Webb, it's very important. Webb argues the family was deliberately controlling the world's sensitive information for intelligence services. And she's got all the same info that we have as her basis. Documented companies, FBI contract, filings, but her interpretation is the intent behind all of this, and that the idea that it was all on purpose or all connected or all aimed. So there's plenty of hard evidence, and there's a lot of inference as well. And she's very clear about that and open and upfront. And disclaimer, before we go any further, Christine and Isabel are both alive, and neither of them have ever been charged with anything. I'm telling you and talking about what they built. That part is completely documented in business filings, FBI files, stock listings, and so on. The very dark side of this makes a ton of sense, but it is Whitney Webb's story. So now we are left with the youngest daughter, Ghislaine. The favorite, the one that he named his boat after, and the one her own brothers say was the most like him. She's the one who didn't build any software at all. She inherited the family's trade in its oldest, most disgusting, human, ugly form. In 1991, Robert Maxwell died and the floor fell out. And within days of his death, the truth started to surface. There were missing hundreds of millions of dollars, looted pension funds, and an empire built on debt and lies. The entire family was ruined. The fortune was a hole, and Ghislaine, the favorite, had fled to New York. By the way, the family wasn't ruined, obviously. But in New York, Ghislaine already knew a man named Jeffrey Epstein. And by most reporting, they'd met around 1991 and they became a couple by 1992. Although some accounts put their first meeting a year or two earlier. Either way, the dating is a little bit murky and it doesn't really matter. And, okay, let's move on. So back to Whitney Webb. This is what she builds her whole book around. And Webb's telling this is not a story about a broken girl falling for a very bad man. Ghislaine Maxwell was the one person on Earth who stood inside the entire machine while it was being built. This beast that has ruined our country and so many others. With the then coming age of information. Ghislaine watched her father turn information into money and money into power and power into friends that can make problems disappear and blah, 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 blah. And when his version collapsed, Webb argues that Ghislaine walked straight back into the family trade with a brand new partner and a brand new method. And if you look at what Epstein and Ghislaine actually built and ask what the business actually was, it's very similar. The famous black book full of the powerful, the girls, cameras wired into the walls of houses, flight logs, guest lists, surveillance gear he was documented buying. It's just leverage. It is the exact same thing, but in a new form that Bob Maxwell spent his life perfecting. Bob gathered leverage with printing presses and databases, and Epstein and Ghislaine gathered it with hidden cameras in guest rooms. And instead of it being for the masses, they gathered leverage on the people who already had leverage on the masses. The pedophilia and sex part of the entire Epstein thing is the very bottom rung. It's obviously bad and abhorrent in every single way, but it is a means to an end for them. Now, Webb's single biggest claim was that the Maxwell to Epstein handoff was an actual intelligence operation running since the 1980s, and this rests heavily on one man, a former Israeli intelligence official named Ari Ben Menashe. Ben Menashe told Webb he had personally seen a young, unknown Jeffrey Epstein inside of Robert Maxwell's office more than once back in the 80s. So that means the Epstein machine, in other words, was already running before any of us had ever even heard Epstein's name and before Ghislaine and him began a relationship. It's very important to note that this claim does rest on Ben Menashe, and Ben Menashe is a man whose reliability has been disputed. Governments and journalists have called him a fabulist, but you know, who the f knows nowadays with information warfare what's real and what's not, and what governments want to deceive and what they want you to spin and propagandize? Who's discrediting it? Let's look at that for one. And what does either side gain from their side being the one that's actually true? And I know you can feel where we're going with this. I know you can sense the word. You're waiting for me to say it. You're waiting for me to say that Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Mossad. And that the whole thing, Robert Ghislaine Epstein, it was one intelligence operation from start to finish, beginning out of Mossad and ending potentially with the CIA. So the fullest version of the intelligence spy story is a whole book of its own by the journalists Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon. And the title is also the thesis, Robert Maxwell, Israel's super spy. It isn't just some random guy speculating on the internet. They say that they built it on interviews with 54 people who had intimate knowledge of Maxwell, and in their telling, Maxwell's intelligence work began right after the war. He was interrogating captured Nazis. He was very good at it. British intelligence took notice. They say MI6 sized him up and classified him as a Zionist, loyal only to Israel, or a man to be watched, basically. And then once Israel existed and the Mossad existed, the story goes that Maxwell threw in with them, partly out of love for Israel, but mostly for how much money there was in it. There's also a very concrete operation that all hangs on. It's called Promise. Promise was software or a case management tool originally built for the US Justice Department by a small company called Inslaw. The allegation is that it was stolen from Inslaw, fitted with a secret Israeli backdoor, and then sold to intelligence services and governments all over the world so that every agency running it was unknowingly letting Israel read everything inside of it. And the salesman of that poison software, according to the whistleblowers, chief among those whistleblowers, that same former Israeli official, Ari Ben Menashe, was Robert Maxwell. This story even has a very interesting ending. As Maxwell sank towards bankruptcy, he tried to extort his Mossad handlers, essentially bail me out or I talk, and that is why, allegedly he had a heart attack and fell over the edge of his boat. So, best case, we have a bug Trojan horse sold to the world, and then a man murdered when he got greedy. That's what Thomas Dillon and Ben Menashe said, and also pretty much what Whitney Webb said. I don't say pretty much, I don't want to throw her in there as well, but there's a lot of crazy allegations in regard to all of this. Now, I also have to talk about the deconstruction of these things because these things have been investigated to death. I'm very late to the party. We're all very late in caring about this. In 1993, a special counsel, a retired federal judge named Nicholas Bua, was put on the Inslaw allegations and found no evidence of criminal conspiracy at the heart of the theory, meaning there was no Israeli backdoor. In 1994, the Justice Department reviewed it and concluded that there was no credible evidence that the department officials conspired to steal computer software developed by Inslaw Incorporated. But then, across 1997 and 1998, the U.S. Court of Federal Claims looked at the actual software and ruled that the versions in question were in public domain and that the government had always been free to do whatever it wished with Promise, so they could just kind of take it if they wanted. So the whole Promise spy story was investigated by special counsel, by the Justice Department, and a federal court, and that collapsed. So that's kind of the official story on Promise. Debunked, I guess. Now, how about the two witnesses that the spy story also leans on? Ari Ben Menashe, the man who put Epstein in Maxwell's office and named Maxwell as the Promise salesman, and Michael Riconosciuto, the chief Promise whistleblower. They were both, in official findings, judged to be fabricators. That is the record. They are fabricators. Fabulists, I guess. It gets worse for the legend. Maxwell was also famously ferociously litigious. He would sue anyone who breathed a word against him, and people point to his libel wins as proof that he beat the spy claims in court a while ago. He didn't, though. This is very important. His big libel win against the magazine Private Eye was over a story about cash for political honors, not the Mossad. The Mossad allegation he never did beat officially in court. And the one time it came straight at him when the reporter Seymour Hersh in his book The Samson Option alleged Maxwell's ties to Israeli intelligence, Maxwell sued. And then he died weeks later before any of it could be tested in a courtroom. And in 1994, his own mirror group quietly settled that case by paying Hirsch's side damages and issuing an apology. So the one thing that could fully clear his name of the spy allegations ended right after his death with his side backing down. So, very interesting. The Samson option also probably deserves its own video. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Oh, and also Bob Maxwell's death itself, the dramatic heart attack drowning at sea, the murder at sea, that does not hold still either. The official ruling was a heart attack and drowning, but of course, 3 pathologists who examined him could not agree on what actually killed him. The most investigated look at this is from Preston's book, one of the main ones from the very beginning of this video, and he refuses to call it murder. Preston says, "We don't really know. He most likely fell or jumped." Which, sure, I guess, he was under a lot of stress, but one of his own former editors, Roy Greenslade, was way blunter. He thought Maxwell simply went over on purpose, he just killed himself. In Greenslade's words, apparently Bob was a man who could not face the ignominy of jail or being shown to be a liar and a thief. Ignominy is a really cool word, by the way. It's what happens when you get canceled. You lose the respect of the public. So think what you will about the Israeli Mossad super spy intelligence operation spin. In my opinion, you know, you already know my opinion. What do you guys think down below? I feel like it's pretty fucking obvious at this point with the whole Epstein thing and Ghislaine's Maxwell. I mean, it just seems pretty fucking obvious, right? But either way, even if the spy isn't real, even if the massive conspiracy isn't real, even if Epstein was just a freak pedophile and it's just, you know, he wasn't hanging out with him in the 80s. The journals are real, the newspapers are real, the search engine was real, the information on demand was real, the FBI inquiry was real, Gilead was real, so was the 600 million record warehouse that they run. ComTouch was real, NASDAQ has a filing date on it. Every single brick in the Maxwell dynasty is very influential and very important, and that is all objectively real. His death, super mysterious. 3 pathologists could not agree on it. The timing of all the Israel stuff's crazy. There's so many books written on it of people speculating. The president of Israel, Chaim Herzog, stood at Maxwell's grave and said, "He scaled the heights of human endeavor. Kings and princes waited on him. Many admired him, many disliked him, but none was indifferent to him." I don't know what that voice is. Sounded kind of Israeli. Some people would say, well, if he was stealing from Mossad and blackmailing them and saying he's gonna flip and all this stuff, well, why would you bury him on the Mount of Olives? Why would you give him full honors? You don't give a hero's funeral to a traitor that you just executed on a boat. Well, you do though, honestly, you do that, actually, you do. You're the only people who do kind of go out of their way to do that because it looks suspicious if not. So, just saying. So this whole video is about the fact that you don't have to be a big time spy. You don't have to do all this stuff, apparently, to get a ton of power and influence over a lot of people and be a massive piece of shit. There doesn't need to be a big cabal. There doesn't need to be an intelligence operation propping you up, apparently. You can just do it. All you gotta do is work really hard. Seems like. And it's just them, too. For both of them. It's not, nobody else is involved, not the family, not the kids, not anybody. Nobody knows anything about either of them. Nobody's officially invested, no governments are officially invested, but all of them just kind of, you know, we investigated and we found nothing. So anyways, thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this, press the like button and I will see you in the next video. And also let me know your own
I heard it said dying's easiest living, it can be difficult. And if you whip in my tennis shoes, you would see plenty proof that it is true. That many moons trying to find a different view and didn't. Instead, proof sometimes every minute is crucial. I try to do the best I can do and invest in the truth. It's regrettable that we're ruled by some criminal men in suits. Them that loot from the productive individuals, them that use the innocent for their religious rituals. Burn offerings, Holocaust in the Gaza, men, women, and children dropping buildings on top of civilians. So it's not hard to notice the evil that's our opponent. The dark and cold that Stephen spoke of moments before they stoned him. No atonement of heavens could ever sanctify the depraved and violent, trepid depredation of life. Word of Jesus, we certainly need his teachings like we were Ephesians or any person seeking freedom. Please believe and receive an eternal peace and proceed with certainty that we sure to defeat the beast. Megalomaniacal tyrants vying to steal. Canaris the shield for evil with the desire to kill. Here's a question and then I'll give a suggestion. In this attempt to effectively publicize my displeasure, if stealing 100% of someone's labor is slavery, what percentage is not slavery? It's time to gather at the Liberty Tree. We've been under siege for longer than we want to remember. So we get peeled to heaven to end the oppression before we get the tar and feathers. It's time to gather at the Liberty Tree. We've been under siege for longer than we want to remember. So we get peeled to heaven to end the oppression before we get the tar and feathers. It's time to gather at the Liberty Tree. We've been under siege for longer than we want to remember. So we get peeled to heaven to end the oppression before we get the tar and feathers.
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
As I unfold the groove, tune in and not drop out. Not to cop out the post beers, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash and sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid, those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game. Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose. But that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planted at the event. And what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride. Compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution. Never knowing I was missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson. In this question, I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by Tragedy and Hope. And if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing. And listen, it is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony. Chop it up with the homies. And I ain't talking about that public school baloney. In a sec you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing. And LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats it is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce. Audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenging fallacies in the balance when a forensic story in it, boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survived, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a grand theft world that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their cowards that aim to win, deceive and betray all man. Making everyone slaves to them. It's a grand theft world that I'm peering at. The sky's like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. Yeah, like that aspect that they lack. Yo, trivium core, deal with that, Rebel, bring the back, cause it's a that world rolling out. Got the gold model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a grand theft world that I'm peering at. The sky's like a pyramid, but those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know, it's not a video game.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD.
It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.